Chapter 1 001 Where am I? Lei Yan looked around him, and felt that something was wrong. He found himself in a container, and the container was filled with a green liquid. The liquid felt so comfortable on him, and he didn't know what it was. He only remembered that when he was watching Dragon Ball Monkey King's Ji Lian fight, he was suddenly electrocuted, and he fell unconscious. When he woke up, he was already here, but he found that there was something more in his mind, as if it was about the control of Qi. What the hell is this? It was familiar to him, and he couldn't remember it for a while. When he looked left and right, Lei Yan was startled. There was also a person next to him, a very familiar person. Isn't this Vegeta, the second 1,000-year-old in Dragon Ball? Thinking of it, Lei Yan looked at himself, and sure enough, he was also a baby's body, and he also had a tail. He is also a Saiyan, and it seems that he was born around the same time as Vegeta. He's Vegeta, so what about himself? Lei Yan didn't want to think so much, he was directly excited. Saiyan. The bloodline is really not bad. Not long after he was born, he absorbed supplies in this nutrition cabin, and he could already see it so clearly, except that he couldn't speak. Of course, Lei Yan was also curious about how much combat power he had, because he could feel that there was a riotous energy in his danshan. As soon as a Saiyan baby is born, its combat effectiveness is measured, and if the value is higher than the benchmark value, it is considered a high-level warrior and is raised directly as a combatant candidate. And after a period of time, people who still have low combat strength values are regarded as lower-level warriors, either becoming technicians, or being put into a spaceship and sent to a certain planet, just like Monkey King. If you can grow strong enough to conquer that planet, you can return home as a combatant. However, the survival rate of the assigned children is not high. For example, Raditz was a superior fighter and was assigned to Naba's group as a regular combatant, and fought since he was a child, and later Vegeta joined that group. Vegeta is a prince and has a high fighting power, so he immediately became the leader. And almost all Saiyans with combat effectiveness are born with the ability to fight, but things like flying need to be taught, and of course, there are children who can fly if they are not taught. As for the idea that the protagonist Goku came to Earth and the humans here didn't fly, he learned it late. Only a few of the selected Saiyan children received short-term special training to develop higher combat effectiveness. Moreover, Saiyans are basically individualistic and do not have a sense of teamwork, and most Saiyan warriors have gone to other planets and do not come back often. As for the Super Saiyans of the Saiyan clan, it is a transformation form unique to the Saiyans of the fighting nation. It is said that only once every 1,000 years does a legendary Saiyan appear. The condition for transformation is to be emotionally angry, and have a pure good heart or a pure evil heart, as well as a stable heart, so as to explode into transformation. And not everyone can become a Super Saiyan through cultivation and anger. The condition for becoming a Super Saiyan is that there must be S cells in the body. When these S cells accumulate to a certain number, they use anger as an opportunity to cause the S cells to grow explosively, and the body changes to become a Super Saiyan. Although almost all Saiyans have S cells, there are not many of them. Saiyans such as Dares, Naba, Jin, Raditz and others cannot be transformed into Super Sai. Becoming a Super Saiyan requires a certain number of S cells in the body and combat power, and then transforms through emotional stimulation to make the S cells explode and grow, so they can't transform. Far away, when Lei Yan came back to his senses, he slowly opened his eyes and looked into the bottle containing Vegeta. And at this time, Vegeta also opened his eyes as if he was conscious, and suddenly let Lei Yan see something. Fear, that's right, I saw fear in Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta was afraid of him? Am I that scary? Just then a man came in, wearing a red cloak and a special pattern in his battle suit. He has angular cheeks, a high and smooth forehead, a heart-shaped forehead on both sides, wide eyebrows and long eyes, a slight dark shadow at the corners of the eyes, murderous eyes, high black hair like flames, stiff eyebrows, bottomless eyes, a tightly straight nose, and a beard. This appearance is exactly the same as Vegeta when she grows up, and needless to say, you know who it is, King Vegeta. Lei Yan was very excited when he saw this, and tried to speak, but the voice he said was like crying. King Vegeta glanced at Lei Yan and Vegeta ruthlessly, and the endless murderous aura in his eyes certainly did not mean that he had murderous intent. It's this murderous aura, which has accumulated from the moment he fought to this day. How is it? What is the combat power of the two princes? King Vegeta spoke, and at the same time brought a feeling of excitement, at least that's what Lei Yan felt. Suddenly, Lei Yan stopped crying, and when he opened his eyes, King Vegeta, his eyes blinked, and he was very cute. And at this time, the spaceman wearing a combat uniform next to King Vegeta immediately took out the combat power detector, scanned Lei Yan and Vegeta, and suddenly his hands trembled. Back to King Vegeta. The combat power of the eldest Prince Reg is 50,000, said that he couldn't believe it, surpassing King Vegeta. Oh, where's the little prince? Vegeta asked when she heard this, and there was a murderous look in her eyes that the big black-haired man didn't notice. The little prince's combat power is 1,200, King Vegeta, the eldest prince has such a high combat power, he will definitely be able to become the legendary Super Saiyan in our clan in the future to lead us. Before he could finish speaking, King Vegeta condensed an energy bullet and pierced his heart, killing him instantly. You know too much, it's not good, so it's more reassuring to die. King Vegeta said and looked at Reg. Lei Yan also heard their words, and he was almost frightened, since he had crossed over and became the strongest of the Saiyans who had just been born. Riga, Vegeta's older brother, was born with 50,000 combat power, which is even more terrifying than the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. At the same time, Lei Yan also knew what was going on with the article in his head, the method of controlling Qi, but he didn't expect him to travel here, since he was born to obtain this thing. And he also felt that there was a force sleeping in his body, and if this power woke up, it would be absolutely terrifying to destroy the world. Reg, you are the only hope in our Saiyan race, and Frieza has always been afraid that we will have a Super Saiyan, so he also wants to send you out to the planet Villa, where you can grow up well. I don't know if King Vegeta's words are true or false. In the end, he was afraid that Reg would be killed by Frieza, but he himself was afraid that Reg would threaten his throne. Chapter 2 002 Saiyans don't have a lot of feelings, otherwise Vegeta Star was destroyed in the original book, and Vegeta's first thought was not his relatives, but he couldn't be the Vegeta king. Lei Yan also heard it very clearly, if he remembered correctly, Reg's first appearance in the original book was Dragon Ball New Era, the first day of Dragon Ball GT 3 years later. He came to Earth in search of Vegeta's revenge, along with his wife, Super Saiyan. At that time, Vegeta and Son Goku were both Super Saiyan 4, and neither of them could beat Reach, and Reg could also transform into Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's combined Super 4 Gogeta were suppressed by him, which shows how terrifying Reach's strength is. Okay, whether you are true or false, in short, I have become the strongest Saiyan now, from now on, I am Reg, Reg is me, Lei Yan is in the past life. At this moment, Reg decided that after he was sent out, he would take advantage of the opportunity to cultivate Qi, and then he could be even stronger in the original book. Be a cultivator Super Saiyan 5 who can be restrained without leaking out. Although in the original book he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 5 without hindrance, then he is the same now. And at this time, King Vegeta took him out, and then adjusted his combat power data to less than 100, that is, a low-level warrior. Below 100 are all low-level warriors here in Science. Since Reg and Vegeta were born not long ago, the only people who knew were him and the other, and that one was dead. So Reg's identity was also preserved, and he was now going to transfer Reg and give him a separate nutrition pod that no one knew about to replenish. Wait until it's almost time, and then send Reg out, otherwise he won't be able to survive if he was born on Villa. When King Vegeta returned to the throne, he looked at his left guard. Are there any lower warriors? Find one for me, I will need to assign someone soon, and then let the two of them go to Villa Star together. There's a newborn woman, a woman named Saberi. The left guard showed King Vegeta the information about the Supri. Saberi junior warrior with combat strength 6. Well, then her, remember to isolate to the side so that there is no teleportation error. King Vegeta looked and nodded. Yes. Less than a month later, Vegeta flew out of a spaceship, the kind of teleportation ship that had already been set in place and stopped as soon as it reached the location. There is a pair of Scions in the spaceship, it is Reg and Supri, who were originally Scions and their husband and wife were sent to exile on the planet Beria. Planet Villa is far away from Vegeta, and it takes several years to get from Vegeta to planet Beria. Fortunately, there is a nutrient supply in this spaceship, otherwise they would have hung up before planet Villa arrived. Reg opened his eyes to take one last look at the planet Vegeta after the ship flew out. The planet was crimson and there were no planets around. I guess this is the last time he'll see this Vegeta planet. Planet Vegeta was originally named Planet Plant, and they are a highly civilized race with a short body but high intelligence. The Scions, who had migrated throughout the race, came to the planet Plant and wiped out the Zufru, taking the Zufru medicine for themselves. I don't know how many years have passed, and King Vegeta, the king of the Scion clan, renamed the planet Planet Vegeta and became the hometown of the Scions. And the Zufuru people are Zfur people, and Dragon Ball GT Ribi is because of this revenge on the Scions. Goodbye, Vegeta, my homeland. The moment he thought he was Reg, he had made Vegeta his home. As for Lei Yan in his previous life, he was alone, and if he fed the whole family alone, he didn't have anything to be nostalgic about. Compared with his previous life, he is better here now, at least he has the capital to work hard, unlike in his previous life, where he had nothing and couldn't work hard. The spaceship, this is a spherical spaceship, but it is much larger and more luxurious than the others. What Reg plans to do next here, there is naturally one thing that cannot be missing here, and that is strength. Although he is the strongest Scion, he doesn't know if it's Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT here, so he has to plan the next step. He wants to take it one step at a time, but not like Reg in the original book. What's more, whether it is Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super, there are people who are stronger than him. On the other side, a mechanical base floats in the universe, and there are countless large and small spaceships staying around the base. Mr. Dodoria, the Scions have put 2 more babies in place. A small guy in a combat uniform in the operation room. There is a leader with a plump pink fat body, pink skin, and fleshy thorns all over his body, and he is the Dodoria in the mouth of the little guy. Yes, this is Frisia's base, Frisia the Emperor of the Universe. Dodoria is one of Frisia's big stars, although he has a lot of strength, he likes to bully the weak. In the original book, when he slaughtered the Nameeks, he almost brutally killed all the people in a village, angering Gohan who was hiding on the sidelines. Later, he was ordered to chase Gohan and was easily killed by Vegeta on the way, and before he died, he told Vegeta Frisia to hide the truth about the destruction of the Scions on the grounds that the meteorite hit Vegeta. He was very arrogant, always looked down on Scions, and was very inward-looking, but in front of Frisia, he was like a pug. Humph, Scion. It's just a bunch of minions, don't bother with anything. Dodoria muttered to herself disdainfully. For them, the Scions are nothing more than a bunch of inconspicuous minions, doing things for them. There is no other identity. By the way, is there anything unusual about the recently born baby in the Scions? Dodoria was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something, and stopped to ask. Although the Scions' every move is under their surveillance, it is inevitable that there will still be loopholes. After all, they don't keep an eye on the Scions, they also have their own things to do. In the early stage, the great powers of Dragon Ball were all sleeping, and those that were not born, so Frisia, a frozen demon with almost 200 million combat power, can be said to dominate the universe. Now the galaxy is full of the names of Frisia's forces. Of course, this doesn't mean that Frisia is covering the sky with one hand, and there are also galaxy patrol among them, and Frisia doesn't mess with them easily, and they don't come to provoke Frisia. The water from the two wells does not interfere with the river water. Getting back to the point. The little guy heard Dodoria's words and immediately investigated the data of the newly born Scion. The combat power detector that each Scion wears has a monitoring ability, and the main core is here. Through this detector, they can see the situation of the Scions at any time, as well as the real picture. Found it, among the newly born Scions, there is a combat power of more than 1,000, the little guy said, with a deep shock on his face. It's normal, after all, he's only a few thousand combat strength, and he's already a lot old. Chapter 3:003. And now this Scion has been born more than 1,000, and in a few years, it will not be tens of thousands. The Frisia Legion has a lot of troops, but now there are not many tens of thousands of combat strength here, and even Dodoria is only more than 20,000 combat strength. Oh, more than 1,000. Dodoria was also startled, he didn't have such a strong force when he was so young. Could this be a Super Scion? How could he be born with more than 1,000 combat power? The blonde-haired Super Scions have always been rumored among the Frisia clan to survive until Frisia's generation. And Frisia is a genius, and has always wanted to see how powerful the Super Scion they fear the most is, and at the same time looks forward to it. That's why Frisia didn't destroy the Scions, but he didn't give them too much power. Both looking forward to the appearance of Super Scions and being a little afraid of the appearance of Super Scions, this is Frisia's current mood towards Scions. No, this is not a small matter, I have to report to King Frisia, you monitor him, don't let him escape from our surveillance range. Yes. In a lounge, there is a strong, relatively short body, the usual posture is to cross his hands on his waist, or cross in front of his chest, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, there are two lines like blood and tears under the eyes of the face, the purple shell on the body is shiny, and the most commonly used combat form is miserable white skin, sitting here with a wine glass. He has 3 toes on both feet, and his footsteps make a squeak sound when he walks. The whole body has a shell defense, which can effectively resist all ordinary physical attack damage, mostly used to protect joints and body bones, anti-friction, anti-hitting, and has been pressed on the stone wall, but unscathed, because there is no hair. There is also a tail behind the back, which can be used as a weapon to attack and defend, as well as to prevent the enemy from sneaking up on the back, and it is very convenient to use. It can be used like a snake to tightly strangle the neck or body of the enemy, or as a whip to whip people, stab, or even entangle the opponent's body. He is Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. It's a very powerful combat power big boss level figure. He uses his eyes to judge things and can survive in a vacuum. Claiming to be the strongest Emperor of the Universe, he has subdued a large number of his men, occupied resource-rich planets, and built spaceships with the help of alien technology. What? More than 1,000 combat power in one birth, said Frisia. Mi's eyes, combined with his fierce and vicious appearance, gave people a terrifying feeling. Dodoria looked down at him. There was no way, although he was a celebrity around Frisia, but whenever he faced Frisia, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Well, Mr. Dodoria, that's it, let's train this Scion ourselves, and see. Yes, if he can be a big help to me, that would be fine. Ho 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 ho. Dodoria opened her mouth to say something, but she swallowed the words that came to her mouth. There's no way, it's better not to object to what Frisia decides, otherwise with Frisia's character, he won't kill him. You know, Frisia is insidious and vicious, and his methods are cruel, and in the entire Legion, everyone knows about it, and no one knows it. Mr. Dodoria, get ready. This king is going to go to Vegeta in person to see this Saiyan prince, ho! In the original book, Frieza also went to Vegeta to take Vegeta away. At the same time, King Vegeta also received the news that Frieza was coming here, and his face sank. Frieza, looks like he's been Vegeta, humph, I'm here to see what you're going to do. Vegeta was his pride now, and the moment Reg was cast by him again, he had given up. Because he was afraid that Reg would threaten his throne, there were more elements. After the next day, here at the base of the Frieza Legion, a spaceship flew out, and the ring-shaped one was Frieza's spaceship. Not to mention, the technology of the Frieza Legion is not covered, and the speed is not to mention, and it didn't take long to reach Vegeta. King Frieza, it's time to get to Vegeta. Frieza sat on his small flying machine and looked at the Vegeta. Well, let's go out, King Vegeta has come to greet him. For some reason, as long as Frieza speaks, he always has such a weird feeling of yin and yang. Maybe it's the frozen demon. Outside, King Vegeta really brought a large number of Saiyans here, and it seemed that he was greeting, but the atmosphere was a little tense. Frieza came out of the spaceship, and King Vegeta's eyes didn't know what he was thinking. So as Frieza approached, he immediately knelt down on one knee, as did the other Saiyans. I've seen King Frieza. Before he could speak, King Vegeta, the Saiyan behind him, had already opened his mouth to say hello, and he didn't react at all. It seems that he specially ordered it. The Saiyans who watched the dense crowd knelt down and saluted to him, Frieza, which made him enjoy this atmosphere and feeling very much at this time, and the Saiyan, who originally felt very disgusting, couldn't help but feel a little more relieved in his heart at this time. Ho ho ho, all good, get up. King Shevliza. King Vegeta, I heard that you have a son who was born with more than 1,000 combat power. Frieza went straight to the point. He is a person who likes to talk with his fists, beating around the bush or something, he is not good at it. King Vegeta thought so in his heart, because the Saiyans have reached thousands of combat power since they were born, and there is no one else except Vegeta. Yes, my son Vegeta. Vegeta. Frieza squinted at King Vegeta when he heard this. The good guy was not small, and named his son after Vegeta. However, it is not yet time for Vegeta Star and the Saiyans to be wiped out, and Frieza does not mind this kind of detail. Well, that's good, then take King Ben to see your son. After all, he was born with more than 1,000 combat power, and I'm afraid it's the first time among the Saiyans, right? Frieza understands very well. In the past, the highest combat power of Saiyans was 600, and King Vegeta was made up by himself. Yes. King Vegeta nodded, then stepped out of the way, please. On the other side, when Rig's spaceship arrives at a place, it suddenly encounters an emergency and sounds a danger alarm. It's a pity that Reg is still a baby and can't move freely, just like Son Gohan's daughter Xiaofang in Dragon Ball Super did at that time. I'm in a hurry, what should I do? Because they encountered a meteorite impact and the planet exploded, and it happened that the spacecraft arrived here and was also affected. It's over. Is it really going to be over? Reg suddenly closed his eyes, he didn't have any power now. Just when he thought he was dead, a wave of green energy suddenly came out and enveloped the spaceship, saving them. Chapter 4. 004. It's a spaceship that takes this spaceship, and this spaceship has a cross, which should be the spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol. After just being rescued, suddenly the spaceship escaped from here. There is no way, this is the position set by the spaceship. Oh, Lord Beerus, you've done a bit of a lot of damage this time. A man with an extremely tall stature, blue-green skin, and long curly white hair. The pupils and lips are purple. On the neck is a large light blue halo. In his right hand, he always holds a long staff, topped by a black orb of yellow at the top and bottom and dark blue in the middle. The light blue belt has a black armor with 3 diamonds painted on 2 white and 1 orange, and the robe and stockings are dark red. This person is none other than the angel Ves. And next to him there is a cat-like costume, similar to that of the Egyptian pharaoh. It is the god of destruction Beerus, who has a violent personality. Angel Ves, on the other hand, is the opposite of the grumpy Beerus, who appears to be more gentle and generous, humble and respectful. He doesn't like fighting, and like Beerus, he's a foodie who wants to taste the food of the entire universe. In the original book, he became friends with Bulma because of the delicacies of the earth, and often ate the delicacies of the earth without Beerus's pet prophecy fish while Beerus was asleep. Always acting together with Beerus, although he shows a deferential appearance to his master, he also has a lot of words and deeds that tease his master and embarrass him. The singing was so unpleasant that Beerus did not dare to listen to it, so he immediately agreed to get up. Although Vis does not have the ability to teleport, it has the fastest speed in the universe, far exceeding the speed of light, and can take many people to anywhere in the universe in a matter of hours or even tens of minutes. It also has the ability to rewind time with the power of the law of time, but it can only rewind back to 3 minutes ago at most, and it takes a long time to activate every 2 times. After going back in time, only those who are in the enchantment of Ves will not lose the memories they had before going backwards. You can create and repair things with your staff, and you can quickly observe everything in the 7th universe. Inside the staff is a different space similar to the Spirit Time House, where a lot of things can be stored. Angels can also use their staffs to heal injuries on others and resurrect the dead. Ahem, it's far away. In short, this time the planet was hit by a meteorite not by chance, but Beerus destroyed the planet. In the long river of the universe has been under the management of the King God and the King of the world, and the endless vitality has given birth to countless civilizations. Where there is life, there is death, and where there is death, there is life, so that the entire universe can develop steadily. The Realm King God and the Realm King are in charge of life, so there is such a profession as the God of Destruction that specializes in destruction. I said, Ves, there's nothing good to eat here, so let's go to the next place. Beerus yawned. Weiss rolled his eyes and was speechless at Beerus. This guy has eaten a lot of food on this planet, but none of them are delicious. But he couldn't go against Beerus. So he nodded reluctantly. Okay, Lord Beerus, let's go. Chirp. A flash of light flew into the depths of the universe, and Beerus and Vis were no longer here. And our protagonist Reg has been in the nutrition cabin, and he didn't know that he had just escaped in front of the 2 bigwigs in the 7th universe. It stands to reason that both Beerus and Ves are gods, and it is impossible not to discover the existence of Reg. They found out, but the planet that had just been destroyed was very moving, not to mention that the spaceship also flew away after being rescued by the spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol. The same goes for the Galaxy Patrol ship. So they don't care about that. For Beerus, even if Reg's current strength is all exploded, it is not enough for him to see. The god of destruction is so capricious, so powerful, and so hanging. Vegeta Star. At this time, Frisia also saw the Scion Prince Vegeta, with a very satisfied expression. Well, yes, King Vegeta, when he can walk on his own, let him come to the king's side, ah. King Vegeta could only stand aside, his face sank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Frisia, are you sure you want Vegeta to come to you then? Rest assured, this king will do to Vegeta as much as he does to his own son. Frisia smiled, amiable. It's just that his appearance is as fake as it gets, but King Vegeta can't refuse, because behind him is the entire Saiyan clan. Well, in that case, I agreed. Ho ho ho, okay, then it's decided. This king will go first, and there is still a lot of work to be done. Frisia said and left here. After sending Frisia away, King Vegeta looked at Frisia's spaceship. King Vegeta, are you really going to send the prince to Frisia? Asked a Scion man. After all, they all know that Frisia did to the Scions. There is a good saying, the weasel greets the chicken, and he is not happy. Of course, since Frisia is so afraid of the appearance of the legendary Super Saiyan in our Saiyan clan, then I will make a bet and let Frisia use his resources to raise Prince Vegeta. The cunning King Vegeta expected that Frisia wouldn't do anything to Vegeta, otherwise he wouldn't need the Saiyans he kept like that. King Vegeta, you're not afraid, Frisia? No, Frisia won't do anything to the Saiyan yet, because he hasn't gotten what he wants yet. On the spaceship, Dodoria couldn't help it at this time. King Frisia, if you want to take that Saiyan Prince Vegeta with you, will you be a little uncomfortable? Frisia turned his head slightly to look at Dodoria when he heard this. Mr. Dodoria, you have something to say. King Frisia, the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan clan is probably just a legend, it shouldn't exist. Dodoria swallowed. They all know that Frisia is both expecting and fearing Super Saiyans. Whether it's a legend or not, this king wants to see how powerful the Super Saiyans are that can make my clan fear. Frisia said with a smirk. All right. Dodoria stopped and said no more. He understood that Vegeta might be a test subject for King Frisia, a test to see if he could reach the Super Saiyan. Mr. Dodoria. Suddenly, Frisia spoke again. The subordinates are here. You should worry more about the affairs of the base during this time. My father told me to go back, as if there was an emergency. Yes, Lord Frisia, don't worry, there are subordinates in the Legion, nothing will happen. Dodoria assured. Well. With you, I'm relieved to be king. Chapter 5:005. Soon after, another strange thing happened to Vegeta, that is, not long after Reg and Vegeta were born, another person was born, and his combat power was 10,000. It was the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who was born with a combat power of 10,000, and this matter immediately spread to King Vegeta. What? Are you sure about? 10,000 combat strength. That's right, King Vegeta, Broly, son of Paragus, 10,000 combat power, replied an uncle-level Saiyan with a black beard. Damn! King Vegeta suddenly clenched his fists, but he didn't expect another one to appear. Reg was one, but it was his son. Now that Paragus has another one, 10,000 combat power, he doesn't have to be the Vegeta king if he goes on like this. Once Broly grows up, he can't hold it back when the time comes. His current combat power is only 28,000, and Broly was born with 10,000. No, we can't let him stay on Vegeta. Hearing this, Blackbeard's Saiyan narrowed his eyes. Do you want to get rid of it? No, send him to the worst planet, let him fend for himself. Frisia is not in the Legion during this time, so he didn't find out. Let's drop Broly before he returns, lest we suffer in the future. King Vegeta worried. He wasn't afraid that Frisia was not there, he was afraid that once Frisia knew about it, if he was cultivated by Frisia, his combat effectiveness would definitely be higher than him at that time. Then his position as the king of the Saiyans may be in danger. It's King Vegeta, there's a planet far away from here, it's called Wampa, the environment is harsh, there are no humans to survive, and it is guaranteed that Broly will not survive and fend for himself when he arrives there. Hearing the advisor's proposal, King Vegeta nodded. Well, then do it. You immediately go and block the news so that it will not be discovered by the people of the Frisia Legion. Yes. In the history of science, the strongest super soldier in the universe who appears once every 1,000 years, has a bloodthirsty and violent and belligerent personality, and has extremely terrifying combat power, which is the kind of Super Saiyan that is rumored to be. And Broly is this Super Saiyan who is one in 1,000 years. He, the legendary Super Saiyan, is different from what they understand. Paragus, Broly's father, soon learned of this and immediately ran back from the border. Just kidding. His son is going to be exiled, how can he sit still? When Paragus had just returned to the Vegeta Star Palace, he immediately went to the nursery and was relieved to see that his son Broly was still there. Hey, say, where is King Vegeta going to send Buddily? Saya is a scientist among the Scions, who is responsible for the work assigned to babies after they are born. Wampa. What? Wampa. Paragas's eyes widened and he shouted. It seemed that he knew very well the situation of Vampaxing. The environment was harsh, not to mention the Scion children, even the adults could not survive when they got there. It seems that King Vegeta wants Broly to fend for himself. Hateful, no, never. Here in the Scion Nutrition Pod, King Vegeta is here, and there are a lot of these things. At the top of one of the red liquid pods, there was a Scion who had grown up and jumped out of his infant form. This person is none other than Vegeta, the second 1000-year-old in Dragon Ball. Wow, you've grown so big. Seeing Vegeta grow so big, King Vegeta was very excited. My proudest son, your potential ability is at the level of a genius. It is not the monster of Frisia who will become the king of the universe in the future, but you, who are now just a replacement. Speaking of this, King Vegeta touched Vegeta's liquid chamber and showed a smile. I'm very much looking forward to your growth. Since Frisia wants to cultivate you, then you can go, and then use its cultivation to kill him in the end. Ha 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 ha. Colonel Paragas is here. King Vegeta, a blue-haired, short-haired Scion came in to report. Well, got it. King Vegeta nodded casually, then turned away, returning to the main hall, just as Paragas had barged in. Paragas, what are you doing here? Seeing Paragas like this, Vegeta King Mi's eyes asked, and his momentum couldn't help but increase. I'm sorry, please forgive my rudeness. I heard that you are going to put my son Broly in a spaceship and let him go to the planet on the border, right? Paragas knelt down, then asked. King Vegeta sneered, that's the case, what? But it is the duty of the junior warriors to guard the border. How can I send my son? Paragas stopped halfway through his words, and the meaning was understood. That's right, but if your son grows up to have the strength to conquer the planet, become a stronger warrior, occupy that planet, and then sell it at a high price, this is the spirit of the fighting nation. Good fellow, King Vegeta has brought out all the Scion spirits. Obviously he is afraid of Broly, and he is so tall and tall, do you dare to be in the pit? Hearing this, Paragas's face turned hideous, and he naturally knew what medicine was being sold in King Vegeta's gourd. But now this is King Vegeta's boss, and if he wants Broly to survive, he can't break King Vegeta's thoughts. But Broly is going to the planet of Wampa, and as far as His Majesty knows, there are no human creatures there, and the environment is harsh, and if he wants to sell it at a high price, His Majesty thinks it is impossible. When King Vegeta heard this, he was silent for a moment before he spoke. Your son's potential ability value is really abnormal. It is not too much to say that it is a sudden mutation. If he does not maintain a normal mental state one day, it will not only affect our Vegeta army, but may even become a hidden danger to the universe. But Paragas retorted, but King Vegeta didn't give him a chance. Colonel Paragas, you are also one of the elders of the Scions. I did not kill him, but banished him to other planets. You should thank me. Damn! Paragas couldn't help but hear this, and stood up directly and scolded King Vegeta, who stretched out his fingers. Humph! Don't say it so high, you are jealous that my son Broly's potential is above Prince Vegeta, so put him on the Star of Wampa, just to let him fend for himself. Humph! If you continue, I'll kill you. King Vegeta said suddenly, stood up and looked outside, and it's too late, the ship has already been launched. What? Paragas heard this, and immediately chased after him through the window, landed directly on the ground of the spaceship, and forcibly drove a spaceship out, and went to the Vampa Star. In the royal palace. Do you need to dispose of him, King? Asked King Vegeta. King Vegeta looked at Paragas's spaceship, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of arc hook. No need, Wanpaxing, as long as you go in, you will definitely die. Chapter 6 006. On a spaceship, another Scion from Paragasla sets off together. What are we going to Wampa for what? Asked Harpy, the Saiyan Harpy. After all, he was also suddenly caught by Paragus, and then he started the spaceship and set off. My son was cast there to save him, and the king put my son there for the main purpose of killing him. Paragus said, his fists clenched. What? Harpy was startled, obviously unable to believe it. Don't worry, I've rescued Broly, I'll take him to find a deserted planet to live in, you just need to send us over, and then go back to Vegeta. Paragus smiled, but Harpy didn't notice the danger hidden in his smile. But aren't you going back? If you don't go back, you will be punished if you go back anyway, since King Vegeta is like this, then I will train Broly to be the strongest warrior, and then one day I will go back to Vegeta Star to find King Vegeta and take revenge on. In this way, 2 years passed slowly, and here on Villa, the spaceship that launched Reg had arrived here. Planet Villa is a good planet, full of life, but also full of dangers, and there are very powerful monsters here. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang fell from the sky and exploded on the ground, revealing a deep pit. A spherical ship was in the crater, and it was the same ship that dropped Super Beaver and Reg. The time required from Vegeta to Villa is 2 years, which shows how far they are. At this time, 2 imps crawled out of the spaceship, wearing cosmic combat uniforms, a man and a woman, still at the level of little hairy children. The woman's short hair is pink, while the man's hair is awesome, his hair is also long, his face is serious, and he has the same face as the second 1,000-year-old. They were none other than Reg and Super Saiyan, and after 2 years of sleeping in the nursery pod, they had grown up, or at least they could run. Suba opened her mouth and couldn't speak, not because she couldn't speak, of course, but because she couldn't speak. At such a young age, her exiled parents didn't have time to teach her to speak, but she wouldn't, Reg would, 2 lives, and her language ability was naturally not a problem. It's finally here. Reg took a breath, he was about to blow up after 2 years in the training pod. Suddenly I felt that there was a hand pulling myself behind my back, and it turned out to be So Polly, who didn't understand and saw myself. Don't worry, I forgot, you don't know how to talk yet, settle down first, and I'll teach you how to speak. Reg looked around and felt a lot of gas. There are really a lot of masters on this planet, and I don't know if it's a monster or a human. No matter what, hide the spaceship first, and find a place to hide and settle. Reg immediately divided 5 by 2, and took leaves and other things to cover the pit, allowing the ship and Rito to hide. He had crossed over to this place, and there was nothing but a method of controlling chi in his head. He has been practicing this silently for the past 2 years, which is not what Reg in the original book will be, so he, the new voice of Reach, will be. After 2 years of study, he has been able to perfectly control the chi in his body, that is, the Saiyan energy, so that he can hide the chi and not be discovered by those detectors. He also learned this trick, and he could freely master 50,000 combat power, at this age. You must know that Broly was born with 10,000 combat power. But he didn't get the method of cultivation, and when he was a child in Wanpaxing, he only had a combat power of 930. The rest of the slumbering were hidden, and Reg learned the control of chi, and naturally he could master 50,000 combat power. So the numbers he got right here were done with a few crackles, except that he had no combat experience and methods. Let's go. Hiding the ship, Rigra's little hand of Supri ran away as fast as he could. As soon as they left, several frog-like 3-dimensional monsters flew here. A monster with one horn said, "Didn't you say it felt like it was here? Why didn't there be any movement at all?" A few of them looked left and right, and found nothing. There are a lot of masters here, but there are very few perception chi, technology, etc. It should be gone. Let's go, let's chase, otherwise it will be troublesome. There is such a big movement, and it still needs to be dealt with. The 4 corners said. The 4 of them were just ordered to come here to investigate. This planet is also powerful, and according to the breath, the highest combat power is higher than that of King Vegeta, as for how many are not clear. Anyway, it's definitely above Reg, he's the king of the world's forces, and of course it's not up to him yet. Moreover, King Vegeta's investigation of the affairs of this planet is not accurate, so he does not know about the affairs of this planet. Alright, let's stop arguing, let's go after it. You see, the two-horned monster found the footprints on the ground, so he fell down to look. It must be their footprints, we can find them along the way. The triangular monster nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree with this. Okay, in that case, let's go. They set off as they ran towards the footprints of several bursts of energy. On the other side, Regress Supri was running fast when he suddenly sensed something was wrong and stopped. Supri looked at Reg suspiciously, although she didn't know how to speak, but her learning wisdom was there, and she understood doubts, but she just didn't know how to express them. Reg patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's okay, it turned out to be footprints. A few of them chased after me, then use a few of you to test my strength. Reg had already felt 4 chi chasing after him, and in terms of combat strength, he was afraid that it was more than 7,000, 1 more than 4,000, and 2 5,000. Good guys, the monster race Asians here are much more powerful than those soldiers and warriors, and if the Scions are not able to be transformed into giant apes, I am afraid it will be difficult to get the name of a fighting nation in the universe. You hide first, don't come out, no matter what happens, don't come out. Reg knew that Supri didn't understand, but he was still subconsciously used to speaking. Forget, you don't understand yet. So he pushed Subari aside and hid, don't come out. I also use gestures. Super Raccoon nodded as if he didn't understand, don't come out. Yes, don't come out. Seeing that she had learned a little, Reg laughed, jumped up to 10 meters, and then fell to the other side. Come on, you 3, I'm waiting for you guys. He's going to use these guys to improve his fighting skills, and it's his first time fighting. Sure enough, after waiting for a few seconds, the 4 frog monsters with strange tentacles appeared. Reg wasn't nervous at all when he saw this. It was false, but since he became Reg, he had an arrogance, the arrogance of being the strongest Saiyan. It was this arrogance that made him not retreat, but stood motionless here and waited. Of course, it's not that Reg is bad, but that it always takes a little time to pass in his heart. Chapter 7 007 Who is that? The frog monster was puzzled, looking at Reg with a strange expression. After all, it is in the form of an animal here, and when you see a creature in human form, you will naturally become an outlier. Hey, what are you? Shouted the 4-cornered monster in the air. How strange it felt to ask. What are you? Look. Reg retorted, then jumped over and said hit it. I saw a lump of muscle suddenly appear on Reg's small arm, and then punched the 4-cornered monster. Poof! Unimpressed, the 4-cornered monster was hit in the chest by Reg's punch, and green liquid came out like a spray of water. Looks like it's blood, right? After all, there is a fishy smell in these liquids, which is no different from blood, but the color is different. It's not good, don't be careless. The corner monster is the leader, with a combat power of more than 7,000, and he was the first to react and directly wary of reach. Others reacted and joined in. Damn, since he killed the 4th, go and die. The triangular monster shot a beam of light directly from his fingernails. Reg's eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped out of the way, and there was a boom on the ground. Ah! The 2-cornered monster raised the sword in his hand and chirped. A beam of sword chi attacked down, intending to split Reg in 2. When Reg was about to hit the tree, he suddenly flicked his tail and hooked the tree hook next to him. It's so dangerous. What? Before Reg could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the sword chi was already approaching, and in a hurry, he directly burst out of chi. Sneer. I only saw an invisible fighting chi erupt from Reg's body. This is chi, and he immediately blasted this sword chi away with a punch, and then jumped over. Ha! Sneer! I saw 3 colorless chi fists pierce the body of the 2-cornered monster, and then Reg fell, flipped over and landed steadily. Boom! There was a loud bang. The explosion rang out over Reg's head like fireworks, and shook the entire area. How can it be? The corner monster and the triangular monster suddenly looked at Reg in disbelief. This little thing is so powerful. At this moment, they no longer dared to underestimate this little thing. They didn't think that just now, since it burst out with such a powerful energy. In their place, combat power is called energy, which is actually similar to what Reg and others understand, but there are big and small. Why, don't you dare to go up? Reg saw that they were stunned, and spoke fiercely to them, and here their language was almost the same. It's just that the form and type are different, and the other methods of fighting, language communication, and so on are the same. They see Reg as a monster, and Reg sees them as a monster, just like Kazuo Yamamoto said when I had a date with a zombie. If there are more people, zombies are monsters, but if there are more zombies, people are monsters. Here, too, there are the most 3-dimensional frog monsters, but the human-type ones are Reg and Tsubasayus, so to the local forces, they are monsters. Getting back to the point, where did the horned monster and the triangular monster dare to go up at this time? They immediately ran away, and Reg was helpless. He can't fly now, after all, he hasn't learned all the methods of controlling chi, so he hasn't learned how to control chi to fly. Run, then forget it. In desperation, Reg had to take his future wife Supa Beaver to stay away from here, lest they bring someone back, and then it would be difficult to do it. And in the first battle, Reg gained a good harvest, and he could feel free to use chi to fight. Eventually, on the edge of a cliff, Reg and his Super Raccoon arrived here, away from those gases. Let's settle here. Reg looked at the cave under the cliff. It was not bad, he chose this place. Supa Beaver nodded, and Reg explained a lot of things along the way, and she didn't seem to understand. Goo 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 goo. Suddenly there was a stomach scream. It turned out that the two of them were hungry, and yes. Scions. Wait a minute. Reg immediately ran out. Scions have a great appetite, and even when they are very young, they are still very good at eating. He had just seen a lot of wild beasts around him, so he went hunting. Super Raccoon is still very obedient, and he sat down here without stepping out of the house. The cave is very clean and naturally formed. It is very suitable for living, which is why Reg chose this place, and at the same time, he sighed that he was going to live a primitive life. Outside here, Reg lived a very chic primitive life, and beat a few wild monsters, similar to dinosaurs but not dinosaurs, and was killed by him anyway. One man dragged 3 dinosaurs many times larger than him back to the cliff, and below was a jumping river. Oh, it's worthy of a scion body, dragging such a heavy thing, since I don't feel tired. Reg looked at himself in surprise. In his previous life, he was not so awesome. Carrying a 50-pound thing, tired and out of breath without taking 2 steps, is simply 2 different situations from now. Okay, let's work, otherwise my future wife will starve to death. So Reg peeled the skin and cramped, started a fire to roast meat, and it was the first time he did this, and he came to this Villa Star and began his primitive life. On the other side, the horned monster and the triangle monster returned to their leader to report the crisis. Oh, are they here? Listen to the description of the horned monster, as if this golden blue frog monster had some cognition, since it seemed to guess Reg's identity. Does he have a tail? Behind his ass? Yes, there's a tail, black and fluffy. What's wrong? Asked the corner curiously. Scions, I didn't expect them to be in trouble since they were staring at here. Hearing this leader really knew the Scions, and immediately revealed their identities. Listen, the Scions are the most powerful fighting people in the universe, and I command, from now on, don't go to him. Saiyan, are you a great man, chief? You're no match either, asked the triangular monster cautiously, as if the little thing didn't seem to have as much energy as their leader. You know what, you don't know anything, once they transform, we will definitely die, and I am no opponent, so from now on, don't go to him. Their leader cursed angrily. Just kidding, his true identity is an outsider. A few years ago, he encountered a Saiyan destruction on a planet, ruined the planet, and at the last moment he escaped successfully. I came here, but the spaceship exploded, and I couldn't leave here, so I set up a force in the local area and became a mountain king here. Cheng thought, since the Saiyan still found this place, he couldn't escape, so he could only temporarily cram. Try not to take the initiative to provoke the Saiyan, and see if he could escape this catastrophe. After all, he has seen the horror of the Saiyan invasion of the strongest giant ape, he is not an opponent, and the shadow in his heart is not small. Chapter 8:008. After about an hour, the scent spread all around, attracting a lot of animals, as well as the Supa beaver. I can't help it, I'm so hungry. As for the animals, they were already scared away by Reg's momentum, and then here, the roasted meat grabbed with their bare hands was given to the future wife to eat. Come, eat like this. Reg is not the original Reg now, he has a cold personality, and his current personality does not match his expression, but there is no way, this is where he is now. In this way, Reg taught the Supa Bivon language while practicing himself. Who taught them in the original book, Reg doesn't know, anyway, now is what he would have been. Scions have fast growth and slow growth, and Reg and Supri belong to the fast growth type, as opposed to the Dragon Ball protagonist Kakarot. The fast-growing type is the height that grew up to the height of Bulma when he was a child, that is, before the age of 18, to the kind where he met Son Goku in the original book when he was looking for Dragon Ball. Of course, it is impossible for Reg to be just over 2 years old now, but he is a fast-growing type, and it shouldn't be long before he can do it. And the slow-growth type is like Monkey King, before the age of 18, a little child, after the age of 18, just like a female college student 18 changes, she has changed her height. In the original book, he was a little kid before he went to the gods to cultivate, and when he came back, he was exactly 18 years old and became a handsome pot. If it weren't for that unique hairstyle, his friends wouldn't have recognized him. On the other side, on the side of the Frozen Demon clan, Frisia and his brother Gula have returned here. They had all been summoned back by their fathers. "Oh, why are you back?" said Frisia, who was not very good, and it seemed that the two brothers were in a normal relationship. Gula smiled, "My father called me back, and so must you." He is more like a hypocrite with a knife in his smile than Frisia, and Frisia is like a ruthless man. Frozen demons are frozen demons, and each one is very strange. Humph, I don't know which of Dad's tendons is wrong, since he called us back at this time. Frisia said with a depressed expression. "Don't say so much, let's go inside." In a royal palace, where many warriors were located, Frisia and Gula traveled all the way, and it didn't take long to reach the main hall. There was a tall frozen demon sitting on the throne, with 2 curved horns, as straight as Frisia's nose, and a long tail, similar to Frisia's second form. There are only 6 toes in total, and it is none other than the Kurdish king. The Kurdish king is the head of the Frozen Demon clan, the shadow ruler of the organization, and in addition to his family and direct subordinates, even the kind of special forces are unaware of the existence of the Kurdish king. "You're back." The wine glass held by the Kurdish king. "Life is not happy, this is the frozen demon." Frozen demons are the only sapient beings that survive on planets very far away from the sun in their galaxy, and the air is thin, and they can transform into a variety of different forms. And they can also reproduce parthenogenesis like the Nameeks, but they are not oviparous but viviparous. And the Frozen Demon clan, which can survive in a harsh environment, has evolved a powerful physical ability, does not need water and heat, and can live in a vacuum for several weeks. When they entered the interstellar civilization, they realized their strength and quickly dominated the universe. Passed down from generation to generation, they learned hatred, greed, technology, and fighting, and then a civil war broke out among the clans. The long civil war, the arrival of the superior warriors, and the subterfuge of the lower races have caused the frozen demon to shrink to a time when all of them have only one offspring. When only the last clan remained, they thought it was time for final peace, but they were wrong. Why? Because there are individual differences in the lifespan and appearance of the frozen demon clan, it is a matter of lifespan. And each frozen demon was born in its primitive form, but in the past few generations, the frozen demon has caused trouble because of excessive strength, because they don't know how to control power, and small movements can cause great damage, so they created the transformation of attenuating power. This transformation is good for controlling power, but for the Kurdish king, Gula, and the Frisia family, their forms are extremely similar, and those who do not control themselves in the end will minimize their power and are a very powerful race. Of course, they are frozen in ice after birth, and they will not be unsealed until they are mature. There are only 3 frozen demons in the northern galaxy, and that is the Frisia family, which is now these 3. Of course there is one, but it is not yet the time for him to come out. Gula and Frisia saluted their father together. After all, the Kurdish king was still their father, and no matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't break out. Frisia was the first to speak. Dad, I wonder if there is anything wrong with calling us back this time. They're all busy, and everyone has a whole bunch of things on their hands that they haven't taken care of. Yes, father, I wonder if something big happened when you asked us to come back this time. Gula also spoke, not only Frisia, but also him. The Kurdish king looked at the two of them questioning, and suddenly his heart was angry. What's the matter? I can't call you back. Well, of course not, my father was furious. Gula apologized immediately anyway, but Frisia looked disdainful. His father, who had no strength, was still pointing fingers here. Frisia now says this about his father, and it's no wonder that in the original book, when Dragon Ball Super was in the Dragon Ball Super, after Sob resurrected him, he ordered him not to resurrect his father. To get back to the point, in a word, Frisia is straight to the point and doesn't like these. The Kurdish king also knew the character of his 2 sons, so he put down the wine glass and stood up. The tall body of the sycamore was really not covered. At least it's pretty good to pretend to be tall. I called you back this time to remind you that our frozen clan is the strongest in the universe, but there are still 2 people that we can't afford to mess with. What, Nanny? Frisia and Gula were taken aback, and stared at the Kurdish king, as if to ask again, did I hear me wrong? Also, after all, they have been crisscrossing the universe for so many years, and they have always been invincible, and almost invincible. Now when I suddenly hear that there are people they can't afford to mess with, my first reaction is naturally disbelief. Of course. They think they are invincible, but it is just their wishful thinking. At least it is very simple for the Realm King God to crush Frisia at this time, of course, only limited to the current Frisia with 150 million combat power. It will be different in the future. That's right, you heard it right, that's it, there are 2 big guys in the universe that we can't afford to mess with. The Kurdish king read their expressions, and without waiting for them to ask, he opened his mouth to ascertain their thoughts. I'm calling you back this time. That they may tell you who they are, that you may not meet them. I don't know if I provoke them alive or dead, and no one will be able to save you when the time comes. Chapter 9 009 Gula and Frisia heard this, looked at each other, and then said in unison, Daddy, who the hell is it? The Kurdish king suddenly became serious. There has always been a rumor in our clan, one of them is the ancient demon Bu, who is extremely terrifying, and we can't afford to provoke it. Oh, Majin Bu. Gula and Frisia heard the word and memorized the name. Although their father likes to nag, they believe that their father will not lie to them about such serious matters. If it was because of this to call them back, it would be reasonable, but they are all arrogant frozen demons, so naturally they won't fully believe that the demon Bu is invincible, they can't beat it, and so on. "Dad, what about the other one?" asked Frisia. The Kurdish king only said the first one, Majin Bu, just said that there are two, then there is one more. There's one more terrifying. At this, the Kurdish king showed a sense of fear. Yes, fear. Oh! Frisia and Gula wondered, and they noticed their father's eyes. Who the hell is this father of theirs who can make them feel terrible? "Dad, who the hell is it?" "Beerus, the god of destruction, is the most terrifying being in the universe." Beerus, the god of destruction. For some reason, Gula and Frisia trembled at the same time when they heard the name, as if there was a force in the dark that made them remember the name. This. Gula and Frisia glanced at each other, and it was clear that their expressions were the same, indicating that they both felt this way. Beerus, the god of destruction. That's right, god of destruction, Beerus. King Kurdish turned. If Majin Bu were to compete with him, I would rather fight Majin Bu than face Beerus. You still can't understand it, but remember that it's better to pretend to be a grandson when you meet them, or you will die. The Kurdish king paused, and threw them a picture of Beerus. This is Beerus, the god of destruction, you must keep it in mind, otherwise one day you will provoke him without opening your eyes. Don't say that I didn't warn you, he killed you, and none of us can avenge you. Day after day, year after year, more than 4 years have slowly passed again. Villa Star. In a flat place, surrounded by green meadows, there is a banging sound here. The closer you look, the clearer it is that this is two people sparring, a man and a woman. They quickly fight boxing, and finally the two quickly separate after the woman's full blow. The woman's short hair, less than 1 meter, approaching, slender, wearing a combat uniform, is a little beauty, and she can't be evaluated before she grows up. The man is 1 meter below and is about to approach. His forehead is high, there is a row of sharp bangs in front of his forehead. The forehead and eyebrows are prominent, the two sides of the forehead are like a heart, the eyebrows are wide and the eyes are long, there is a slight black shadow at the corner of the eyes are murderous, the flame-like black hair is raised high, the eyebrows are stiff, the eyes are enlarged, and the bridge of the nose is tightly straight. The trembling murderous aura revealed all over his body is innate, not caused by him killing too many people. He's been here for more than 4 years, and he's not going to kill people other than hunting creatures. The two of them are Reg and Subasayan, and in the past 4 years, they have both grown a lot taller. No, brother Reg. You're too powerful, I can't. The little raccoon gasped, henceforth it was called Super Raccoon. Reg was speechless when he heard this. How did this sentence sound weird? What do you call me too powerful? You can't do it. If you don't pay attention to the words you use, you will always think about it. Alright, let's take a break. Reg took his breath as he spoke, lying on the ground head on, his hands on his head looking at the sky. He was now training his sister in the role of an older brother. Brother Reach, I didn't expect that since you had created such a powerful cultivation method by yourself, I couldn't believe that I was so powerful. The raccoon was also lying directly next to Reg. Reg didn't say anything about this, he naturally couldn't tell the truth, saying that it was inexplicably in my head. 4 years ago, after settling down here, Reg spent more than half a year teaching the fox language, and then taught her the use of Qi and instructed her how to practice Qi control. And Reg himself runs on boulders every day to exercise his physique, and now he can carry a ton of weight without feeling gravity. Don't doubt it, this is the strength of Reg, the legendary scion. Maybe he doesn't have the kind of Broly who can improve his combat power without cultivating, but once he cultivates, he won't be as uncontrollable as Broly. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan doubles every year after birth, which is terrifying. Reg doesn't know if it's true or not, the Super Saiyan in the original book was at the time of the destruction of Vegeta. The legend of the Super Saiyan left by Bardock, who traveled through time and space to the past, but this Super Saiyan legend is different from the legendary Super Saiyan of Broly. The Super Saiyan left by Bardock is the main legend in Dragon Ball, and his son Son Goku, grandson Son Gohan, and Prince Vegeta have all reached this level in the later stage. And the legendary Super Saiyan refers to a type of Saiyan who only exists in legends, and this kind of strong person relies on bloodline and will be born from time to time at certain intervals. 7th Universe Broly, 6th Universe Cal. Of course, none of this is a problem for Reg, he can surpass them as long as he cultivates. It is not an exaggeration to say that now Reg can already become a Super Saiyan, and his combat power is on the way to cultivation, plus the cultivation method of Chi. There are already so many S cells in his body that it is unreasonable, as long as the combat power keeps up, he can transform without anger. This is the special effect of his strongest Saiyan. More than 3 years of training to be run by Stones and Zama Bulleten have made his combat effectiveness reach 30 million. Once you transform into a Super Saiyan, you can reach 1.5 billion. Although he is the strongest Saiyan, the Super Saiyan he transforms into is also the same as Sun Wukong. And the little fox also reached more than 100,000 combat power with his help. After all, the potential of the little fox can't be compared with him. It's been 4 years, and I don't know what happened to Vegeta, said Reg suddenly. The little fox's eyes were also a little dim when she heard this. She already knew everything during this time. She was driven out by King Vegeta, and she was exiled when she said it nicely. The direct point is to drive it out, who called Reg so perverted, and he was born with 50,000 combat power and directly squeezed him, his father, King Vegeta. If he was in Vegeta, it is estimated that Reg would be the Vegeta king now, and his combat power would be even stronger than now. There is an incomparably huge potential in Reg's body, which will be stimulated as soon as he trains, and he has already inspired such a terrifying thing when he trains with a stone on his back. With the help of regular training, you can inspire more, and your strength will be even stronger. Chapter 10. 010. Brother Reg, why don't we go back? Asked the little fox cautiously, because during this time, she found that Reg was a little annoyed about the matter of Vegeta. Although Reg didn't get angry with her, she didn't break the pot and ask to the end, and when she saw that Reg wasn't excited, she didn't ask. No, let's not go back, it's dangerous to go back. Reg shook his head, he wasn't excited that he could transform into a Super Saiyan now. 1.5 billion combat power may be able to easily beat and kill Frieza, but don't forget, the strongest in this Dragon Ball is not Frieza. It's those gods, the gods of destruction, and those super soldiers in the later period, which are the most terrifying. If he didn't work hard to cultivate at this favorable time, then he would only become him in the original book. Of course, is he weak in the original book? Not weak, the normal has the power to surpass Super Saiyan 4, but the load is too great. He can transform into Super Saiyan 5 and defeat Super 4th Gogeta, but his physique is too weak, and he finally broke his muscles and bones and almost died at the hands of Gogeta. Now he wants to surpass him in the original book, and he in the original book must not exercise his physique too much, and he has not cultivated well to control Chi. Now he has all of these, and if he can't surpass such advantageous conditions, then he can't say it. Getting back to the point, the little fox didn't understand. What's the danger? As long as you return to Vegeta, you are the strongest Saiyan, and the position of King Vegeta is yours. Reg shook his head. Was Super Fox wrong? Yes. Not at all. And that's right, he's now back on Vegeta, and he can indeed be the king of the Saiyans, because he's a Super Saiyan. Even Frieza was no match for him, but it wasn't what he wanted, and he didn't dare to go back now. Because if you are not mistaken, at this time, during this time, Vegeta star will usher in a bad star, which is Beerus, the god of destruction. He was haughty and confident, but he wasn't confident that he could beat Beerus. This guy is the god of destruction, and Reg doubts that he can become a Super Saiyan 5, and he doesn't know if he can beat Beerus. It's not that Super Saiyan 5 can't do it, it's that the god of destruction has never said how powerful it is in history. Where are their limits? None of that. It's like at the beginning, the Super Saiyan God Red Monkey King started a fight with him, and then the Super Saiyan God Blue, which was stronger than the Super Saiyan God Red, couldn't withstand Beerus's finger and was blown up. So, Reg wasn't sure if he could beat Beerus, but one thing he was sure of was that he should be able to have a good fight with Beerus. Of course, he hasn't reached that level yet, and besides, it will take 2 years to go back from here. How long will it take, and how long will it take to return? I don't know if Vegeta was still there when I went back. We're never going back to Vegeta again, and after a while, we're going to Namek. What about the memes? Said Reg, who looked at the little raccoon head, apparently hearing of this place for the first time. That's right, Namek, let's go there, practice well now, there will be stronger enemies in the future, and then we will have the strength to protect ourselves. Reg nodded. He doesn't explain the situation of Namek now, after all, he doesn't know where to start. Not to mention Namek, he is also aspiring. Because of the divine dragon Polenga and the Great Elder. He and Supa needed Polenga's help, and only Polenga could do that. There is also the Great Elder of Namek, who is the supreme ruler of Namek and has the ability to make Dragon Balls. At the same time, he is also the common father and mother of all Nameeks. Nameeks are parthenogenital, and the reproductive method is to spit eggs from the mouth, and according to the different wills and needs of the Great Elders, they produce Nameeks such as intelligence, medicine, and combat. Of course, the most special thing is his ability to develop the potential of others, although Reg can stimulate his own potential and improve his combat effectiveness through cultivation. But it takes time, and there is such a convenient way to save time, so why wouldn't he use it? The flowers bloom on 2 branches, one on each side, on the other side, on the Vegeta side. At this point, just as Reg had feared, Beerus and Ves descended. King Vegeta is also the old A here, so he naturally knows the existence of the god of destruction, so he doesn't greet him immediately, but he is more respectful than when he greets Frieza. Lord Beerus, you're here, please. In the face of Beerus, King Vegeta has to call Lord Beerus, otherwise this moody evil star will kill him directly if he is unhappy. Who will he cry to? Beerus walked behind his back, step by step, with Ves following behind. King Vegeta, who is he? When Beerus walked to the palace, King Vegeta's henchman asked King Vegeta, and before he could finish speaking, he was slapped on the head by King Vegeta. If you don't want to die, shut up. Leaving this sentence, King Vegeta chased after him. In the palace, there are all kinds of delicious food, but they look good and taste average. Tell me something, King Vegeta. Beerus tasted it twice and asked King Vegeta for a word. King Vegeta's eyes widened suddenly, for Beerus somehow, since he was only a centimeter away from him, he was immediately frightened and retreated. By Lord Beerus, I don't understand what you mean, said King Vegeta, in a cold sweat, and as soon as he finished speaking, Beerus stepped on his knees. Thanks to Beerus's ordinary strength, otherwise his brain would have already cracked. Beerus then stepped on King Vegeta's head with one foot, and King Vegeta, despite his pride, did not dare to make any resistance. Vegeta, who was hiding in the shadows, was also startled, because he had just returned from Frieza and had come here to hide and watch. What the hell is that guy, since you put Daddy? Vegeta whispered through gritted teeth, but didn't rush out. Beerus naturally noticed that there were people around, but he didn't break it or pay attention to it. You know, I'm a big-hearted god, but there's only one thing I can't stand in any way, the lack of due respect, the disregard for the behavior of others, you know. Yes, I'm sorry, Vegeta said sorry, and Beerus was forced, and immediately stepped on the ground with his brain, breaking the floor. Vegeta, who was watching this scene in secret, was also scared into a cold sweat. I don't know why, this feeling came out like this. I asked you to bring me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and you snatched it from a certain planet, but you kept the best of the universe for yourself and gave me the second one. Do you think I don't know? Beerus said, grabbing King Vegeta's hair, lifted his brain. Ah! King Vegeta screamed as Beerus smashed his head to the ground with his hands. Feel the pain naturally. Everyone, ask for flowers and vote. Chapter 11. 011. Stop, don't let you do this, ah! Seeing this, Vegeta looked at Vegeta, but Vegeta didn't notice Vegeta. Well, the potential is good, it's a pity, it's a pity. Vis muttered here. He is an angel, so he can naturally see how deep a person's potential is, and he has never seen anyone who has Vegeta's potential except Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta, who Beerus suddenly squinted, suddenly made his whole body incapacitated, and fell directly to the ground. How can it be like this? At this time, Vegeta was still young and didn't know what the hell was going on, so he didn't have the slightest fear except for doubts. Barristan let go of King Vegeta and stood up. You will pay the price for this, Ves, let's go. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a light tap on his cane, Ves took Beerus with him and left the place. Damn! King Vegeta stood up after Beerus had left, and although he was angry, he could not do anything about it. This ancestor, he could not afford to provoke. Someone, take the prince out of Vegeta. Yes. Vegeta was still in a coma at this time, so he didn't know what was going on, so he was taken down. Vegeta was not far away, and Beerus stopped when he heard this, and when he saw this Vegeta, a small ball of starlight sparkled light appeared in his hand. Don't underestimate this ball of light, it's a point of light that can easily destroy a planet. Just as Beerus was about to throw the point of light over, he suddenly stopped. Ves. It's not far from the Frisia Legion, how long does it take to get there? Back to Lord Beerus, it's not far, but it's not close, it takes a minute. Good. Beerus took the spot. Showing a wicked smile, then let Frisia destroy you for me, so as not to say that I am bullying the small. Don't you think, Lord Beerus, that the phrase bullying the small with the big is very much in line with your identity, said wise-quipping Beerus at this time. Destroying the most powerful existence in the God universe, attacking people and destroying planets, and bullying the small with the big is very suitable for Beerus himself. Talkative, go now! Beerus yelled, and at the same time felt extremely embarrassed. The Frisia Legion base is here, and the life that Frisia enjoys here is quite good. Whoosh! Suddenly a gust of wind drifted by, and Frisia didn't notice it, but Beerus and Ves were already behind him. Yo, you're Frisia! Beerus said lightly. Oh! Frisia turned her head at this, her eyes widening and falling straight from the aircraft. But he immediately stood up quickly and bowed his head like a grandson, then. Lord Beerus! Why are you here? He won't forget this appearance. 4 years ago, his father and his brothers called back, just for this. When greeting Beerus, he also quietly looked at Beerus, wanting to see if the strongest god of destruction was terrifying. But before he could look at it, he was directly looked at by Beerus, just like Vegeta, and his body did not obey the call and fell down. But he was much better than Vegeta, that is, he didn't pass out. Frisia, don't try to challenge the patience of the gods. Beerus looked at Frisia, Mi's eyes. The invisible momentum emanating from the top and bottom of the body, the momentum of a superior person, makes others dare not look at it. Maybe this is God, this is the god of destruction. Frisia nodded subconsciously. At this moment, there was no momentum at all. Well, that's good, Frisia has a mission for you. Beerus said to sit down on his throne. At the same time, Frisia found that the shackles of disobedience on his body seemed to be lifted, and it seemed that this was the god of destruction, so he respected Beerus even more and pretended to be his grandson very well. "Lord Beerus, you said that as long as it is a small one can do it, it is incumbent." "Good fellow, Frisia has mastered his father's words, not only the grandson is very good, but even the self-proclaimed little one has been called." "Well, it's good, there's money." Beerus looked at Frisia like this, and wanted to say this, but he was a god of destruction, and his majesty could not be less, otherwise no one would dare to contradict him. "Ahem, that's the case, the scions that this god looks at are very unpleasant. You, go and destroy them all, can you do it?" This, Frisia hesitated, the scion he kept was still useful, but the god of destruction didn't like it, he was very embarrassed, but Beerus's next sentence made him not embarrassed. "Of course, Frisia, if you don't destroy them, then the gods will help them increase their strength to destroy you, knowing that the gods expect a lot from you," Beerus said with a look of righteousness. Vis almost laughed out loud when he saw this. When did Beerus learn to be so shameless? "Please rest assured, Lord Beerus, the little one will do so and let the scions disappear." Frisia is 180-degree change, without hesitation at all. "Just kidding, if the scion doesn't die, he dies." He didn't doubt Beerus's words just now, maybe he didn't believe it before he saw Beerus, but now that he saw it, he naturally had to believe it. "Well, that's right." Beerus is satisfied. At this time, Frisia thought of something, and asked again, "Lord Beerus, do you want to disappear completely?" "That's right, all gone." "What's the problem?" Beerus said. Frisia shook his head. "No, it's just that the scions haven't returned yet, and if they all disappear, it will take a little time to summon them back to Vegetastar and destroy them in one fell swoop." Okay, give you half a year, summon them back, and just like that, the god will go first. Oh yes, if I find out that you lied to me, you will know the consequences." Beerus left here with these words. Where Beerus was, he was very nervous. Beerus left, and the atmosphere was relaxed, and this was the case in Vegeta's palace, and the same was true here in Frisia. "Phew, well, King Vegeta is going to rebel anyway, in that case, it's better to annihilate it in one fell swoop." Frisia walked straight outside to the command room. "Lord Frisia." When the people in the command room saw Frisia coming, they immediately put down their work, stood up straight and saluted. Frisia clicked over and looked at them, "Give an order, and in 3 days call all the scions back to Vegeta." Here on Villa, Reg also took out a map of the universe, as if he was looking for something. There are countless planets in the vast universe marked on the map, and they are like tiny grains of sand spread out on the black scroll of the starry sky, forming a beautiful and brilliant moving picture. Of course, there are also a number of planets suitable for life in the picture. The list is endless, and there are many such planets in the territory of the Northern Galaxy alone. And what Reg is looking for is Namek, and he doesn't know where it is. Not to mention that this is the first time he has come into contact with a map of the universe, not the world, maybe a map of an urban area. Chapter 12. 012. Namek is a planet on the edge of the northern universe, more than 10 times the diameter of Earth. The existence of galaxies on this planet is very special. There are 3 small stars orbiting the planet together, so there is never night. Namek's orbit is elliptical, the eccentricity of the orbit is almost zero, and the average speed of the orbital motion is similar to that of the Earth. The average geological density is 6.85 g/cm3, which is slightly higher than that of Earth. Namek is very far away from Earth, and the fastest spaceship to be copied using the advanced technology of the ancient Namek and the Scions will fly for about a month. Namek's distance from the Earth is about 2.1 billion meters per second by 2,592,000 seconds, which is 54,432 times 10 to the 11th power, or cosmic units. It wasn't easy for Reg to find it. It wasn't easy, he had to get the coordinates to get their ship to get there. Forget it, let's go to the North Galaxy first. Day after day, another month passed, somewhere on this planet Beria. Suddenly, the wind whipped up the sand and dust in the sky, and the sky was obscured by a heavy haze, showing a dull yellow color. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then the earth trembled, and a red mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the distant sky. Moreover, some of the mushroom clouds were very large and hot, like a bright sun suddenly rising, and instantly illuminated a radius of tens of kilometers. Suddenly, the energy brought by the shock wave swept through, and the first was the towering mountains that rose from the ground, and the layer of soil as hard as steel in the terrifying cold wind immediately collapsed in front of the extremely penetrating shock wave, and large rocks collapsed and rolled down, each rock weighing several tons. In that dim vision, two vague figures were flying rapidly, one large and one small. The two figures were constantly changing positions, attacking each other, suddenly disappearing and suddenly appearing, hitting from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Every time they fought, a wave of earth-shattering chi erupted, and a large area of energy shining with a faint blue light ran through the air, drawing a bright and beautiful trajectory in the air. It is Reg and Subasai. A month has passed, and over the years, he and Subasai have been trying to fight each other, and every time Reg suppresses combat power to fight her. Of course, this is not without benefits. At least the fighting method that Reg has practiced himself was created when he simulated a battle with Supabishan. Ha! Ah! At this time, a wave of energy light purple condensed in Reg's hand and gathered on his fist, and he punched over. And Supasaiyan was the same, bursting with fighting energy all over his body. A golden energy bullet came out in the palms of both hands, and then attacked unceremoniously. She knew Reg's strength, so every time she didn't show mercy to her subordinates, she hit hard. But it can't be fought like this. More than 100,000 combat power is fighting with 30 million, even if it is suppressed to more than 100,000, but his agility and reaction will not be greatly weakened to the same realm because of suppression. It will be stronger than more than 100,000. Boom! Reg burst the energy bomb with a punch, and suddenly felt an immediate leap into the air, and saw Supa Fox suddenly pass underneath. And it was supposed that he could slap it down, but he didn't. This is not an enemy, and besides, he is training his future wife, and he can't be ruthless. I don't know if Reg has it in the original book, he can't go down anyway. In this way, the training of this battle between Reg and Supa Beaver ended, and then he went back happily, where Reg built a house, a high-rise building. They are not comfortable here, but on the other side, the leader of the frog monster has been living every day for the past 4 years. Why? It was because of Reg and Subasaiyan. He was afraid that he would be discovered, and he hid every day. No matter how he hid, he heard vibrations from time to time, and the planet trembled. This shock is getting bigger and bigger day by day, which means that the strength of the two of them is getting stronger day by day. Mom sells batches. How long will this kind of hiding take? It's not that he didn't think about escaping during this time, but the key is how to escape. He doesn't have a spaceship, and he can't survive in the starry sky of the universe. Even 3 years ago, he wanted to go over and kill the two of them, but unfortunately, he met Reg for the first time as a giant ape, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to come out again. And Reg is a Scion Prince bloodline, like Vegeta. Vegeta will not lose his mind, and Reg will naturally not lose his mind. Ignore what mood this guy is in here, but on Reg's side, he has already taken out the spaceship that has been hidden for more than 4 years. The ship was adult, and it was unique to the Scion royalty, and King Vegeta took care of him and gave him a way to escape. Namek, alright. Let's start looking here, North Galaxy. Brother Reg, I'm ready. The big bags and small bags of luggage on the back of the little fox made Reg extremely speechless. It's not about clothes, it's about eating, all kinds of dried meat, cured meat, and so on. They always wore Scion battle uniforms here, and there were no spare clothes. Fortunately, this combat uniform grows as they grow up, otherwise they don't know what to wear. All right, let's go. Reg said to open the entrance to the ship, and the two of them entered the ship. Reg tinkered and ignited the engine, although the Scion technology is not the most clever, but the preservation quality is still good. It's been 4 years, but it's just a little spotted on the outside, and the functional parts on the inside, etc., there are a lot of them, and there is nothing wrong with it. Boom la la. After the spacecraft ignited, it suddenly took off, rushed out of the atmosphere at once, and came out of Villa in less than a minute. Villa, where Reg lives on all sides, the leader of the frog monster appeared, and he was also attracted by the light of the fire just now. Spaceship. They have spaceship, damn it, it's so deep hidden, I haven't found it since I've passed by it several times. He was very annoyed by the pit he saw. This was not the first time he had arrived. Before Reg had become a giant ape, he had always hid there and secretly looked for an opportunity to attack. He didn't even realize that the place beneath his feet was where their ship was hiding. Alas, forget it, it's okay to go, I can be my mountain king again. Reg leaves Villa and embarks on a journey into the universe. On the Scion side, in the space of a month, they returned to Vegeta one after another. Because they received a communication from Frisia, allowing them to quickly return to Vegeta. At the same time, they didn't notice that their Vegeta king had not heard from him for half a month, but he had actually taken action. It was to lead people to the Frisia base, intending to sneak attack, and that's it. He didn't know that Frisia had given such an order. No, King Vegeta had already led the Scions to raid Frisia's base, thinking that he could kill Frisia. King Frisia, King Vegeta has brought someone. Frisia was not surprised, as if expected. Don't be surprised, expected. Chapter 13. 013. King Frisia, do you need subordinates to clean him up? A woman with green hair and blue skin, a woman with a male body, was a beautiful man saluting behind Frisia. He is Sabo, one of Frisia's right-hand men. He can enhance his strength through transformation, pay more attention to his external image, and his combat effectiveness is second only to the special forces of Kainu and Frisia's subordinates. His mind is calmer than Dodoria, and he looks gentlemanly on the outside, but he is actually very cruel and ruthless on the inside. In the original book, when he was a Namek, when he fought Vegeta for the first time, Vegeta almost had the upper hand, but he was defeated by his greatly increased strength after his transformation. However, in order to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Sabo was forced to cure Vegeta by order of Frisia. But after Vegeta recovered, his combat power was improved again, and in this way, under their noses, he stole the 5 Dragon Balls that Frisia had captured. Sabo, on the other hand, was given a military order by Frisiaza to capture Vegeta within an hour due to this mistake. In the second encounter with Vegeta, he was attacked by Vegeta and died at Vegeta's hands. Well, that's good, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, I'll leave it to the two of you together, that King Vegeta is not weak, this time it's here, get rid of them. Frisia said as he got up from the aircraft. King Vegeta is up to you, Mr. Sabo, show your strength, and those scions will be handed over to you, Mr. Dodoria. Sabo was obliged, don't worry, Lord Frisia, drink. With a low shout, Sabo changed into a second form, his appearance became ugly, his body was fat, and the pockmarks on his body appeared. The power of this form is his real strength, but it is also what he doesn't want to use, it's too ugly, if it weren't for King Frisia's orders, he wouldn't use it. Ho ho go, take that King Vegeta in one gulp, this king will show him for himself, how stupid he is. Frisia chuckled. Yes. Kill, everyone rush. In the corridor, King Vegeta took a weapon, killed many of Frisia's people, and led the elite of the Scions to rush in together. Just then, Sabo and Dodoria appear and tell them to stop. Sabo, Dodoria. King Vegeta gritted his teeth and threw a punch at him. Pong! Sabo also sent a punch, and King Vegeta was on top of him, and for a while, he was not up or down. That's good, King Vegeta, it's hidden deep enough. Sabo found out that something was wrong with King Vegeta, it was actually 30,000 combat power. However, with the strength of his second form, it is still a trivial matter to fight 30,000 combat strength. Damn, I didn't expect you to be an ugly monster, since that's the case. What he hates the most is that others say that he is ugly in his second form. Kill, the Saiyans swarmed up. It's good to come. Dodoria immediately flashed over and killed people in a group of Saiyans, killing one Saiyan after another with one palm. Except for King Vegeta, there was no one present who had more than 8,000 combat strength at all. How could he resist Dodoria, a monster with more than 10,000 combat power? Suddenly, one by one the Saiyans were killed and wounded, and suddenly Dodoria accumulated energy in his hands, and then sent out a shock wave of condensed energy, which could be launched continuously. Boom! King Vegeta reacted, and when he saw his own situation, he immediately accumulated energy, condensed a red chi in his hand and shot it over. Dodoria was startled and immediately spit out a gas bullet from his mouth to resist, but could he stop it? King Vegeta has 30,000 combat strength, and he is only 22,000, how can he resist? Boom! King Vegeta, your opponent is me. Sabo immediately rushed over to fight King Vegeta. Pong! King Vegeta and Sabo shook hands and stood up, and both of them burst out with their strongest strength, and the energy on their bodies burst out. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the corridor was blown up, and then the two of them flew outside. Fortunately this is the planet, if it is the universe, then King Vegeta will definitely die. Saiyans cannot survive in the universe and breathe without oxygen, and it is unknown whether Sabo can or not. Here in the main control room, Frieza watched it with relish, and he liked it. Not bad, King Vegeta. It's hidden deep enough, even I have been deceived by you, but do you think this little power is enough? Or do you think it's a monkey? Since you plan to become a monkey, let you transform at once, so that you can know before you die that you are a monkey, and you are not my opponent. Frieza sat here on the screen, talking to herself. King Vegeta, this guy is arrogant and ambitious, it's not a day or two, and the Saiyans he left before are still useful, so he just turns a blind eye, now. Ho ho ho, now Beerus wants you to die, go down and complain about Beerus, don't blame me, ho ho. It's a shame that there is no one here, otherwise I would have to be scared to death. Outside, here, there are hundreds of thousands of Saiyans here, all of whom are the elite of Saiyans, and now they are almost dead. Damn it! At this moment, the moon came out, and the remaining Saiyans became excited and appeared outside to shine on the moon together. Oh no! Sabo and Dodoria were too late to stop. Roar! Roar! With a loud roar, I only saw that those Saiyans had turned into giant apes, but their combat uniforms had also grown in size and not broken. Even King Vegeta himself turned into a giant ape, and the leading giant ape looked at Sabo and the others. Ha 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 ha, go die! Boom! The giant ape Shell King shot a bolt of energy from his mouth, directly destroying it, and the power was much greater than that of their previous ones. He is 30,000 combat power, and the giant ape has increased tenfold, 300,000. The other Saiyan giant apes were also around 60 or 70,000, 70 or 80,000, surpassing the people present at once. What should I do? This time it was Sob and Dodoria's turn to be afraid, who was not afraid of death. I'm afraid. But at this time, I'm afraid it's useless, none of the giant ape-like Saiyans present have been beaten by them. Die! The giant ape turned into a punch, although the giant ape's strength increased greatly, but his agility weakened, which also made Sabo and Dodoria dodge for a moment. "Damn, I don't believe it, Don't be able to do it," said the giant ape Bay King, then stretched out his palm, squeezed it gently, and exploded. "What? Die!" Before they could react, the giant ape King Bay slapped him. It's over. Chapter 14. 014. Bang! Only an explosion was heard, but Dodoria and Sabo didn't feel the pain, and they couldn't help but open their eyes. "Thank you, Lord Frisia." The two of them immediately smiled, and it turned out that in an instant, Frisia made a move, and a beam of light passed, piercing the heart of King Vegeta, the giant ape. The gigantic King Bay fell to the ground, motionless, his heart stopping. "Just kidding. The heart is pierced, can you not stop?" In the original book, he was punched in the brain by Frisia and collapsed, and now there was a butterfly effect, and he succeeded in turning into a giant ape, only to die at the hands of a death beam from Frisia. "Ho ho, Saiyan, die!" Frisia laughed and held out a finger, and a beam of death flew through, turning into dozens of small beams of death, killing with one blow. "Directly send all the remaining giant ape-like Saiyans to the western sky. It's just that I don't know if there is a western sky in this Dragon Ball universe." The two of them were also surprised to see Frisia killing like this. They thought they were ruthless enough to kill without blinking, but compared to Frisia, it was far worse. After killing the giant ape-like Saiyans, Frisia took a deep breath, as if it was refreshing. In fact, this is also the case. After all, killing people to please is one of his Frisia hobbies. "Mr. Dodoria, how are the Saiyans gathering?" "Back to King Frisia, it's still a little short. This time, since you want to completely destroy the Saiyans, then you need to gather them all on Vegeta," Dodoria replied. "Well, good, let's let them live a little longer." Another month had passed, and Reg's ship had finally reached the range of the North Galaxy, as they were not far from there, and it would be a month. Whoosh! The ship flew to the edge of a barren planet, where there was nothing and the light withered. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the solar system, Reg would have wondered if it was Saturn. "Brother Reg, what is this place?" Super Saiyan looked curiously left and right, looking like a hillbilly was entering the city for the first time. "The universe is basically dark, everywhere, except for the glowing stars that glow. This is DG Star." Reg looked at the sign on the map of the universe. This map is the Saiyan traveled through the universe, the place he arrived and some unknown places marked out. DG Star is an abandoned planet, where there is no life, and the environment is not very bad, but it is almost impossible to survive. "Brother Reg, what are we going to do here? The map is marked, it doesn't seem to be inhabitable, right?" Supali asked suspiciously, looking at the map marker. "You forgot," I said, "look for Namek, but we don't know the exact location, so we can only come here first and see if we can find clues." Reg laughed, and then took the map and landed on DG Star. "Let's land here first, and rest our feet." Entering the North Galaxy, he naturally entered a god monitoring range, and he happened to be monitoring here that day. One was wearing a black uniform, and there was such a word on his chest, G. In addition, he is not tall, wears a black hat, has blue skin, and has two Teletubbies-like threads on the hat, which can detect everything in the North Galaxy. He is the king of the Northern Realm, one of the 5 kings of the Great Realm. He is in charge of the gods of the Northern Galaxy. He lives with his pet orangutan Barbarous, grasshopper Gurgly, on Boundary Planet, where gravity is 10 times greater than that of Earth. And a pair of antennae have the ability to perceive all galaxies. Although the king of the Northern Realm is not very good at fighting, he has several awesome abilities, such as telepathy. Telepathy is the ability to speak directly to anyone, no matter where that person is, and to speak to the entire planet with the mind, and to have what others say reach everyone's ears. In addition, he also created some powerful tricks, the King of the World Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, These two tricks are one of the famous tricks of the later protagonist Sun Wukong, especially the Yuan Qi bomb. The power of the Yuan Qi bomb is extremely terrifying, but it takes a long time to gather the energy of life, that is, the Yuan Qi, and the maximum amount of Yuan Qi gathered is related to the physical fitness. In addition to gathering its own Yuan Qi, it is necessary to absorb the energy aggregate of a certain creature. Generally speaking, you only need to gather a little bit of vitality from everyone, and the power is very large, and the gathered vitality is in the form of high pressure, and the density is very large, and the seemingly inconspicuous ball can make a planet disappear in an instant. In addition, the vitality bullet can control the burst of power, so that the attack does not spread to other places, and only attacks the target that the user is trying to attack. The power of the vitality bullet can knock the enemy to the point where not a single cell is left to die, and the advantage is that no matter how strong the opponent is, it cannot be regenerated. In addition to collecting the energy automatically, it can also be provided by a person with both hands raised, and the latter can collect more energy faster and more. In the original book, in the final decisive battle with Majin Buu in Dragon Ball Z, Son Goku used this method to eliminate Majin Buu. There is also Dragon Ball Super. When the power conference is held, Sun Wukong also gathers energy to gather vitality bombs in this way. In addition, when Dragon Ball GT was used, Monkey King also used the power of the Yuan Qi bomb to kill the Super One-Star Dragon. There is also the King Fist of the Realm. This move is not a move to directly attack the opponent, but to increase the strength, speed, attack power, and defense of his body by several times, especially many. Of course, there are also disadvantages to breaking the bull, and this trick also has a great negative impact on the body, and if it is beyond the range that your body can accept when using it, the body will collapse. In the original book, when Sun Wukong and Frieza frequented, he increased the Realm King Fist to a maximum of 20 times, and when he fought with Rib Rice in Hell, he used the Super Realm King Fist in the Super Saiyan state. To get back to the point, the King of the Northern Realm was scared of Reach's anger. Don't forget, the King of the Northern Realm is also a god no matter what he says, although his strength is not good, but his other abilities should not be underestimated. For example, the sensing ability. He could naturally feel that the chi on Reg's body was terrifying. What are the Saiyans doing here? What are they doing here? The King of the Northern Realm is in a hurry, and the name of the Saiyans is full of evil, but here is Thunderous in their Realm King. It is rumored throughout the universe that the Saiyans are the second terrifying guy after the Frieza Legion. Every time they set their sights on a planet, that planet was going to be unlucky, and it didn't take long for them to take it down. There are only two people, I hope they don't come to wreak havoc. It was useless for the King of the Northern Realm to be anxious, so he could only comfort himself like this, otherwise he couldn't do anything. Of course, he was in a hurry here, and Reg didn't notice that the King of the Northern Realm had discovered their whereabouts at all, and the spaceship had already entered DG Star. Finally landed. The light-withered planet that Reg looked at still had a little bit of water after coming in, such as a small river in his eyes. Chapter 15. 015. The river is very small, and if you don't come in and are outside the planet, you can't see it at all, which is quite amazing. Wow, since there's still a river, why didn't you see it just now? Reg looked at Sebastian's eyes as if his eyes were glowing, his face full of anticipation. Reg smiled bitterly. He naturally knew what this little girl was thinking. Take a bath. Okay, let's go see. Reg immediately nodded in agreement, then opened the door and went out. Oh my god! As soon as he came out, Reg was depressed. Nemas, why is it so hot, and the map is completely two-sided? It's so hot, brother Reg, let's get over there, I haven't taken a shower in a month. Okay, let's go. Reg didn't refuse, and immediately exploded and flew away. Using chi to fly, Super Saiyan can't do it, after all, she can't understand chi yet, so she can't use chi to fly. Although this air flight is similar to the sky dance technique, it is also different, and this chi flight created by Reg can also join the battle and be used to increase speed in battle. And the dancing technique is only used for flying, and there is no other use for anything else. When they reached the creek, Supa was about to jump into the water, but Reg suddenly stopped her. "Brother Reg, what are you?" Supa Beaver suddenly looked at Reg with a complaining face, and it was all on his lips. "Why is this happening? Don't look at it, there's something wrong with this river." Reg ignored her gaze before uttering his words. "What's wrong? I can't say it, I always feel that something is wrong. You look around, it's dry and dry, why is there a river here, and it's not dry, there must be a cat in here." Reg said, half lying down and looking at a pile of skeletons on the ground. "This is not a human skeleton, it is more like an animal, there is no life here, where are the animal skeletons?" When Supa Saiyan saw that Reg was so serious, he immediately stopped being coquettish, because in the past few years, Reg has always loved her very much and has never let her suffer. "Well, in fact, I didn't meet anyone else, and I didn't know what it was to lose." "No." Reg suddenly felt angry. Yes, it was anger for him. To others, it's energy fluctuations. Although this trace of chi was very hidden, but when Reg was about to touch the pool of water, a trace of breath suddenly appeared, but it disappeared in an instant. But he was sure he didn't feel wrong. Sure enough, Reg stood up, and the hand that he immediately pulled Super Raccoon jumped up, and at the same time his left hand condensed an air bullet and shot towards the pool of water. Boom! A mushroom cloud exploded, and Reg and Supa landed on top of a mountain. "Brother Reg, what are you doing? How did you blow up that pool of water?" Reg smiled mysteriously. "Is that water? Look closely." When Supa Saiyan heard this, he looked curiously at the place, and was startled, since the pool of water stood up. "How could this? I said what that breath was all about, it was this thing." Reg smiled, it looked like a jellyfish. The main component of the jellyfish body is water, and it is composed of two germ layers, and there is a thick medium gum layer between the two layers, which is not only transparent, but also has a floating effect. When they are moving, they use the water spray reflex in their bodies to move forward, and from a distance. They look like a round umbrella swimming quickly in the water. Some jellyfish have a variety of colors on their umbrellas, and in the blue ocean, these jellyfish of different colors are very beautiful. But this is just a jellyfish, not a jellyfish, its sea color is the same as water, it lies there, I don't know if it thinks it's a pool of water. When you get close, you will be absorbed by it, and those skeletons should have accidentally touched it, absorbed by it, and only a skeleton was left to spit out. "Brother Reg, what kind of monster is it?" Supa startled. Reg shook his head, "I don't know, this is DG Star, it should be a creature of DG Star." Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the monster stood up and became a three-dimensional form, but it had no skin or face, just a three-dimensional humanoid form. It had 2 eyes, a mouth, and no nose, and it spat out 2 balls of saliva-like things to attack it. Reg almost spit out when he saw this. "Damn, I haven't attacked yet, since you are the first to strike, right, then let you see, the last to come." Boom! I only saw a flick of air from Reg, bursting its 2 balls of saliva, and then gathering air. Ha! Ah! I saw Reg clenching his hands into fists, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he whispered loudly. Suddenly, an overwhelming momentum erupted with Reg as the center, and the surrounding area was like a huge piece of land around him. Like a magnet, the surrounding rocks were drawn away from the ground, floating and spinning haphazardly around him. The air currents of DG Star spread out with an incomparable terrifying momentum, causing the electric ions floating in the atmosphere to slowly converge into shining electric light that meandered like a dragon. Then these signs disappeared, and only a light purple fighting aura came from Reg's body. His face was cold, his eyes were turbid, and his hair stood on end. This is the outbreak of his normal 30 million combat power, Don't underestimate this monster, the combat power is not low. Little fox, you hide first. Supa Beaver was obedient and immediately jumped out of the place, and Reg swished. The monster seemed to sense something, and as he flung his hand to the back, there was a boom and a light broke his hand. Reg passed by here, and this monster was more than 50 meters tall. Ha! Reg turned the energy into the shape of a lilac sword, and it became huge, becoming more than 10 meters long, and then slashed at the top of the monster's head with a sword. Roar, roar, roar! The monster roared, and energy also came out of its body, mixed with pale green and cyan, but it couldn't stop Reg's sword from slashing down. Keep an eye on. The sword struck it on the head, directly bursting his burst of energy. Reg also sensed that he had encountered hard goods in his hand, which should be the head of this monster. Drink! Sneer! Reg let out a low shout, and the fighting energy on his body burst out again, and then the sword slashed down. Directly tore this monster in half, and then collected this chi sword, condensing energy in the palm of his hand. Go! Tweet! Reg shot a lilac wave of Qigong over, similar to Vegeta's, the super afterburner cannon. Bang! After a loud bang, the monster exploded, and it exploded by Reg's Qigong wave. Seeing this, Reg retracted his breath, and his hair fell down. And his forehead was as smooth as Vegeta's in the original book. But now the hair on his forehead was covered, showing that he had a sense of nobility, unlike Vegeta and King Vegeta. Chapter 16 016 Brother Reg, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the battle was over, Supa came running. Don't worry, I'm fine. Reg took a breath. This was the first time in his cultivation history that he had killed a killer, not counting when he first arrived on Planet Villa. This monster's chi is quite strong, and I feel that it may not be its opponent. After making sure Reg was okay, Supa turned the conversation to the monster. That's right, this monster has a million combat power, and if Reg wasn't inexperienced enough and not suitable for real combat, he wouldn't have used his normal full strength. Is like Broly in Dragon Ball Super. At that time, he was not used to fighting. As soon as he started, he had no strength but couldn't fight, and he was beaten by Vegeta. It was also in this battle that he adapted to the battle, and soon fought back, the same principle, so did Reg. He also needs a master to spar, but he is many times better than Broly. He already knows how to fight, and he just used all his strength to try the power of his full strength, and secondly, he didn't want to waste time. You know, he's here for a purpose. Don't worry, you can become more powerful in the future, and you will become a Super Saiyan. Reg patted the Supa Fox Federation and said seriously. Thank you Brother Reg, I'll definitely try my best. It's just Super Saiyan. It may be just a legend to me. Although Supa said this, he obviously did not believe it. She knows her own potential, she doesn't have the terrifying potential of Reg, and if she wants to become a Super Saiyan, I'm afraid she won't have a chance. She knew that Reg was already a Super Saiyan, because when he could transform, Reg didn't hide it, and transformed directly. Getting back to the point, Reg saw that there was no more to say. Super Saiyan can be achieved as long as he works hard. What is the combat power of the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku? Lower level warrior, combat power 2. But people worked hard, and no matter how difficult it was, they survived it and became a Super Saiyan. Dragon Ball Super has also become the god of Super Saiyans, a free and extreme skill that is difficult for gods to master. In Dragon Ball GT, it has become Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan V, although it contains the help of the protagonist's aura. But as long as you work hard, there are times when garbage evolves, and I don't see the genius warrior Vegeta, who has been surpassed by the lower level warrior Sun Wukong again and again, and the biggest reason is that the effort also has the protagonist's aura and amazing understanding, and Vegeta is one step ahead of each other. Let's go, and see if there are any life forms on this planet. Although Reg didn't have a gap in chi, some creatures were devoid of chi, or they were born with a hidden aura. On Vegeta's side, the scions have almost returned at this time, and those who haven't come back are only some of the ones who followed Vegeta on a mission. Enlightened King Frisia, the scions have basically returned except for Vegeta. Dodoria came in to report that he had contacted Vegeta, but Vegeta ignored him. "Oh, is this Prince Vegeta?" Frisia listened, touching his chin and thinking, "Then he will stay, maybe he can become my right-hand man in the future, ha 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 ha." Dodoria and Sabo frowned slightly when they heard this. Is King Frisia going to cultivate another person? Vegeta is a talent, he has 7,000 combat strength at a young age, and maybe in the near future, he may surpass the two of them. Thinking of this, Dodoria and Sabo felt a pressure from Vegeta. "I couldn't agree on one thing in my heart, that is, Vegeta can't be given a chance to improve his combat effectiveness in the future. Otherwise, they will lose their value in front of Frisia." Of course, they also thought so, and now they didn't dare to expose it in front of Frisia, and it was hard to guarantee that Frisia would not kill them. Frisia is famous for killing people without blinking. It's not a pity to kill people. They finally became Frisia's celebrities, but they don't want to get a box lunch so soon. Let's go to Vegeta." After a while, outside Vegeta, there were people from Frisia everywhere, and the water surrounding this place was impassable. Frisia, a scion with special hair and a cross scar on his face, came up, and when he saw Frisia coming out, he immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He is none other than the first Super Saiyan in history, Bardock. He hasn't crossed back yet, and he's still an ordinary scion, so he's also warlike, but compared to other simple and rough scions, he still has cool judgment and a little bit of humanity. Since his act of saving his kind is rare for a scion, he is popular among a section of the lower fighters. He is a low-level warrior. Almost all scions are low-level fighters. There are only about 10 mid-level fighters, and the only high-level fighters are King Vegeta and Vegeta. Bardock is at a relatively high level among the lower-level fighters, but he cannot become a middle-level warrior. Even so, through his own efforts, he reached more than 10,000 combat strength. This Dragon Ball is biased towards the new version of that Dragon Ball. Bardock is not so indifferent, but his wife Gnei is in love and married, and she is also very concerned about her children, which is a rare type among scions, and is also respected by other scions. He is also not like in the original book. When he invaded Konafloxa, he was attacked by the surviving warrior Duolo with a magic fist and had the ability to predict. Now he is just a special scion, and he senses that Frisia is coming, and King Vegeta has not been heard from for a while, so he can only come out. Ho ho ho! Frisia was very proud to look at Vegeta, and the probe on his right eye detected that the scions were basically here. "Very good, scion, today is your end." "What?" Bardock immediately put on a fighting stance, but it was useless. Frisia didn't intend to fight them hand-to-hand at all. I saw Frisia sitting on the flying machine, and a small ball of energy came out of her fingers. In an instant, it only took 2 seconds, and the energy ball suddenly became 100-fold huge, almost the same as a third of the Vegeta star. It's not that big in the original book. For Frisia, this is called a star bomb. Gather energy with your index finger and condense it into a planet-like super-huge energy projectile, which once killed Bardock, and the planet Vegeta was destroyed by this move. Die, ho ho ho! Without hesitation, Frisia threw the starburst bomb down, and together with Bardock, he pressed down Vegeta. Ah! Bardock was suddenly overwhelmed and unable to resist, and as he entered the atmosphere, a black hole suddenly appeared and sucked him away. And that starburst bomb hit Vegeta and went directly into Vegeta's core. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Vegeta, and it exploded directly like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The sparks from the explosion come out and look beautiful, and Frisia's favorite thing to see is such a view. Ho ho! Philo 18th Anniversary Brand Upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 17. 017. Reg, who was in Dejixing, suddenly felt a pain in his heart. What's going on? How could I? Since he felt heartache, how could this be possible? But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't have nostalgia in this world. Wait, is it Vegeta? Thinking of this, Reg is sure, calculate the time, I'm afraid it will also be the moment of the destruction of Vegeta. Brother Reg, what's wrong with you? Supali saw that Reg was sad. It's okay, Vegeta, Saiyan, they're all dead. Reg thought about it and decided he should tell her, so he explained it roughly. After a while, she finished speaking, but Supa was not sad at all, for her, Vegeta was just a name. The Saiyans were just a clan, and she hadn't seen anybody, except for Reg. Don't worry, brother Reg, the Saiyans still have you and me. I'm fine, don't bother with Vegeta, it's not there anymore, we continue with our goal. Seeing that she was okay, Reg also collected his mood and continued with his goal. He was originally capable of rescuing the Saiyans, but he didn't. Each Saiyan is very arrogant, not to mention that he doesn't like to manage anything, and he loves to be free and free. Is that Kakarot? Reg suddenly saw a meteor light falling outside DG Star, which was actually a spherical spaceship. This is the North Galaxy, and the Earth is in this area, and suddenly a Saiyan spherical spaceship came, except for the Dragon Ball protagonist Kakarot, Son Goku. There won't be a second person passing by at this time. But he didn't pay attention to it, everyone had their own way to go, and so did he. Frisia Legion Base. Lord Frisia, what do you say to Vegeta? Said Frisia had just returned when Dodoria asked about it. Well, give the people involved in this matter a warning, and no one is allowed to expose this matter. Frisia said, then paused, and continued. As for Vegeta, tell him that the meteorite hit Vegeta and destroyed all the Saiyans. Yes. On the other side, Gula was also here to watch Frisia's situation and saw the scene of his destruction of Vegeta. Frisia, you've finally done it, so that your father doesn't worry so much about it. Is this the remnant of the Saiyans? Gula saw the Monkey King, that is, Kakarot's spaceship, and was about to capture it, but the probe detected the data. The combat power is only 2, ho. Seeing this, Gula collect the energy bomb. Forget it, let you go, Frisia is really careless, but it doesn't matter. In his opinion, the combat strength is only 2, and if he is given 100 years, he will not achieve anything. It was also because of this idea that he was counter-killed by Sun Wukong in the future. Lord Gula, you're ready. Behind Gula appeared several men, who were his right-hand men, more powerful than Frisia's. They are the Gula Mecha unit, which is the personal guard of Tagula. Frisia has 5 loyal subordinates who make up the Kainu team, and Gula also has 3 very strong subordinates, that is, the Gula Mecha unit. The super soldiers selected from the elite warriors of the universe are composed of Shaviza, Nez, and Dre, each of whom requires more than 100,000 combat power, and all of them have unique skills. Operation Shaviza is very agile, and with a shrewd mind. Once competed with Kainu for the captaincy of the Mecha team, he won, and he is also one of the few people who know Kainu's true face. And he can use the stunt Shawiza blade similar to the energy hand knife and the beam skill like Dong Dong Wave, and his comprehensive combat effectiveness, combat strength, and shrewd mind are indeed worthy of the position of captain. It is worth mentioning that Saviza and Gis of Team Kainut are from the same 2-star galaxy, and they are considered to be fellow villagers. Delii, born on planet Kvara number 256, Old Papa Star, has a very strong body. Relying on his strong body, he has participated in the Cosmic Wrestling League, is the king of 300 consecutive victories, and all his opponents were killed by him, and he has a bloodthirsty personality. Due to his unusual size, his detector is designed to be integrated into the helmet. In the original book, in the pursuit of Gohan, he was destroyed by a tracking energy projectile sent by Vic. However, he shares a similar fighting style to Team Knudsliekum. Nez, an evolutionary race of amphibians. The skin and bones are unusually soft, the head can be retracted into the chest, and the hands and feet can be extended. It has a power generation organ in the body, and it emits high-voltage electricity from the whole body, and in the original book, because of the high-voltage electricity, it was finally killed by Bic. Well, in that case, let's go. Gula didn't say anything more, and when he was about to leave, Shaiza saw the ship as well. Saiyan spaceship, King Gula, do you want to destroy him? Shaiza's combat power is 170,000, ranking second in the Gula Mecha unit, and the first is Delii, with 185,000 combat power. Finally, there is Nez, who only has 160,000 combat strength. Maybe he is ranked last, but he is also strong compared to the captain of Frisia's Kainu unit. No, this is Frisia's own carelessness. If you want to deal with it, let him Frisia deal with it himself. Let's go, our affairs will not be easy. Yes. On the other side, after Vegeta and the others invaded a planet, they also received news from Frisia that Vegeta was destroyed, and only a few Scions remained. But none of them felt sad. This was a Scion, and all feelings and things were bullshit. Forget it, if you can't be King Vegeta, you can't be it. Vegeta is also an ambitious Scion. Originally, I wanted to be a Scion, but Vegeta didn't exist anymore, and the Scion King or something became a dream. By the way, Raditz, you seem to have a younger brother too. Naba asks about a child about Vegeta's age, Raditz, who is the Monkey King's older brother. Well, I heard from my mother that it seems that she has put him on a low-level planet, and he is a low-level warrior anyway, so it doesn't matter. Raditz doesn't seem to care, and it's no wonder that in the original book their brothers killed each other. That's right. Naba was depressed, then looked at Vegeta. Prince, you seem to have a younger brother too, right? Vegeta's younger brother is, of course, Tabor. Tabor is the younger brother of the Scion Prince Vegeta and the second son of King Vegeta. The Scions are a fighting people in the universe, with strong combat effectiveness, love to fight, are very cold-blooded, and have a strict hierarchy. As a prince, Tabor has a personality that is not like a Scion, but rather a gentle character, and he was born since he was a child because he had no talent for fighting and was sent to a planet on the border of the universe by his father. But because of this, Tabor was not killed when planet Vegeta was destroyed by the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, and he also married Mushroom, who was an alien. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 18. 018. Well, his combat power is too weak, and he has been thrown by his father to a distant planet. Vegeta said lightly, not knowing what she was eating. They are surrounded by corpses, the people they have killed, and they are here to invade. On the other side, after a while, Reg and Supamai did not reach Namek as they wished, but instead arrived on a planet that Reg did not expect, Adrath. Adrath, this is Reg's second target, but he didn't expect to find this place by mistake. Adrath is an alien planet in Dragon Ball, inhabited by Adrath people. Although they do not have strong combat power, they have magical abilities. In the original book, Goku defeats Frisia on Old Namek, but fails to take off because he doesn't notice that the Frisia spaceship has lost power. At the moment of the ship's explosion, he discovers the Kanud team's spaceship, and Goku quickly enters the spaceship, presses it randomly, and successfully escapes before it explodes. Wukong did not set the destination of the spaceship, so the spaceship flew to the preset target, Adrath. Later, Vegeta's explanation revealed that Kainu's original plan was to attack Adrath, so Gaku flew there based on his computer memory without setting a destination. Gaku did not immediately return there, but was saved by the inhabitants there and attracted by the special ability of the place, and spent nearly a year learning a special stunt, teleportation. This move can instantly reach any area where you can feel the chi of people, and this move can shine later. Brother Reg, what is this place? Super Saiyan looked at the adrit with curiosity. Reg was very excited at this time. Teleportation, he had to learn, but to learn this trick, he had to do one thing. They are Saiyans. Saiyans are very murderous, but Reg has basically never killed anyone, and the murderous spirit naturally does not exist, but the Saiyan's personality should be more restrained. He is now a Saiyan, and he has been more or less affected by his Saiyan identity inadvertently, so he needs to pay more attention. It's okay, let's go, let's land, Adrit. Reg said, immediately operate the control stick to land. Teleportation, I am coming. Teleportation, this move is not a combat move, but a special ability. It can move from one place to another without going through any path or taking a little time. However, in order to use this move, you must feel the chi of the people in the target location to do it. In other words, it means that you can't go to a place where no one is around. Of course, teleportation can also lead people, and you don't have to put 2 fingers on your forehead to use this trick, but placing 2 fingers on your forehead can help you concentrate. Even if you don't put 2 fingers on your forehead, you can still use teleportation, not to mention that teleportation in Dragon Ball is in addition to the King of the Realm God Jeffet, Sun Wukong alone will. However, it should be noted here that Jebet's teleportation is different from that of Monkey King. Jebet's teleportation can directly reach any planet in the nether realm of the universe, and there is no need to find chi, although so, it cannot accurately find a person. In other words, Monkey King's teleportation itself is used to find people, while Jebet's teleportation itself is to find a place. Yadrit's star. It's a calm and beautiful planet, located in a remote area on the edge of the galaxy, not at all high profile. They have many secret techniques that few people know about, and they can be described as ancient and mysterious in Dragon Ball. Knock. At this time, Reg's spaceship arrived here, and landed with a loud bang and a slight vibration. Let's go, we're here. Reg said that he took Super Beaver out of the spaceship and stepped on the land, and then Reg took a breath of fresh air. The Adrits are a very peace-loving people, and in this respect, like the Nameeks, they are warm, kind, and hospitable. They live in extreme seclusion, are very mysterious, have strong combat effectiveness but do not like to fight and kill. It is this tranquil character that makes the pace of life on the whole planet comfortable and slow, which makes people yearn for it. Not only that, but like most peaceful and nature-worshipping peoples, although their technological power is not very developed, and they do not have modern means of transportation or high-rise buildings. This is a planet with humans. Supa felt the breath. Yes, there are many secret techniques here, let's go to their strong men and learn these secret techniques. Reg said as he looked at the house of the Adraiths. Their rents are built on stone pillars, and spherical buildings are built on top of stone pillars that are tens of meters high, not much different from the Nameeks, and from a distance they look like lollipops. Hello, guests from afar. Reg had just landed here, when suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, which immediately frightened him and almost exploded. Looking back, several Adraiths had already appeared behind him, and it was obvious from this battle that they had already discovered that they had already arrived here. It's just that they appeared too quickly and too weirdly, and with Reg's keen perception of the aura of power now, he didn't even notice how they approached at all. You must know that Reg is a Super Saiyan. Under normal circumstances, he also has 30 million combat power, and he doesn't even notice it, so you say it's scary or not? Of course, it's not that Reg is bad, Super Saiyan is a decoration that doesn't matter. Teleportation is a very magical skill, and the aura of the Adraith star is weird, so it is normal not to notice it when you see it for the first time. And to be able to do this, it was undoubtedly the Adrath Star man who used teleportation, otherwise it would be impossible for him not to be aware of it at the first time. Brother Riga. Supa was also startled. After all, this situation was really scary, and Reg was startled, let alone Supa Bisai. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. After reassuring her, Reg looked at the Adrathurs. I have something to ask to see your great elder. Like the Nameks, the leader of the Adrats is the great elder, but there is an ability that the Nameks do not have, and that is the ability to prophesy. They can predict what the future holds for a person or a people, but the Nameks cannot. But the Nameks have what they don't have, that is, Dragon Ball, which can fulfill certain wishes, which can be regarded as complementary. Well, guests from afar, please come with us, the great elder has long known that you are coming, so we have been waiting here for a long time. One of the Adrarats nodded. When Reg heard this, his eyes narrowed. Hee, I heard that the secret magic ability of the Adrath Star people is amazing, and when I saw it today, it really deserves its reputation, and I have worked hard. The Adrath nodded, and then two men walked over, put their hands on Reg and Subari's shoulders, and disappeared with a whoosh. In the next second, with a whoosh, Reg and Supa had arrived at their grand elder. Chapter 19. 019. After trying the ability to teleport, Reg has a stronger heart for learning teleportation, and with this trick, it will be much easier for him in the future. Although I have seen Sun Wukong use it in the animation, this is completely different from the feeling of trying it yourself. In front of him was an ancient Adrath Star. He was the great elder here. He looked like an old man, very old. Hello, Scion Prince, I didn't expect Vegeta to be destroyed, and His Royal Highness the Great Prince is still alive. The old man spoke, and was the first to greet him, and said something that surprised Reg. The people of Adrath have magical secret arts, and sure enough, it lives up to its name. Reg said in a flat tone, then paused and continued, since the great elder knows my identity, he must also know the purpose of my coming, right? Hee, I know. The old man nodded. How could he, who had the ability to prophesy, not know? In that case, what do you mean, elder? Asked Regmai's eyes, although there was no free lunch in the world, but since he was here today, it was impossible for him to let himself go home empty-handed. If the other party refuses to teach, he can only use strength, and with his Super Scion's 1.5 billion combat power, it is not a problem. Teleportation is fast, but it's also important to note that the stronger you are, the faster you can do it, and the more difficult it is to capture. With the current combat power of the Adrath Star people to use teleportation, Reg is still confident that he can solve it. The old man was not silent, but readily agreed, yes, Scion Prince, but there is one thing you should remember, our secret techniques all come from spiritual cultivation, in other words, to learn our secret techniques, you need extremely strong spiritual power. Speaking of this, the old man paused, glanced at Reg before continuing, generally, it is great to learn one secret technique, and it is already the limit to learn two, although your Royal Highness the Prince, your strength is very strong, but your spiritual power is not enough for your strength, so I hope you must remember, don't be greedy. Thank you. Seeing that he agreed, Reg's guard was relaxed. As for this one, she can't learn it, because her mental strength is not good, and once she gets close, she will hurt her brain. The old man nodded and pointed out that Supa could not learn. The old man who looked at the old man when Reg heard the words didn't look like he was lying, not to mention that the combat effectiveness of Supa Beaver was indeed very low. Brother Reg, go ahead, I'll wait for you here. It's impossible for Supa to be unable to learn, but in order not to embarrass Reg, she quit herself. But Reg is a little embarrassed, he will not leave this girl behind all these years, he will be blessed and enjoy hardships together. Don't worry, although she can't learn it, but we can teach her some of it, we think it won't be a problem, Sharuk, you take him to the secret art tablet to learn the secret arts." The old man immediately spoke, relieving Reg's embarrassment. "In that case, Reg would like to thank you." Beyond the words, the Adraith star named Shalak with him has walked out. Then they went to a hidden ancient stone chamber, which contained many symbols of the language of the Adraiths, as well as some mysterious patterns. "This is the secret art stone tablet left by our ancestors of Adraith, where you can comprehend your own secret arts," Salak said. Reg nodded and retracted his thoughts. "What am I going to do?" Salak stretched out his finger to the steel. "Sit there cross-legged, and then let your mind out. This steel will take you into a space where you can choose the secret technique you want." "Thank you." Reg sat cross-legged there, closed his eyes and relaxed, and sure enough, he was dizzy, and he was in a few strange spaces. "Is this the mystic space?" After Reg took a look, he immediately closed his eyes, and kept silently reciting the secret technique of teleportation in his heart, and sure enough, he found it all at once. When the teleportation arcane technique entered his mind, it almost stunned him. Fortunately, he is already a Super Saiyan, and his mental power is also very strong, and he has suppressed it all of a sudden. If he can't suppress it, it means that his spirit has been overwhelmed and he can't bear it, resulting in becoming a fool. Reg memorized the teleportation ability footwork here, and was also surprised when he finished memorizing it. It's no wonder that it took Sun Wukong a year to learn. There are too many places to be involved, and Sun Wukong is illiterate. It took a year to learn. If it weren't for his purity of heart, I'm afraid it would be difficult. Speaking of purity of heart, that's the most important thing about teleporting, and of course Reg is in line with that now. Okay, in that case, then I'll choose an offensive secret technique and see if it works with the Scions. When Reg finished, he released his mind again. Sure enough, I still found one, a psychic attack, similar to an attack from the air, just like Frisia controlled objects with telekinesis during the power conference, which also requires mental power. In this way, Reg is here to learn the secret arts, in this space, and after more than a year, he has matured in both secret arts. At the same time, these also surprised Reg very much. No wonder in the original book, only Sun Wukong learned the secret technique of the Adraith star to teleport, and no one else did. Of course, it's not that Sun Wukong doesn't teach others, but Sun Wukong doesn't know where to teach, because the most important part of this teleportation is that it can be understood but cannot be spoken. It wasn't long before Reg noticed that his mental power was too weak, and he tried again to find the secret technique of cultivating his spiritual power. In the end, I found it, and it is strange to say that the secret techniques of Adrayard are the most important parts, and the most critical parts are understandable but unspeakable. The word is that you know the general method, but you can't practice it. It's no wonder that the secret technique of Dragon Ball Riadrat has not been developed and used. This intention still needs to be faithful. Some people will look at it at a glance, and some people will not look at it for 100 years. This is very similar to the so-called chance in the wilderness, which is hard to find. All in all, Reg has spent more than a year studying in the arcane space, and has mastered teleportation and mind attacks perfectly. The next thing is to exercise his mental power and improve his mental power. Outside, Shalak has also been staying for more than a year, and has been protecting Reg. At the same time, he also noticed the changes in Reg's body, and the energy gathered on Reg's body, which was the tempering and improvement of spiritual power. It seems that he has learned what he wants. For more than a year, the spiritual power of the Scion is really terrifying. Their great elder, on their side, is also paying attention to this Prince Reg. He is not Shalak. It's incredible. Since practicing the secret art has improved the mental power, you can already learn the third secret art, the Scion. The old man couldn't help but look at the Scion girl in front of him, and the achievements of learning healing techniques with him for more than a year were very slow. This is the gap. If it was for Reg to learn such a simple secret technique, which would be easy for him, because he would naturally think so, he would have already done so, right? Chapter 20. 020. For more than a year, he has been in charge of teaching the Super Saiyan healing technique, which can treat people who are injured in battle, but can only treat the wounds, and there is no way to recover physical strength, which has advantages and disadvantages. After all, injuries and physical strength are two different things, and separate, not the same thing. More than 2 years passed, and when it came together, it was more than 3 years and nearly 4 years, and Reg had finally finished learning the secret arts. I learned 3 at once, and the third one is to exercise the secret technique of improving mental power. Of course, this early stage may not be useful, but after the mental power is strong, you will naturally know how useful it is. More than 2 years to learn 3 secret techniques, 4 years to exercise to improve mental strength. As for Super Saiyan, she has also learned this healing technique, and for more than 6 years, she has been taught by the leader here by hand, so there is no reason why she can't learn it. In fact, after Reg got the secret technique, he had already come out of the secret art space, and practiced in this stone tablet, and only after learning it did he enter the secret art space again to find the secret technique to exercise his mental power. True spirit. Reg let out a low cry, and suddenly an invisible attack suddenly exploded in Reg's intended target. This is a psychic attack, invisible and breathless, and it is impossible to guard against. Psychic attacks are very powerful, but they are very difficult to learn, which is why there are no people in Dragon Ball who have psychic attack abilities. Because the attack secret technique consumes spiritual power, if you don't have a huge and deep spiritual power, I'm afraid you will not be able to use it if you learn the attack secret technique. Because if your mental strength is not enough, once it is consumed, you will fall into a deep sleep, and you will not recover on your own or with the help of others. Sleepers are no different from vegetative people. Teleportation is different. Teleportation consumes energy, only offensive secret techniques consume mental power, and for Saiyans, the most important thing is energy. Therefore, Sun Wukong's teleportation can shine, but spiritual power may be very strong for Saiyans. If you use it to learn and use the attack secret technique, I'm afraid that even Super Saiyan Blue can only be used 3 times. Don't underestimate the amount of mental power needed to attack. It is not an exaggeration to say that none of the Idrits can attack the secret arts. To get back to the point, after Reg finished playing a trick of true spirit, since he felt a little mentally exhausted, it was not a lack of physical strength, but a bit of excessive mental consumption. If it weren't for the spiritual power he had cultivated for 2 years, he wouldn't have been able to use it even if he had learned the secret technique. Of course, he has now learned this method of mental power training, and once he consumes it, he can run this method of exercise to recover quickly. No, after running it for a while, Reg recovered as before, and with his current mental power, he could only use it once. Moreover, the longer the true spirit technique is gathered, the stronger the attack power, but the greater the spiritual power consumed. What he had just used was just a preliminary general attack. And if it was the power of the Star Killer, it was estimated that he would have already fallen down. Of course, this is not the main thing, this is just what he prepares, used as a backup, which can give the enemy a surprise blow. Reg, did you hit it? Said Salak, who appeared here, and when he saw the hole in the wall, he couldn't help but wonder curiously. But he didn't think of the offensive secret technique, thinking that it was Reg's own attack of some kind of anger. Reg also noticed that Shalak didn't notice. Well, that's right, my hands are itchy, so let's try to see if my strength has regressed in the past 6 years. Shalak, are you sure you're testing your strength, and you're going to blow up a huge pothole? There. For more than 4 years, Reg has stayed at this height, and now he is almost 10 years old, but his height is like that of a person in his teens. Great Elder here, today Reg came to say goodbye. After all, he has been here for 3 years, although he has lived a good life, but he can't be induced by this good in front of him. Great Elder, we've been disturbed for the past 4 years, and now it's time for us to leave. Reg's face was not red or breathless, he stayed for more than 4 years, and it was enough to eat the Star of Adret. The old man suddenly sighed when he heard this, as if he had expected it, perhaps it could be said that he had already known it. Well, the prince is not a thing in the pool, and I hope that the prince will shine through the special secret techniques you have learned in the future. The old man meant something else, and the others couldn't hear it, but Reg could hear it. It seemed that the great elder knew that he had learned the secret art of aggression, and he deserved to be able to predict the past and the future. Elder, rest assured. In this way, Reg and Supa Beaver drove the ship and left the Adraith with the escort of the Adraiths. Brother Reg, where are we going next? At this time, the ship had already flown out of the Star of Yadret, and appeared in the universe. Namek. Reg replied. In the past few years of this Adret star, he has figured out the location of Namek. You know, Namek and Adraith aren't far away, but they aren't close, but one thing is certain, it's around it. If it weren't for the fact that Reg couldn't find the Namek aura, he would have teleported a long time ago. As long as you grasp the chi, no matter how far away, teleportation will be there in an instant. Well, speaking of which, you said a few years ago that Namek star, is there something special there? Supa Saiyan wondered. What she had gained from coming to Adret was not ordinarily big for her. She has finished learning the healing technique. You must know that the Scions are often injured in battle, and her ability is the liquid healing method of the Scions, which is better, more convenient, and more time-saving. In every way, it is better than those liquid machine treatments. Of course, Namek is more interesting than Adret. Reg said with an expectant expression. Dragon Ball Dragon, developing potential, these are his main things. In the past few years, he has already felt that he has encountered a bottleneck, so he needs the help of the Great Elder of Namek to see if he can break through this bottleneck period by developing his potential. Oh, Brother Reg, what do you say? This sentence aroused Supa's curiosity. Do you believe in wishes? Said Reg after a moment of thought. It was almost the same anyway. Wishes. Yes, wish. The Nameks have one thing that can grant any wish. Although any wish can be fulfilled, there is a limit, and this sentence can fulfill any wish, which is just a word. For example, the resurrection of people, the divine dragon of Namek cannot do everything, but the divine dragon of the earth can. But what the earth's dragon can't do, the dragon's dragon Bolunga can do. Making a wish, using Dragon Balls can indeed be done in an instant, but after all, it is not his own, so Reg has never thought of using Dragon Balls to improve his strength from the beginning to the present. Rather, it is obtained through one's own cultivation, which is his own. It's not his own, it's not after all, and it's not smooth to use, not to mention that what he wants to make a wish this time has nothing to do with his own combat power. Chapter 21 021. Stop, you're surrounded. Before Reg could react, several ships suddenly appeared and surrounded Reg's spaceship. Then several strange spacemen resembling Salted Egg Superman came out of the spaceship. Reg saw the appearance of this Salted Egg Superman and immediately thought of a possibility. These guys are the Galaxy Patrol. The so-called Galaxy Patrol organization is subordinate to the Galactic King, mainly responsible for maintaining the stability and peace of the galaxy, and has been running in the universe all year round, making a lot of contributions to the peace of the whole universe. However, their strength is not very strong, and they are powerless against an enemy like Frisia, and the actual scope of their jurisdiction may not be as strong as that of the Frisia Legion. The average mission of the Galactic Patrol is to protect the planet, destroy evil opponents, and sometimes conduct some evaluations of humans. Of course, sometimes some low-level staff members of the Galaxy Patrol will also accept the commission of searching for people and things, and do things with low difficulty, and they are not strong enough for difficult things, so they naturally won't go. Isn't that looking for death? Moreover, the elite-level Galaxy Patrol is not afraid of the strength of ordinary Scions. Similarly, the Galaxy Patrol organization is very large, with a complete system, and compared with a civilian spontaneous organization like the Losse Defense Force, it has background support and a large amount of financial reserves, and has a wider coverage. One of the important reasons why it has been able to develop like this is that it is under the jurisdiction of the Galactic King. The Galactic King, who claims to be the king, is also a very high status in the universe. He and the king of the Great Realm belong to a different system. Taking the Earth as an analogy, it is equivalent to one is a king and the other is a god, and the place in charge is the same but has different duties and attributes. Getting back to the point, a group of them stood on their toes, and a way was made in the middle, and a small white and purple salted egg Superman came out of it. Reg is very familiar, isn't this person the Galaxy Patrol, Elite GAC? So Reg opened the passage, connected to their spaceship, and walked over. Brother Reach, what the hell are they? Supa asked in a low voice, but without the slightest fear. Just kidding. GAC's combat power is only tens of thousands, and her combat power is almost more than 200,000, how can she be frightened by this gap? They're from the Galaxy Patrol. Reg said looking at Gok, I have to say that this so-called elite is really interesting. Who the hell are you? Said Gak, who looked like the eldest and my second. How majestic and majestic he was. Me, Scion. What? Gak didn't almost fall down in fright, and immediately looked at Reg carefully, and when he saw the tail behind Reg, he finally determined, and the other one was the same. Mom, help, run away, said Gak was the first to run to the spaceship. How cowardly does this look be, and how elite is it? Where? Reg somehow appeared in front of Gak. Ah! The others were sweating profusely. How did Reg show up? Of course, it was teleportation, and with the difference in combat power between them, they would naturally not be aware of Reach's movements. What? Are you going to attack me? Said Reg as he raised his gun and pointed at him. This guy is really a soft egg, and his hands have been shaking until now. Humph, that's nature. Your Scion planet has been destroyed, and there are still Scions who remain. As the Galactic Patrol, we naturally have to defend justice and get rid of evil. Before Gak could speak, a few men behind him spoke. A look of the momentum that I want to fight for justice. Yes, there's momentum, so come on. Reg said as he stored a beam of light in his hand, so scared that they almost fell off their eyes. What? I suddenly have other tasks today. I'll clean you up next time. Gak's words immediately cut off the passage, and the ship swished twice, and all of them were gone. Reg shook his head, extremely speechless. He didn't expect to encounter this little episode on the way. Brother Reg, why did they run away? Naturally, you're afraid of us. Let's go. Target, Namek. After Reg flew away in the spaceship, the fleeing spaceships suddenly turned around and turned to the same place. What's going on? Why is this ship so familiar? Gak hadn't paid attention to the spaceship just now, but now that he looked at it, it was really familiar. What? Gak, you're not stupid, are you? Said the other of them, who was also surprised to look at Gak. He's familiar with Scion's spaceships. Is this going to make them vomit? Aren't all Scion ships like this? That's it, Gak. Tell me, where is it familiar? Said Gak, ignoring them as he continued to reminisce, eventually stopping at a certain place of reminiscence. It's that time. He remembered that 7 years ago, he had saved a spaceship somewhere, and he hadn't paid attention at the time. Later, when he was rescued, he found out that it was the spaceship assigned to the Scions by Frisia, and he was so frightened that he immediately fled with maximum horsepower. Of course, this kind of thing, he naturally couldn't say it, so he snorted. A few years ago, I encountered it once, this spaceship, so it's a little familiar. How did his friends listen to this with a sense of flickering, and the credibility was not very high. Okay, stop gossiping, let's go on a mission quickly. If we can't finish it, how will the Galactic King explain it? Gak noticed their expressions and guessed what they were thinking, so he changed the subject and told the mission. Sure enough, this ability to change the topic is quite good, and this has been diverted. That's right, hurry up, let's go, otherwise the Galactic King won't be able to explain. So they immediately took their positions and set off on the ship towards their destination. Humph, I can't cure you anymore. Gak was pleased with his eloquence. They're headed in Namex, I don't know if it's there, alas, I hope something doesn't happen. He is a galactic patrolman, and he naturally knows everything about the North Galaxy, and any planet knows it. They were scared just now because their combat power detector found that they couldn't detect Reach's combat power, but Supa's had about 200,000. Do you think they're scared? As for Reeg's, the limit of their detectors is 500,000, and Reeg's normal non-explosion is a few hundred. But he controlled his chi superbly, how could they possibly detect Reg's data with their combat power detectors? It takes a little time to get from Earth to Namek, and it takes time to get from Adrid to Namek. 10 days later. Reg's ship was already in the area where Namek was located. It is located on the 4th planet of the 27th major galaxy in the constellation Vega, and its atmospheric composition and surface gravity are about the same as those of Earth. There are 3 stars around, the sky is green, there is no night, and there are only 130 days of the year here. Philo 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 22. 022. Namek is a world of hundreds of islands, isolated hills, and continents covered by strange marble trees, an entire planet's interesting and rich. Moreover, Namek's buildings are low, with round or blister-shaped windows, and the overall shape is somewhat like abalone or snail shells. There is no central government, and some of the regional problems of the Nameks are resolved by the village elders who come together to negotiate and solve them. Everyone born in Namek can enjoy the best life. Again, there is no army on this planet, and each village is defended by a warrior to their homeland and dragon balls. The Nameks are characterized by a low birth rate and a long lifespan, and live scattered in natural villages of about 100 people. As for the Dragon Balls, they were made by the Great Elder of Namek, and there were 7 of them, which were kept by the 7 elders respectively. If you want to get these Dragon Balls, you must test your wisdom and strength with the elders or simply say your wishes, and only warriors who have the approval of the elders can get the Dragon Balls. On this day, Namek welcomed 2 guests. These 2 guests were naturally Reg and Supa Saiyan, but they had not landed on Namek yet. In the center of Namek, there is a house, very large, and on the 2nd floor of the house, a Namek, much taller than the others, sits here. He is the Great Elder of the Nameks. In the early stage of Namek's evolution, the primordial climate change caused almost all the Nameks to die, but the Great Elder stubbornly survived the ancient Nameks. This has been hundreds of years and his body has been full of vicissitudes, and now he is already dying. Well, the future of my clan. The moment Reg approached Namek, the Great Elder had a premonition of their clan's future. It's the same as in the original book, Frisia slaughtered the Nameks, and the entire Namek suffered. I didn't expect the Scion Lord to be alive, come here, I'm afraid it's also. The Great Elder had vaguely guessed something, although he didn't have the powerful prophecy skills of the Adraiths, but it would be a little, limited to the range of Namek. The reason why he knew about Reg was precisely because Reg had reached the range of Namek, but he had not yet landed on Namek. Niru. Suddenly, a young Namek walked in and knelt down on one knee with the right Great Elder. Great Elder. He is Niru, the personal guard of the Great Elder of Namek, and the strongest of the Namek. In the original book, when Frisia came to Namek to massacre his compatriots, he was unable to come to the rescue because he had to protect the Great Elder. He is a combative Namek, and is the strongest of the Nameks other than Piccolo. Niru, there are 2 guests coming from outside, and you go and pick them up for me. Guest. Yes, you'll know when you go, remember to say hello with good words, and go for it. Somewhere on Namek, a spaceship rushed out of the stars and landed here, and then on a flat ground. Reg and Supa Fox stepped out of the spaceship and set foot on this land. Namek is more beautiful than Adrit, after all, the Nameks who live here belong to life lovers. Is this the Namek? Yes, this is Namek. Well, it's coming so soon. Reg had just replied when he felt a breath of anger coming towards them. According to the feeling of this chi, it should be the Great Elder's personal escort Niru. Only he has tens of thousands of combat power, and it seems that the Great Elder already knows about his own here. Brother Reg, it looks like someone is coming. Supa also noticed that she was not as proficient in chi sensing as Reg, so she would not be able to sense it until later. Yes, but don't worry, he's not here to be our enemy. Niru took the initiative to rush over, explaining that this was what the Great Elder of the Namek Star Man meant, and he didn't have to worry about how to find the Great Elder. It's coming. Sure enough, at this time, Niru arrived, and when he saw the person who came, his eyes narrowed. This is a scion? You two are scions. Despite the Great Elder's orders, Niru still spoke indifferently, but Reg had a problem, that is, he didn't like this kind of character of being weak and arrogant and looking down on people. But he's here to beg someone, so he has to endure it. Yes, we are here to find your Great Elder, and your appearance here means that the Great Elder already knows that I am coming. Reg took a breath, swallowed the anger that came to his mouth, and said in a mild tone. You're right, come with me. Niru didn't want to embarrass them, after all, it was the Great Elder's orders. In this way, Reg and Niru arrived at the Great Elder, a huge two-story building with a very strange appearance and collateral remains. From afar, it looks like a huge dragon head lying prone on the ground with its huge mouth open. This may be due to the Namek's worship of dragons, after all, the Nameks have such a name, dragons. Then Reg followed to the second floor and saw the Great Elder, although he had watched the TV series in his previous life, but when he met the real person, he was still surprised. The one who will develop his potential is the Great Elder of Namek. In the entire Dragon Ball, there are only two people who have the safest and most effective way to develop potential and improve combat effectiveness. One is the Great Elder of Namek. The potential he exploits is not increased at the expense of the developer himself, nor is it simply overdrawn by the future potential of the developer. It was developed as an exchange-like approach, developed and secure. In other words, the Great Elder can see the potential of the developer and use his own ability to save him cultivation time, helping him release this potential. Moreover, this method of potential development will not bring any harm and discomfort to the developers themselves, which is one of the safest. Second, it is the king god of the old world, and I don't know if the potential he has developed is really time-consuming. In short. In the original book, Son Gohan waited for a long time before he finished speaking, so what kind of mysterious state did it come about? Getting back to the point, when Reg was in a trance, the Great Elder of Namek opened his mouth and pulled him back. Scion Prince, don't you know what you're doing here? As soon as the Great Elder spoke, Niru on the side was slightly surprised. This person was actually a Scion Prince? Hey! After Reg came back to his senses, he coughed and coughed to cover up his distraction. I have been to Adrath Star, where I heard that the Great Elder of Namek Star has the ability to develop potential, and this is the purpose of my visit this time, and I also asked the Great Elder to fulfill it. Reg said very politely. The Great Elder looked at Reg and found that he did not have an evil aura on his body, and the reason why Reg did not have an evil aura was because he had never killed anyone. Neither he nor Supa had ever killed him before, so naturally there would be no evil, and of course there would be no merit. And Supa Bivon understood very well, so when Reg spoke, she didn't ask a word. Chapter 23 023. When the Great Elder looked at Reg, Reg was also looking at the Great Elder to see what he had to say. "Well, you've been to Adrath." The Great Elder was a little surprised. He also knew about that planet, but he didn't expect Reg to have been there too. "Yes, I heard them say that when I learned their secret art there, I came here." Reg nodded, and told him about the secret arts. It meant that the people of Adrath had already believed him, reassuring the Great Elder. After all, the name of the Scion is really not very good here, and he also noticed that the Great Elder was hesitating. Just like a thought when he went to Adrath, since he came, he naturally didn't want to go home empty-handed. "Well, Scion Prince, I can grant your request. Which of you two will come first?" Sure enough, the Great Elder agreed, and Niru stopped talking, swallowing the words that came to his mouth. Seeing that the Great Elder had agreed, Reg pulled Supa out of the fox. "She. Brother Reg. You go, don't worry, it's okay." Reg smiled. With Reg's words, Supa was full of courage and went over to the Great Elder. The Great Elder kept his eyes half open. "Don't be afraid, little girl, come, let me see how much potential I can draw for you." Great Elder Yanbai put his big hand on Supa Bishan's head, sensed it, nodded, and suddenly a stream of golden magic appeared from his hand and slammed into Supa Bisius's body. In an instant, Supa Bishan's chi increased in an instant, and it was a big stride improvement. 210,000. 230,000. 250,000. 290,000. It stopped when Supa's combat power increased to 350,000. And the Great Elder also took his hand away. "I can only develop this place for you." "Thank you, Great Elder." Supaxi was very excited, but she didn't expect her to directly raise a notch, and her combat power. 140,000. Reg also walked up. "Excuse me, Grand Elder." "It's okay, come on, let me see how much potential I can bring out for you." The Great Elder said to put his hand on Reg's head. His palm was huge. Reg's head looked like an apple, but at this moment, the Great Elder was also startled. "Prince Reg, your potential is too great, I can only do the best I can." "That's right, Reg's potential is very amazing. If he doesn't encounter a bottleneck, he can continue to improve as long as he cultivates." "There's Elder Lao." Reg naturally knew what the Great Elder meant by this. He has already broken through 10 million combat power and reached the level of a Super Saiyan, and he has a lot of potential to inspire now. And this level was obviously beyond what the Great Elder could see, and now the Great Elder saw something like infinity. Therefore, the Great Elder didn't know if he could draw out all of them for Reg, so he said the phrase "do my best." Brush. Immediately, the Great Elder used his magic and rushed into Reg's body at once, and Reg immediately felt extremely cool. Every cell in his body was as full of vitality as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and at the same time, a golden light appeared around Reg's body and ignited, and his fighting spirit rushed up as if a fire was burning. Slowly, Reg's aura continued to rise, and Niru and Supa were startled. Slowly, while Reg's aura continued to increase, his hair involuntarily turned blonde, and suddenly returned to its original appearance. The Great Elder also let out a drop of sweat, then withdrew his hand and took a breath. Looking almost tired. "Prince Reg, that's all I can develop for you, and the rest is up to you." Reg's potential scared him enough, and he tried his best to develop it, but it was only a small part of it. But since such a small part has such a powerful power, if it can be developed in its entirety, I really can't imagine anyone else in the universe who can beat him. Of course, it's almost impossible to beat Reg now. And Reg also came back to his senses from joy, and then thanked, where the Great Elder speaks, I also want to thank the Great Elder for his accomplishment. The development of the Great Elder just now has further improved his strength, and the bottleneck period he encountered before has been broken, and he only needs to work hard to cultivate in the future, and he can continue to improve. Of course, the stronger the strength, the more difficult the training, and now he has no effect at all to review the training he was trained by the stone at the beginning. He needs harsher training, but how did the harsher training come about? Naturally the gravity room, maybe the gravity suit, etc. At this time, Namex Dragon Ball is the effect. Now he is equivalent to Super Saiyan 2, but he has not become Super Saiyan 2, probably because of his physique, just at the moment of breakthrough. The power of Super Saiyan 2 has been fused into Super Saiyan, and I don't know why, but at this time, Reg doesn't have time to pay attention to these. Anyway, the benefits are there. Great Elder, I heard that you still have something called the Dragon Ball here, and I have a reluctant request below, hoping to borrow it. Reg brought up Dragon Ball at this time. This is also the second of the two purposes for which he came here. The Great Elder didn't ask Reg how he knew about Dragon Ball, and everything went to Adraith. I thought it was the Adraith Star people who told Reg. After all, the Adraith Star people there have prophecy, and they know a lot of things in the universe. Yes, but the Saiyan Prince, I see that my people will have a disaster in the future, and I ask that you can help when the time comes. The Great Elder took down the Dragon Ball from his seat. When Reg heard this, he naturally knew what the disaster in the Great Elder's mouth was, so he nodded. Great Elder, don't worry, if there is a calamity in Namek in the future, it is my duty to do so. The Great Elder smiled, then handed the Dragon Ball to Reg. Summoning the Divine Dragon requires the language of our Nameeks. Niru, you accompany them to the tribe to collect the Dragon Ball, and then look for Dangzi and ask him to help them summon the Bolunga. Yes, Grand Elder. Niru didn't even want to agree. For him, the Great Elder was his father, the most respected person, and he would do whatever the Great Elder commanded. Thank you, Great Elder, don't bother, we're leaving. Reg said as he looked at the huge orange Dragon Ball the size of a basketball, and the stars in the Dragon Ball were very bright from all angles. Then he went to other tribes with Niru to collect Dragon Balls, and Niru collected the Dragon Balls without much effort. And in a tribe, a Namek kid was found, almost exactly like Dandy the Namek in the original book. If it weren't for the fact that Dandy hadn't been born yet, Reg would have wondered if this was Dandy's. Just like when Sun Wukong first arrived at the new Namek, when he saw the Namek people. The first thing he subconsciously said was, "That's a lot of Piccolo." Because many Nameks basically look the same, they really can't tell if they don't distinguish them seriously. Of course, tall and short and fat and thin are exceptions. Chapter 24 024 Dangzi, you help them summon Polenga out. After collecting the Dragon Balls, Niru took Reg and Suba to a place far away from the Namek tribe. It seems that he doesn't want to affect the life of the Namek, and Reg doesn't mind, he already gets what he wants anyway. And what he paid was nothing more than a promise. A promise that he can address at any time. Now what Frisia and the like are no longer in his eyes. Dangzi nodded, okay, don't worry. Niru shifted his gaze to Reg, and Suba Raccoon skipped directly. He hadn't even minded with the female streamers, not to mention the two of them, mainly Reg. I hope you don't bother the Great Elder again after you make your wish, he is very old. Reg nodded, don't worry, we will leave Namek after we make a wish. Niru was not as cold as before, nodded and immediately exploded and flew away. Reg looked at Niru, who was a very competent guard. Dangzi, let's start. Yes. Dangzi immediately put the last Dragon Ball at the 6 Dragon Balls. When the 7 Dragon Balls converged together, they made a humming sound. Dangzi took 3 steps back, spread his hands, and shouted in the language of the Nameeks, come out. As soon as Dangzi's words fell, the resonance of the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly stopped, and suddenly the golden light suddenly burst out of thin air, shining all around. At the same time, the sky was covered with black clouds, which quickly obscured. The sun turned from noon to night in an instant. The Great Elder also saw it here. This is the Dragon Ball used, and the Polenga is about to be summoned. Great Elder, just help him like this, will it? After all, the Scions are Niru asked, as soon as he returned. The Great Elder shook his head, "Don't worry, this Prince Reg is different from other Scions, not to mention that the Scions have been wiped out 3 years ago, and the remnants are only a few. What he promised will definitely come true, our clan will encounter calamity in the future, and we must get his help, otherwise our Nameeks will be wiped out in the near future." Niru didn't speak anymore when he heard this. He knew that the Great Elder would prophesy, so he didn't doubt the Great Elder's words. On Reach's side, suddenly thunder rumbled in the sky, and suddenly a golden lightning suddenly appeared and directly penetrated the heavens and the earth, and the huge vibration resounded in all directions, and the momentum was majestic and magnificent. Reg and Subabishan and Dangzi were all amazed when they saw this, and their faces changed drastically, and this magnificent and magical scene was extremely shocking, as if the end had come. Especially Reg, it's still the same sentence, what has been seen in the TV series, but with the experience of his own life, it is simply 2 feelings. Even Dangzi is the same, although he is a Namek, he is also the first time to summon the Divine Dragon. Boom! At this time, a huge explosion sounded out, and the golden light on the surface of the 7 dragon balls suddenly erupted, scattering out, and a long electric light as thick as a wall blocked the air, bursting out of the slender and tortuous golden electric sparks, meandering and dancing, and the majestic momentum sensationally shocked the entire Namek star. In this momentum, Reg did not feel any earth-destroying power and suffocating power. But he felt that this momentum contained supreme nobility and sacredness, which made people look up inexplicably, and had a feeling of reverence. Maybe this is the feeling that Shenlong gives people, right? Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. A huge green figure hung in the air, the body of a dragon thousands of meters long was coiled, the 2 arms were thick and strong, the claws were sharp, but the eyes were scarlet. Polenga, in the language of the Nameeks, means God of Dreams. The shape of this Polenga that Reg saw was a bit like the lamp god in Aladdin's magic lamp. However, Polenga's ability is not bad, it is stronger than the Dragon Ball of the Earth, it can grant 3 wishes, and it can resurrect people who have died many times again and again. In contrast, the Divine Dragon of the Earth is different in that it can only resurrect 1 person at a time. In the original book, after the death of the Great Elder of New America said that he had successfully enhanced the power of the Polenga, so that the Polenga could resurrect all the Earthlings at once. After using Polenga, you only need to wait 130 days before you can use it again. And the function is also the same as the Dragon of the Earth. The life of Polenga is also closely connected with the life of his maker. The maker lives, he exists, the maker dies, it disappears. Come, whoever summons me, say your desires, whatever you want, but only 3. The loud voice of Polengana echoed through the wilderness. Say what you want. Dangzi turned to look at Reg, and this time the user was him. Hearing this, Reg nodded, "Little fox, do you want to make a wish?" On the good side, Reg naturally won't forget about Supali, who is his future wife. "Well, brother Reg, I want a planet where we can live, after all, we're still wandering the universe." Subasian's clothes were embarrassed. This sentence can be understood as a double meaning, although they are still young, but their physical development and age are almost incompatible. Although it is an exaggeration, Scions are like this: when they are 4 years old, their physical height is not much different from that of their teens. "I'm almost 12 years old now, but I'm about the same size as 18, only a little bit close." And he repaired his hair very well, short hair, not as long as in the original book, almost as long as Super Saiyan 3 and Raditz. Getting back to the point, when Reg heard this, he almost patted his forehead, he really hadn't thought about it. Indeed, they can be said to be wandering now, without a fixed home, and it is not possible to go on like this, but they still need to have a home that belongs to him. "I'm sorry, I was negligent," Leg said and looked at Dangzi. "Tell Shenlong, the first wish, we need a creation planet, here in the North Galaxy, not close to the Earth, but it must be suitable for survival, beautiful, all the environment is beautiful, there are wild animals and so on, the most important thing is to be strong. Dangzi nodded, and told Polenga in Namek's language, and at this time, Polengana's scarlet eyes flashed a red light, and the great power had already worked. Far away in the North Milky Way, there is somehow an extra planet, about the same size as the Earth, but it is blue-green. That wish has come true. Polenga responded, and then a coordinate appeared in Reek's mind, and this was the coordinate of the planet. So fast! Supa was also startled. If it weren't for the fact that she also had a coordinate in her head, she couldn't believe it, it was incredible. Say your second wish. When Reg saw what Supa was about to say, Supa was the first to speak, Brother Reg, you can do the rest. She had already gotten what she wanted, and there were 2 left, and she knew that Reg needed it, so she spoke first, so that Reg would not be embarrassed. Chapter 25 025. It was enough for her to be number 1 in Reg's heart, and she had seen this in the course of the past few years. Reg smiled bitterly when he heard this little girl really thought about him, and indeed he just wanted to ask her. What more wishes to make? Cheng thought that this little girl didn't give him a chance to speak, but it was also a time for him to avoid embarrassment. Tell Polenga that Supai and I will gain the ability to survive in the universe. Reg began. As for the desire to live forever and stay young, it is unrealistic, at least here. What's more, there is no need to make a wish now, there will be opportunities in the future. As for the disadvantage that Scions need physical strength, he didn't think about making a wish to have the same physical strength as an android. However, in this case, it will be difficult for the Scion physique to function, and it may even affect the ascension. Scion's physique is to recover from attrition, and it will be greatly improved by recovering from life and death battles, and if you have wireless physical strength, it may affect it. Of course, this is also Reach's own conjecture, whether he will have to try it to know, but Reg doesn't have that kung fu. As for improving strength, it can be said that it is completely unhelpful to Shenlong. So Reg chose this, knowing that Scions can't survive in the universe, and it can be said that this will become a big problem in the future, so this disadvantage must be eliminated. The only and best way to get rid of it is to survive in the vacuum of the universe, so that he can swim in the universe without having to be afraid of anything without using a spaceship. To get back to the point, the dragon Belenga's eyes flashed red, and a faint silver glow suddenly floated on the bodies of Reg and Subasayan, as if covered with a membrane. After about 30 seconds, the faint light disappeared, and the ability was already rooted in the body, so it can be said that the ability has been obtained, although it cannot be felt. But the mysterious glow that had just floated around them was a sign of this ability. Your second wish has been granted, you have a third and last wish. Reg immediately became serious. Give me 2 sets of gravity suits and a gravity chamber, the gravity strength is 10 million times, and you can adjust the gravity by yourself. They need gravity cultivation, and to this extent, especially Reg, needs this gravity chamber. Dangzi also informed Bolunga, and Reg also got the gravity suit and gravity room as he wished, both of which are high-end goods, especially the gravity room, which is a bit big and the spaceship can't fit it. But it doesn't matter, he can use the spaceship to send Supa to the planet he just wished for, and then come back to teleport with the gravity chamber. It's easy to teleport, but there's one thing that if you don't catch it, you just know it, and you can't teleport it when you see it. That's why Reg was ready to do it. Your wishes have all come true, then. Until next time. At this moment, Polanga opened his mouth to bring Reg back to his senses, and then under Reg's gaze, he immediately rose into the sky, and 7 dragon balls swirled and shimmered, scattering all corners of Namek. The dragon balls dispersed, and the clouds cleared, and the sky returned to daylight, shining warmly on the land of Namek. Thanks, Dangzi. This gravity room has allowed it to stay here, and in a month, I'll be back to pick it up, and it won't affect anyone on Namek. After Reg said hello, he took Super Saiyan with him and left here on a spaceship, which would take a month to arrive at according to the coordinates of the target location. Dangzi looked at Reach's departure and smiled. He had just received the words of the Great Elder, if the other party made a wish for evil, then don't help him. Although the Great Elder believes in Reg, but the heart of harming people is not indispensable, but the heart of guarding against people is also indispensable. After all, Dragon Ball, the use of this thing is fine, and the use of evil is a big trouble, so it is understandable to be more vigilant. But Reg did not disappoint them, and the wishes he made were all for his own use, and there was no evil intent. On this unnamed star, which is also a month away from Earth, Reg's spaceship arrives here and sees the planet, blue-green, and beautiful from afar. "Brother Reg, is this our planet?" "That's right, let's go down." When the ship arrived, it landed on the top of a hill. When they came out, they were a little stunned when they saw this scene. The scenery here was picturesque, the distant mountains overlapped, and the sky was high and the clouds were wide. There is also a warm sun shining on the earth, exuding a bright atmosphere, full of vitality, and full of vitality. It's so comfortable. Super Raccoon lay directly on the ground, and the grass was also soft and very comfortable. And Reg is still looking here, and sure enough, there are a lot of wild animals, which can be hunted and eaten. Of course, this is only occasionally. More often than not, you still need to plant your own species, and the big planet, human beings are just the two of them, and they are a little deserted. But now is not the time to care about this. The planet is there, and the house needs to be built and so on. I'm going to get the gravity chamber back. Reg said to concentrate immediately. He didn't put his finger on his forehead, because his mental power was particularly terrifying, and he only needed to stabilize his concentration for a while. Sure enough, all of a sudden, he felt the energy of the Namek, so he teleported, and disappeared from here with a whoosh. The next second appeared on Namek, and a month had passed since he came back here. "Hey, Dangzi, why are you staying here?" "Reg, you're back, it's great, I can be liberated." Dangzi immediately told him what had happened. It turned out that the Great Elder meant to let him help protect this thing, not a month later. The Great Elder really has a heart. "Okay, you're liberated, see you next time." Reg patted Dangzi on the shoulder, and then grabbed the gravity chamber with his left hand, and swished. Along with the gravity chamber, they vanished, appearing on their planet in the next second. "Brother Reg, you're back, so soon, it seems that the Adrath star is really handy." "Oh, that's, by the way, what are you going to name it?" Reg nodded, thought of something, and changed the subject. When choosing a name for a planet, make sure you have to know that every planet has a name. Otherwise, let's call it the Saiyan Star, which means that the Saions are still with the two of us. Saiyan Star. Reg also thought it was good when he heard this. "Well, yes, then it's called Saiyan Star." Reg paused and continued, "Come on. Come on, clean up, let's pick a place and build a house." With the power of their scions, all the work needed to build a house can be completed by themselves. The point is that Reg himself will also have this knowledge, but unfortunately there is no cement here, otherwise he would have to build a modern house. Now there is no choice but to cut down wood and build a wooden house, prepare all the needs of life, and then be able to enter the training with peace of mind. Today's National Day, I wish you all a happy National Day. Chapter 26. 026. Father, Frisia has wiped out all the scions, but there are still a few scions left. This guy Gura has been idle lately, so he rushed back to report what happened a few years ago. The Kurdish king sat on the throne and shook his wine glass. "Well, what happened to the remaining scions?" "It's all poor combat." "That's not tight, let them go. Anyway, the scion high-level elites are dead, so you can breathe a sigh of relief." The Kurdish king is more afraid than anyone. What is the legend? The Super Saiyan. Otherwise, in the original book, with his strength equivalent to Super Saiyan 2, how could he die at the hands of Trunks of Super Saiyan 1? But father, Frieza is so careless, is it? Gula was about to say something, but before he could finish speaking, the Kurdish king stood up and interrupted him. Then let Frieza deal with it herself, what are you talking about? Gula was speechless. It seems that my father really indulged Frieza. Thinking of this, Gula felt a burst of anger in his heart. Why is Frieza by his father's side? Is it because Frieza is obedient and his strength is still under his father's control? And why was Tagula sent to a far place? Soon it was because his combat power was so strong that his father, the Kurdish king, could not control it. So he was sent by his father to stay away from his side. Yes, Dad. Gula endured the anger in his heart. No way, no way. Humph, go down, the Kurdish king ordered the expulsion, and although it was his son, it didn't seem to make a difference. Saiyan Star here. Reg had already built a small cabin, and because he had no experience, it was built in a mess. Fortunately, the ancestors who built the wooden house didn't see it, otherwise they would have been slapped to death by Reg. What the hell are you building a wooden house, building a house? What's there about this particular triangle? This house as a whole, weird, snails don't look like snails, bodies don't look like bodies, are you sure you're building a house? Reg doesn't care, now that the house is built, the next thing is the daily necessities. Well, you have to go to Earth, and you have to go to Earth. You wait here, I'll go somewhere and get something back. What Reg said immediately sensed the chi of the gods of the Earth. It's not far from Earth, and that's why he chose it. Well, brother Reg, go ahead. Super was very obedient, not to mention that this was before the early stage of Dragon Ball began, so there would be no powerful people here at all. Reg was very relieved, so he found the chi at once, but it was not the Earth gods, but the chi, the Kylan Immortal. The Kylan Immortal is the cat immortal of the Kylan Holy Land on Earth, and the fairy beans he has in his hand are a good thing, and Reg needs it. It really didn't take much effort. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Reg teleported and disappeared here, and the next second appeared at the foot of the Kylan Sanctuary Mountain. Looking at this Kylan Holy Land of the Heavenly Pillar, Reg took a breath of air. Although this is the birthplace of the Earth's martial arts, but Reg doesn't need its help now. It stands to reason that what can be helped here is to control chi and so on, but when he first came to this world, he had already obtained it and learned it. Then the only thing that can help him in this Kylan Holy Land is the purpose of his visit, Xiandu. It's a healing elixir. And Reg needs brutal training to have it. Okay, I'm here. Reg ran directly and quickly, passing through the clouds in an instant. It stands to reason that he can fly, but occasionally running is also a kind of self-mental practice. It wasn't long before the ellipsoidal top of the tower appeared in front of Reg's eyes, surrounded by clouds that shone golden, as if sprinkled with gold dust, and were extremely spectacular. Moreover, the setting of the top of this tower is very simple, except for a few relief columns to support. There is also a central stone platform, there is almost nothing else. Looking at the four directions from above, the scenery is exactly the same, except for the empty and dull. It is still empty and dull, no matter how you look at it, it feels very much like a prison hanging high in the sky. However, the top of this tower is quite spacious, and it does not look dangerous at all when inserted on slender stone pillars, and it is particularly stable. Of course, there is a big white cat standing here by the fence, with a wooden cane, one hand behind his back, 2 linear eyes, 3 beards on the left and right sides of the mouth, and 3 eyebrows on the top of the head. He is a cat fairy, although he has a kind temperament. Although he looks like a cat, he is actually a fairy cat that is more than 800 years old, and he is very knowledgeable. Seeing this, Reg immediately jumped up, and at this time he hid his true chi, so the cat immortal was not frightened, but just surprised. After all, he was able to run up the tower before, which was unprecedented. Who are you, the cat fairy subconsciously asked such a question, but he also laughed to death. Who can Reg look like? Saiyan? But he hid his tail well, and he didn't leak anything at all, and from the outside, what kind of person could it be? Naturally, he was an earthling. Hello, are you the Kylan Immortal? Reg suddenly looked at the Kylan Immortal with an expression of surprise to him. I didn't expect your endurance to be so good, since you can run up, it's amazing, it's amazing. The cat fairy looked surprised. Can you not be surprised? He had lived for more than 800 years, and it was the first time he had seen someone who could run, erecting a running, where he would have been required to climb. I originally thought that 300 years ago, the great demon king was amazing enough, but I didn't expect this to be even more terrifying. Great, I'm finally here. Oops, I'm so hungry. I'm out of energy. Reg was just about to reach out when he suddenly collapsed. Hey, are you all right? The cat fairy checked, and found that Reg's strength was exhausted. I see, it should be some special martial arts, but it's so hard to use. The cat fairy thought and immediately walked towards the room under the tower. Reg also opened his eyes at this time. Mi's eyes looked at the cat immortal. His current spiritual power is very huge, he can see far away, and watch with his spirit. The cat fairy walked into the room, which was also very simple, except for a bed, and 3 large water tanks, but there was no water in the water tanks. There are only emerald green dried beans, and each tank is full. This is the fairy bean. The cat fairy took one out of it and walked towards the door. At this time, a trace of arc hook appeared in Reg's mouth, and he disappeared with a swish, and then appeared in the cat fairy room. And saw this jar full of fairy beans. I'm sorry, but the earth will be my place of coming in the future, so in order not to leave a bad image for you, I decided to sacrifice a little bit of myself and become a thief. Reg thought shamelessly and then touched the water tank, and disappeared with a whoosh, along with the fairy beans. Chapter 27 027 Star of Saiyan. The house that Reg had built was here, and suddenly with a whoosh, the fairy beans he had brought back here, saw Supa Fox training Zama Buletin alone. He didn't have time to greet her, so he left with a whoosh. After all, teleportation is fast, but it takes time. Running back to the place in a second, the cat fairy returned to the tower from the house, and it was about a matter of seconds. Reg suddenly returned to Kelantat, lying on the ground, thinking to himself, this teleportation is convenient. Sure enough, at this time, the cat immortal walked up to him and handed the fairy bean in his hand to reach. Come, give it to you, eat it, and you will recover your strength immediately. Reg had long wanted to try the legendary healing elixir fairy bean, so he immediately grabbed it and threw it into his mouth to chew it with a crisp click. These fairy beans taste a bit like fried beans, and they don't have any so-called fragrance, only a taste similar to drinking water. However, all of a sudden, he felt a magical vitality suddenly permeating his mouth, and a warm intention flowed throughout his body. At the same time, the fatigue on his body magically disappeared. Not only that, but even the mental exhaustion was swept away, and the whole person was full of strength. It's a fairy bean. Reg let out a slight burst of breath, and almost scared the cat fairy into sitting down and... What's going on? You. Cat immortal, you've been for a long time, and you're not coming out of a reason. I'm sorry, cat fairy, I scared you. I'm sorry. Reg apologized before continuing, there's nothing fun about the holy land of Kylan, so I'll go first, bye. Sneer. Reg exploded and flew away directly. This is the sky dancing technique, and when he came up here again, he comprehended it. Kylan Holy Land is the birthplace of martial arts. If there is a fate, you can have an epiphany of martial arts here, and Reg just somehow thought of the use of the chi transfer method in his mind. It's a little incredible to get into the sky dance technique all of a sudden, but the sky dance technique is actually not difficult. and Vegeta in the original book doesn't just look at it. Even so, Reg naturally has a talent for being self-taught. As a legendary Saiyan, how could his comprehension talent be inferior to Vegeta's? It's just that in this way, it was the turn of the cat fairy to be stunned, especially Reg's words, "What a fun! Here! Nemas, this is a holy place of martial arts, and others may not be able to come to it if they want to come, but it is the same as if they can't be found. But the special Reg is good, since it is not funny. It seems that his Kylan sanctuary and his Kylan cat fairy are worthless, so don't be so shocking. And at the top of the Kylan tower, there is a clear, blue like a calm blue sea, and the one suspended above this blue sea is like a spinning top, in the shape of an inverted cone, without any support but can. A temple that rises freely and firmly in the sky. This temple is the place where the gods of the earth live, and this temple has been suspended here until now. I don't know how many years have passed. And this god has been replaced from generation to generation, but this magnificent temple is not easy for eternity. And here in the temple square, there is a green figure looking at the lower realm, which is the current god of the earth. Wearing a white robe with a big word God in the middle. He was originally a genius child of Namek, and he was very powerful in terms of combat power and IQ. Due to the harsh climate of Namek, his father Kadaz had to send the young immortals to Earth, but as soon as he landed on the Yunzabit heights, he broke his brain and even forgot his own background. I saw the letter that my father asked him to wait for on the spaceship, and after 30 years, he still couldn't wait for anyone and went out to practice. Because he is an alien, he is gifted and valued by the gods of the earth and wants him to be his successor. But he was influenced by the earthlings and had evil thoughts, and was detected by the gods at that time, and for the sake of the gods expelled the evil thoughts from the body, and that evil thoughts were another self of the gods. After sending out evil thoughts, he defeated Karak, who was also fighting for the heir of the gods, and became the heir of the gods of this earth. And so it is. He was also alarmed by Reg's anger now. Others couldn't feel it, but he could. What a powerful gas! Yes, immortal, this breath is really terrifying. There was also a person next to the immortal. His face was pitch black, his two eyes were pure black, and his breath was calm and unpredictable. He was none other than the god's good friend, Bobo. It is no exaggeration to say that Bobo can be called the person who has lived the longest on Earth. Because of this, he knows many secrets, such as the origin of the gods and the spaceships left by the gods. The Dragon Balls and models of the Earth Divine Dragon were made by Mr. Bobo, and the gods gave him life, etc. Of course, in the early stage, the Earth's martial arts were also his strongest, limited to the Earthlings stage, and the Scions excluded. His chi doesn't look like a person from the Earth, but his appearance is no different from that of an Earthling. What is going on? The god wondered, but this was also normal. He didn't know anything outside the universe, and naturally he hadn't heard of Scions. What's more, Reg is hiding so deeply, with his little eyesight, he can't see anything wrong at all. Don't talk about them, let's talk about Reach. He has now gone to the western capital, go here to buy things, live in Scion Star, but need daily necessities. Although there are only 2 of them on the entire planet, some of them are lonely, but this is fine. They can cultivate quietly, and they can go to the earth to play from time to time, it is so close. When he settles down, Reg will naturally give Soup a fox here. After all, the old Scion Star is also going to suffocate to death. And the earth is colorful, just right for travel. Well, no problem. The planet of the world. The king of the northern realm was so frightened at this time that his heart was fluttering. How could this guy run to the earth again? Oh my god, what to do? I hope he doesn't come around on earth. It's not just the gods of the earth who pay attention to Reg's affairs, but even the realm king of the northern galaxy has been paying attention to Reg from beginning to end. There is no way, he is the king of the realm, and his insight is comparable to that of the small gods of the earth. Here in the western capital of the earth, Reg descended here, and only here is the most developed on the Earth. The Universal Capsule Company is here, and when it comes to universal capsules, it's also a good thing. This all-purpose capsule is a high-tech product developed by Dr. Breves of the Bulma family business in Dragon Ball. A small capsule can hold motorcycles, cars, airplanes, houses, etc. A universal capsule, that's good, but you need money to get it. Reg was walking alone on a street in the western capital, pondering how to get money. At the same time, he himself has become a target point, because of the cosmic combat suit he is wearing. It's the Earth here, and there is no such thing at all, and Reg didn't pay attention to this aspect, so it naturally became a refreshing idea. Look, that guy was wearing strange clothes. Yes, why haven't you seen it? Chapter 28. 028. Reg didn't care about that, all he was thinking about was how to get the money. Robbery? Like Lan Chi? Be a robbery king? How is this possible? He is also the great prince of Sion, how could he be reduced to such a state? I really can't rob a bank. What kind of hunting and selling things for money? Reg doesn't do this kind of thing, he has such a strong strength, and he still does this, it's useless. Okay, that's it. Eventually, Reg decided to borrow money from the banks of Earth. Yes, borrow money. As for how to borrow, it is naturally borrowed quietly, the kind that is borrowed but not returned. And the other party didn't notice it at all. Earth Reg has been designated as a place he wants to come to often, so naturally he can't make a bad image here. He is him, not Vegeta, so if he can avoid destroying the image, he still has to avoid it as much as possible. If he really can't help it, then he has no choice. In the end, Reg took 100 million from a bank on a street in the western capital, and they didn't know it. How is it possible to be aware? They're just ordinary people, and at Reg's speed, even if they have a camera, it's useless. Reg's one is fast, and that's not something their camera can capture at all. What's going on? The 100 million cash that someone just came to deposit, why is it gone? A clerk looked at the place where the box containing the money was placed. What's the matter with you? The money is just gone? Are you making up a TV series for me? The manager here also came to inspect, and when he heard the words of the clerk, he naturally didn't believe it. So he checked the surveillance, and was stunned, and indeed the box containing the money disappeared like this. The surveillance video only saw that the box was placed there, and suddenly it disappeared, and no one took it, and it was that it disappeared like this. Suddenly, the bank exploded here. 100 million is not a small amount, but Reg doesn't care about this. The money he has already taken has passed to the Universal Capsule Company. It didn't take long for Reg to arrive at the Universal Capsule Company, which was also the largest in the western capital. Other houses, high-rise buildings, etc. are not as big as it. No way. Who calls this the place where the richest man in the world is? Naturally different. Dr. Brive is the father of sisters Tais and Bulma, the founder of Magnum Incorporated, and a brilliant and eccentric scientist. He is a comedic character and loves to collect a lot of adult books. He also has a lot of pets, and the couple lives with many of their favorite animals. Even when Majin Buu was about to wipe out all the Earthlings, they refused to abandon these animals and take refuge in the temple. Moreover, Dr. Brive was a genius who invented the universal capsule and greatly promoted the development and progress of human civilization. In the original book, many of the convenient devices and various electronic devices used by Bulma during his adventures were also made by him. In order to go to Namek to find a new Dragon Ball, the Doctor built a large spaceship for the three of them in imitation of the small spaceship that Goku rode in when he was a child, and later the Doctor built one for Goku. In addition, Vegeta's training hypergravity chamber was also made by him. Reg thought about such a thing all the way, and unknowingly entered the Universal Capsule Company. It's very spacious here. There are a lot of staff. This is the business hall of the Universal Capsule Company, and what Sun Wukong found in the original book is just the back door. "Hello, welcome, I don't know how I can help you." A black-haired beauty came over and asked, and when she saw that it was a handsome guy, she naturally spoke kindly. Reg ignored her expression and got straight to the point. "Well, I'm going to buy an all-purpose capsule, what is the price?" "Wait a minute, look." The beauty handed the price list to Reg. "The price of the universal capsule is not cheap, but it is not too expensive, as long as it is not too poor, you can afford to buy one or two like this." "Well, yes, then 500 sets each for large, small, and medium-sized ones." Reg nodded and said how much he wanted, but startled the beautiful woman. 500 sets each. Are you sure you can afford it?" "Well, this handsome guy, are you sure?" the waiter cautiously confirmed. After all, if it was true, she would have sent it. 10 sets of all-purpose capsules, 500 sets, that's 5,000. And the medium-sized, large, and small-sized ones are 500, which is 15,000, Nima, s. Reg also saw what she meant, so he looked at her seriously. "Do you think I'm joking?" "I'm sorry, I'm presumptuous, please take a seat, I'll invite the boss here, after all, there is not enough stock here." "Because of what?" "Because there has never been a customer as strong as Reg, so naturally there won't be so many spare goods." "Well, it's okay, you can go, it just so happens that I have something to do with your boss, so I'll do this thing by the way." Naturally, Reg is very supportive. In the office on the 3rd floor, Briv was so frightened that he fell out of his seat when he heard the news. "Are you sure?" Now Briv is still middle-aged and elderly, not as old as in the original book. After all, Dragon Ball is still almost a few years away from the beginning of the plot, at least 7-8 years or so. 7 or 8 years is not a short time for Earthlings. "Yes, boss, go and take a look, we don't have enough spare goods." Yes, let's go, let's take a look." Here on the 1st floor below, Reg sat in the VIP room and waited, and not long after, Briv and the beautiful waitress arrived. "Hello handsome guy, what do you call it?" Briv said hello like this, so that Reg's skin trembled all of a sudden. "You said that it's okay for a beautiful woman to say hello like this, you are almost an old man, such a greeting, the flesh is not numb, don't you feel weird?" Thinking about it, but there was still business to do, Reg shifted his gaze and looked at the table. "Hello, Dr. Brive, my name is Reg, do you have the quantity I want to buy?" "It's naturally fine." Brive was also embarrassed, just now he greeted the way it was. But Reg spoke, and gave him a staircase, so he took out a red capsule and placed it on the table and handed it over. "You want 500 small, large, and medium-sized sets, which I made not long ago, and it took me years to complete." Reg saw this spiritual power and checked. It is true, the universal capsule is a small space, and the red one is a large capsule, which is very large, and it has not been used in the original book. Gold is a medium-sized capsule that can store this car, small house, and much more. The yellow ones are small, and they are usually just used to load a sidearm. "Well, yes, Dr. Brive, you're a genius," said Reg. And then opened the suitcase in his hand, which was larger than a suitcase, and there were 10 rows of bills in it, and Reg took 3 rows of bills and put them in another small suitcase, and then handed the remaining 9 rows to Brive. "It's 80 million, give." Chapter 29. 029. Brive is whole-lived, after all, as the richest man in the world in the future, he already has a strong heart, and now Brive is not the richest man in the world. In a few years, it will be, but even so, he is the #1 richest person in the world. He had a strong heart, but the waiter couldn't hold it, and he opened his mouth wide in excitement, feeling so unreal. And the other waiters also looked at her with envious eyes. 80 million, according to the commission, she can get 8 million. What a concept! Was posted. Ha ha ha, Brother Ray is really fast talking. I heard that you are still looking for me for something. I don't know what is the matter. Briv received the cash and immediately asked Reg what he had to say. Actually, it's nothing, just to tell you if you can make this thing, of course, the price is not a problem. Reg handed him the blueprints and stood up. I still have something to do, I'll come back in a year to bother and say goodbye. Billig left the place, and all he gave Brive was a diagram of the structure of the gravity chamber. He had a gravity chamber, but who was too much of that, not to mention that he was planning to gather a few scions. As for how to close it and where to close it, there are not many scions left here. How to close it? This is a matter for the future, so let's not talk about it now, let's sell it. Reg bought a lot of things on the street along the way, all of them packed into universal capsules, and spent 10 million on food and daily necessities. He spent a lot of money to buy clothes, etc., refrigerators, or something. Anyway, as long as he passed by and needed it, he would buy it. Although I only have more than 10 million in my hand now, if it is not enough, there are banks everywhere here, and there are quite a lot of places to send money, so why are you afraid that you will have no money? Well, I am afraid that only Reg himself can be so shameless. Eventually, Reg ran out of money before leaving here to return to Scion's Star, and he was dressed in a different skin. Brother Reg, you're back. Seeing that Reg had returned, Supa immediately ran over, and when he approached, he noticed Reg's clothes, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Brother Reg, what are your clothes? Look good, see if I have you for it too. Reg immediately took out a red universal capsule and threw it over. Bang! A high-end house appeared here, which was specially bought by Rieger, and it was full of women's clothes. Wow, that's amazing! Let's go inside. Reg nodded, pulled Super Raccoon in, and asked her to try on clothes. After all, the old combat suit was not good. Of course, at least that's what he thinks. A month passed like this, and it took a month to finally put this place in order. Okay, I'm going to training, you have to be careful by yourself, call me in time if anything. Reg is going to go into the gravity room to train this day. After all, strength can't be left behind, while there is still time, first stimulate the potential of strength, and then go where he wants to go. Okay, there you go. Here are a few houses that Reg has taken from the earth, and they are installed here, a total of dozens, which can be regarded as the level of a village. In the center is the gravity room, and Reg is wearing a peculiar practice suit, with a white thunder character on the back, which is his practice suit. And it is also the gravity suit that he made a wish for. Okay, come on. Reg opened the door and entered the gravity chamber, where he adjusted the gravity 300 times. Holy! The sudden gravity didn't almost crush him, after all, 800 times, and he was not ready for it. Reg immediately took a breath. Nemas, this is the gravity under the gravity room, and sure enough, people who are not adaptable, no matter how strong their combat power is, they will not react at once and will be crushed to the ground. But Reg is different, he is not like this now, and after adjusting it, he has adapted to 300 times the gravity. Okay, then it's up to you. Reg said and turned on the gravity of the gravity suit again, which was also 300 times, and the double gravity overwhelmed him at once. 600 times will not overwhelm him, but this is different, the gravity chamber is outside, and the gravity suit is inside, the two are not the same. So this pressure can't be described as 600 times on the surface of the numbers. Double training, which is also prepared by Reg in order to exercise his physique. He's going to train himself into a durable body, a Super Saiyan body that won't fall down with a punch or two. In Science, even Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, etc., the strength is stronger than the body's defense endurance. In the original book, Monkey King Super Saiyan Blue, who was punched by Jillian and was blown up Super Saiyan Blue, in GT, Super Saiyan 4 Monkey King, was also injured by a death revenge bomb. As a Saiyan Prince, Reg wants to be a Super Saiyan with a god's method of controlling his breath, and he is not a Super Saiyan god, but a Super Saiyan who walks into an ape. As for God's method of controlling the breath, it is in his compilation of the method of controlling the breath, but there are many parts that he does not understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, anyway, there will be opportunities and time in the future. In the gravity chamber, Reg stood up, but a force that came out of thin air did not abate, and kept trying to push him down. And Reg could clearly feel that the weight was still increasing. Reg's first attempt was 300 times the inner and 300 times the outer, 300 times the gravity, and he couldn't stand it even if Vegeta and the others came in person in the original book. At this time, Reg's body was still trembling unconsciously, and his bones were clicking, his strength was inexplicably against his body, and it was very difficult to move a step. After a while, dense beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead and chest and back, soaking his whole body. Gotta hold on. Call. HAAA. Reg got used to it for a while, and started running, bouncing, and out. Boxing, from the simplest ordinary moves to physical training, punching with all your strength is extremely violent, and such a fierce action is a huge consumption of physical strength. Even so, Reg gritted his teeth and persevered, practicing until his physical strength was exhausted and his body was hollowed out, believing that only in this way could he give full play to the potential in his body as quickly as possible. You must know that the potential of a Saiyan is unlimited, and he is naturally no exception as the strongest Saiyan. After a period of fierce punches, one punch was slower than the other. And he didn't explode and transform into a Super Saiyan. This is just to increase the strength of the body, and only this is the best way, and when the time is completed for training, he believes that his strength will definitely go to the next level. No, Reg had just fallen, and the gravity had already crushed the bones of his left arm. So Reg took out the healing elixir fairy bean and came out, and when he came in, everything was ready. Chapter 30. 030. Reg took one out with great difficulty and ate it, and in an instant the wound recovered, and the broken bone was also restored at once, and it was connected in place. This is the fairy bean, the healing elixir, although it is useless for diseases, but for physical strength, injuries, etc., it can be fully recovered in an instant. Whew! Reg immediately jumped up. It was obvious that he had already felt the changes in his body, he had just recovered from the edge of the battle, and his physique had improved. I didn't see that he could jump up just now, but he couldn't do it before, and he went from being very difficult to stand up and suddenly being able to jump. Okay, go on, The energy on the arm that Reg said suddenly gathered a ray of light and hit it in front of it. Suddenly, the energy waves were suppressed very slowly, because this was the suppression of Reg's control ability, so he couldn't control it as he wanted, so it was abnormally slow. Go! Boom! Reg manipulated the energy wave to bombard himself upside down, and immediately fell down with another injury. Of course, he was also measured. I won't let myself be killed by my own Qigong waves, but I've almost lost half my life. So Reg climbed to the place where he put the fairy beans, took one and ate it, and immediately recovered. Ha ha ha, my strength! After Reg recovered, he easily stood up from here by gravity, and the pressure he already felt was too small, indicating that he had adapted. Saiyan's physique is good, and recovering from the brink of death can greatly improve his strength. Okay, then continue to practice like this time it's more ruthless, Reg shouted, and directly exploded, increasing his attack power, sending out an air bomb, and he was hard to come down, but he was still affected by the air bomb explosion. There was no smoke here after the explosion, after all, it was in the dead gravity room, and Reg lay on the ground and didn't feel like the last time. He couldn't get up from the ground when he was seriously injured. He could get up. What does it mean? It shows that his physique has also improved. Then Reg trained like this, and when he felt that it was about the same, he directly used 1,000 times the gravity, both inside and out, so that he had to lie on the ground for several days to adapt and couldn't stand up. Day after day, more than half a year has passed, and Reg has been training for more than half a year. And Reg has fairy beans, whether it is day or night, he doesn't go out in the gravity room. A fairy bean doesn't eat for 10 days, and 10 is 100 days. At first, Reg didn't know how to eat dozens of them a day, but then he slowly became stronger and his resistance was stronger, so he unconsciously reduced the number of times he took fairy beans. More than half a year has passed, and he is now 3 immortal beans a day, and it seems that the improvement is quite large. It can adapt to gravity 1,800 times, and without the use of any breath. Don't doubt it, maybe the protagonist Sun Wukong can't do it, but Reg is different from Sun Wukong, he can do it. The difference in rank is also very important. Reg is a legendary warrior, Son Goku is the lowest level lower level warrior, and Vegeta is a genius warrior. In the original book, Sun Wukong can always be one step ahead, and that's because of his amazing understanding, but Vegeta doesn't have it. And it's not as good as him. But Vegeta, with that genius and physique, caught up step by step. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan Full Power, Super Saiyan Blue, even Super Saiyan 4. If Vegeta also has the amazing understanding of Sun Wukong, he will not be overtaken by Sun Wukong. The same world is fair, Sun Wukong has this talent for understanding, but the Saiyan's potential physique is not as good as Vegeta's, so Vegeta can catch up every time. No matter how he took the first step, it didn't take long for Vegeta to catch up, except that he couldn't overtake. Of course, if Sun Wukong is a top-class genius warrior and this understanding, Vegeta will never be able to catch up. So the two of them complement each other, but it's very pitiful that the most important thing is that Sun Wukong has the most important thing in understanding, so poor Vegeta, as a prince, can only live in second forever, so he has the title of the second 1,000-year-old. But Reg is different from them. Reg's perception is also above Sun Wukong, and his physical potential is also ranked first. Even a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly is not as good as him. With this advantage, as long as you are willing to work hard, you are not afraid of hard work, and you have advanced cultivation conditions, you will never be caught up by the latter. To get back to the point, Reg was out of the customs that day, and after training for more than half a year, his gains can be described as incomparably huge. His chi and physique have been greatly improved, and it is an incredible improvement. Just kidding, launching a shockwave attack on yourself with all your might every day is quite the same as surviving on the brink of life and death. Click. After Reg came out, he moved and clenched his fist, feeling that the power in his body was very strong, and he couldn't even believe the improvement he could see. This force was far from what he expected. What an unexpected bonus! Brother Riga, you're out of the customs. At this time, Supa came running, and Reg was also startled to see it. Fox, what are you? Supa was wearing that gravity suit. Of course this was not the key thing was that there was a 200, that is, 100-fold gravity on her chest. She had adapted to gravity 100-fold. Wait, your combat power has reached more than 1,000,000. In addition to spiritual attacks, his secret technique True Spirit Technique can also observe the energy intensity of the opponent, which can be seen in both the data that can be recorded and the data that cannot be counted. Well, it's been a long time since I've gotten used to it. Supa said happily, it was so lively and cute. Reg didn't say anything when he heard this. Supa Saiyan worked so hard, he knew very well what it meant, and his heart was also very moved. She was afraid that she would become a burden to Reg in the future, so during Rieger's training, she also trained outside. Without saying a word, Reg immediately hugged her into his arms, which also made Super Raccoon stunned. Yes, stunned. It was the first time in so many years that Reg had hugged her like this, and it suddenly made her heart flutter, and her face turned red like an apple. Brother Reg! Reg closed his eyes and took a breath, then gently pushed her away, meeting her eyes into her eyes. Don't force yourself so hard in the future, do what you can, you will never be a burden to me, never be. Reg could clearly imagine how hard it was for her to adapt to 100-fold gravity. 300,000 combat strength is always carrying 100 times the gravity, which is not trained under 100 times the gravity, but 100 times the gravity on the body at all times. If it's training under gravity until it's fine. What's more, although a female scion is also a scion, her physique is different from that of a male scion after all, and it cannot be compared with a male scion. What's more, Supa is really the person Reg cares about the most, even if she can bear it, Reg is not willing to let her suffer this sin. Okay, put the gravity down, yours are not suitable to carry gravity all the time, it's not good for the body. Well, I listen to Brother Reg. Chapter 31 031 Northern Boundary King. On this day, Reg suddenly teleported and appeared in front of the King of the Northern Realm, so frightened that the King of the Northern Realm almost ran away. Well, it's you, how did you get here? The King of the Northern Realm naturally knew Reg, but he had been following Reg for a long time. Fortunately, Reg didn't destroy it, and he kept to himself, so he was relieved, which Cheng thought, Reg actually found him. Hee, hello, Lord of the Realm. Reg waved his hand and greeted with a smile, now the so-called 50 times the gravity of the earth here no longer works for him. Don't forget, he's also carrying 800 times the gravity at all times, so it's naturally not a problem here. Woohoo, woohoo. Suddenly, an orangutan face suddenly appeared in front of Reg's eyes, it was named Barbarous, a friend of the King of the Realm. What are you doing here? After the King of the Northern Realm came back to his senses, he asked, did he believe that Reg would come here without anything, the so-called Three Treasures Hall would not be allowed to do anything? Lord of the Realm, I want to learn your secret technique from you, Realm King Fist. What? My Realm King Fist? Are you sure? The Realm King was also serious at this time, after all, Reg was a strong man. Naturally, he can't play Reg like he did in the original book. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that Reg will not blow up his Realm Star with one move. I'm sure, so I'll ask Lord Realm to teach me. Reg respects this Realm King very much, after all, he doesn't want to be an evil person, so naturally he can't kill anyone he sees. Well, it's not impossible to teach you, but you have to remember that you can't use it to do evil things. The words of the King of the Northern Realm are just self-comfort for the love of face. If Reg insisted, he couldn't help it. The King of the Realm can rest assured. Reg agreed without saying a word. Well, can you show here that your chi has reached a very high level, Realm King Fist? The Northern Realm King slowly told Reg about Realm King Fist 1510 and instructed him how to cultivate. The reason why Reg wants this Realm King Fist is also after taking it into consideration, not to mention, this is a big move. At the time of Dragon Ball Super, at the Power Conference, Sun Wukong's 20 times Realm King Fist plus the first stage of Super Blue was as powerful as the second stage of Vegeta Super Blue. Reg will also try to learn, in case it is used. As for the load on the body, it is okay to joke about Sun Wukong, a low-level warrior. If he is a legendary warrior, it can't be said. Yes, Sun Wukong is the protagonist and has the aura of the protagonist, but he will not be worse than the aura of the protagonist. Sun Wukong learned the Realm King Fist very quickly, and so did Reach. It didn't take long to learn the Realm King Fist. Reg has been here for 3 months too. Realm King Fist. Reg gritted his teeth and roared, and directly burst out the Realm King Fist. His body was red, and the aura riot in the form of a red jet came out of his body. This was the Realm King Fist. Immediately, Reg could feel that the power in his body had doubled, that is, doubled the Realm King Fist. That's amazing. This is the of the King of the Realm. The King of the Northern Realm was very satisfied when he saw this. and Reg could be said to have truly brought out the power of his Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist was created by him and he could see it clearly at a glance, but he still couldn't help but remind Reg. The Realm King Fist is a tactic to forcibly increase combat effectiveness. You are now a double Realm King Fist, and there are 2 times the Realm King Fist and a triple Realm King Fist, all the way to 20 times, but you have to be able to withstand it physically before you can use this. You can continue to improve your strength. But there is one thing that needs to be taken seriously. The King of the Northern Realm suddenly admonished Reg in a solemn manner. The use of the Realm King Fist must be done within your ability. If it is beyond the tolerance range of your body, the damage to your body will be very large, and the gains outweigh the losses, so for the sake of safety, with your current physique, it is best not to use more than 10 times the Realm King Fist. It should be fine. Thank you. Reg didn't care about the words of the Realm King. He would be fine if he used the 20 times Realm King Fist now. You must know that he is a Super Saiyan, and he uses a 20-fold Realm King Fist under a Super Saiyan, Nemas, and that kind of explosion is scary to think about. But he won't use this Realm King Fist frequently now, and he is just studying now to prepare for the future. As the saying goes, be prepared. No thanks, if we can, let's have a laugh. Before the Northern King's words could be spoken, Reg had already teleported and disappeared. The Adraith Star Man's specialty, teleporting. After Reg learned the Realm King Fist, he set off for Namek, and this time he was going to a place. Namek's Bolunga could help him. After all, the place he was going to was almost difficult. Besides, this World King Fist was originally the auxiliary move of Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball, but because he could transform into a Super Saiyan in the later stage, Sun Wukong rarely used this move again. It was not until he had to use this move again in the battle against Ribrice in Hell and against Hit, Zamas and Kefra and Jiren in the Power Conference before the Power Conference. Well, Reg, this Scion Prince is also interesting. The King of the Northern Realm has been watching Reg's actions, and he also thinks that Reg can, but he doesn't like to be restrained, so he has always shown the feeling of rejecting people from thousands of miles away. But his heart is not bad, otherwise he would not have agreed to hand over the Realm King Fist to Reg. Even what Reg forced him to teach was fake. After all, the Realm King Fist was created by him, and he didn't know how to get it. What's more, Reg didn't force him, but he thought it was okay, so he handed it over to Reg really Realm King Fist. Namek. The Great Elder was here, and suddenly he felt something, so he spoke again. Niru. Great Elder, is there something going on? Asked Niru as he walked in and asked respectfully. Scion Prince Reg is here. You go and give the Dragon Ball to Dangzi and ask him to help Reg. Maybe this is really the last time. The Great Elder sighed. In fact, at the moment when Reg left Namek, he predicted that Reg would come back again, also because of Dragon Ball. So long ago, when Dragon Ball was restored, let Niru collect it here. Yes, Grand Elder. Niru doesn't refuse, as long as it doesn't disturb the Great Elder. He has no opinion. In a certain tribe of the Nameks, Niru arrived here soon after, found Dangzi, and gave him the Dragon Balls. What is this for? That Scion is coming back and needs Dragon Ball. You go where you are, and he will appear there. Hearing that it was Reg who came back, Dangzi immediately took the Dragon Ball and flew to the place where Reg had put the gravity room to wait. Just when Dangzi arrived, Reg also swished. Dangzi. Reg saw that Dangzi would be here, and immediately noticed the Dragon Balls on the ground. Many of them were here, as if they had prepared in advance. Dangzi, what are you? The moment you left Namek, the Great Elder already had a premonition that you would need to use Dragon Balls when you returned, so he prepared in advance. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 32. 032. Holy. Reg muttered to himself. Okay, in that case, I'm sorry for you, Dangzi. Reg didn't mind either, it saved a lot of effort. Yes. Dangzi immediately opened his hand and summoned Bolunga in the Namek language. All of a sudden, the sky was dark, lightning and thunder roared, the Dragon Ball Wang buzzed, and a golden light rushed out, and Polenga emerged from the golden light. Whoever summoned me, say what you want, I can fulfill any wish for you, but it is limited to 3. Hearing Polenga's words, Reg immediately became serious. Tell him, please give me the ability to travel through the universe. Although Dangzi wondered what it meant to travel through the universe, he didn't ask and told Bolunga directly. Polenga was silent for 3 seconds, and then a high voice echoed, yes, but it takes 2 wishes together to come true. No problem. Chirp. Suddenly, a light appeared in Polenga's eyes, and a pattern appeared on Reg's arm, similar to the pattern of its Polenga. This one can help you travel through the universe, but it's useless to do anything else. Okay, you have one last wish. Polonga Deo. Reg was excited, finally getting what he wanted, so he clapped his hands. When Reg heard this, he immediately underestimated it in Dangzi's ear, as if he was talking about another secret. Dangzi understood this, but he still told it truthfully. It's simple. It was the first time that Polenga had explained in such detail, and when it was done, it suddenly dissipated and the sky recovered. Reg doesn't care, the most important thing is that the face stays forever. Who wants to get old? Dangzi, thank you, we'll see you again when we have the chance, bye. Reg said and immediately teleported away. That's right, he is going to other universes, so he made a wish to have the ability to travel through the universe. After all, traveling through the universe is not traveling through the planets, unless it is a god, otherwise people cannot travel through it. Fortunately, Polenga was able to do it, and Reg's plan to go to other universes for training was also successfully executed. Other universes, I'll come. Well, that feels like. When Reg was about to leave, he suddenly felt something, and immediately flew towards some distant planet. On a bare planet, Reg is here, and there is really no grass here. Why is this place so familiar? Wait, isn't this the planet Backed? Reg suddenly got the information about this planet in a flash of inspiration, because it was exactly the same planet that was said at the time of the Earth struggle in the original books. There is something on the planet Backed called the Spirit Fruit Tree, and the Spirit Fruit on the Spirit Fruit Tree is a good thing. Eat the one that can fight in advance. Reg thought of this and suddenly looked forward to it. Although it may not have much effect on Reg anymore, after all, his combat effectiveness is already very high. But it should still have some effect on the Supabishan. Although it may be useful for Reg to improve his combat effectiveness, don't forget, Spirit Fruit, Spirit. Reg has also been exercising his mental power, maybe the spiritual fruit can help him and help him improve his mental power. When Reg flew in, he saw a huge ancient tree. There are dense fruits on the ancient trees, all of which are green and red, and the spiritual tree fruits that hang between the branches and leaves like apples, exuding a red light. Ha 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 ha, God help me! Reg immediately flew over and took a spirit fruit down, took a bite of it, and immediately felt energy fluctuations coming from his mouth. Stop, who are you? At that moment, a sound sounded behind Reg, causing Reg to stop and look back. Is also a scion, who looks exactly the same as Sun Wukong, but he is different from Sun Wukong. He will show an evil smile, Sun Wukong will not, and his skin is darker than Wukong, and his limbs are very developed. Reg instantly thought of someone, Darius. Dales is a low-level warrior who was born on the planet Vegeta and is one of the extinct Scion survivors, humiliated for being a low-level warrior. He is also very ambitious and wants to dominate the universe. The other Scions of Vegeta Star rely on their own efforts to improve their combat effectiveness, while he improves by eating the fruits of the spirit tree. This fruit was originally eaten only by the gods, and when the tree took root, it absorbed all the nourishment of the earth. The land of this planet will become a barren desert, and after hundreds of years, not even a single grass will grow on the land. Darius wants to conquer the universe by relying on the power of the spirit tree fruit. In the original book, he and his subordinates set their sights on the earth, planted a spirit tree on the earth, and prepared to use the spirit tree to improve combat effectiveness. But he was discovered by the king of the realm and told Sun Wukong and others about the situation. So Sun Wukong and Xiaolin, Leaping, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings and others worked together to clear the spirit tree, and launched a fierce confrontation with Darius' subordinates. Dales discovered the half-race scion Sun Gohan during the invasion, and he wanted Sun Gohan to join them, but Gohan sternly refused. So Dales turned Sun Gohan into a giant ape and beat Sun Wukong, and Big tried to cut off Sun Gohan's tail, but was severely injured by Darius. Later, because the fast dragon woke up Sun Gohan, and all his subordinates were killed by Sun Wukong, he was helpless and ready to face the battle in person. Darius was defeated by the Monkey King of the Ten Folds realm King Fist, so that he had to eat the spirit tree fruit. After that, Darius, who ate the fruit of the spirit tree, greatly increased his strength and completely suppressed Sun Wukong. In desperation, Sun Wukong decided to use the Yuan Qi bomb, but because most of the Earth's Yuan Qi was sucked away, it was unsuccessful. In the end, Sun Wukong used the vitality of the spirit tree to launch a fatal blow to Darius before the destruction of the Earth, which completely reduced Darius to ashes. It's just that what Reg didn't expect was that Dales was here in Bald so early. But as Reg turned around, Dales was also stunned, and took a few steps back in fright. While retreating, his eyes were still wide, and the corners of his mouth shouted, "Bay, Vegeta." Reg and Vegeta are brothers, and they can be said to be 7 or 8 points similar in appearance. Dales is forgivable for recognizing the wrong person. "Hello, Darius," Regmi said with a smile in her eyes. "This rhythm is a scary rhythm." Somehow, Darius shook violently, and stammered, "Prince Vegeta, how did you end up here? You didn't die." Unexpectedly, Vegeta was destroyed, and since Vegeta was not dead, he still discovered they here. He happened to be not in Vegeta when Vegeta was destroyed, and later Frieza sent someone to hunt down the Scions, and he escaped by mistake. Not long ago, I got a fruit to eat. Since the combat power has increased from 1000 to 3000, I came here and planted this spiritual fruit tree, because it is not ripe, so he has been waiting here, which Cheng thinks that since he has been discovered, he. Chapter 33 033 Toot. The probe on Daratha's left eye turned on, and when it probed Reek's combat power, it instantly frightened him. 100,000. That's more than all the Scions. Even King Vegeta is less than 30,000. Darius, you planted this fruit. Reg looked at Darius with a smile. He was going to put this thing away unceremoniously. Since he just took a bite, he felt that his spiritual power had been refined, which meant that it was of great help to his spiritual power. It's... Yes, Prince Vegeta. Dale saw that Reg had 100,000 combat strength, and he didn't have the courage to fight back. Originally, he was going to fight back, but now, even if he eats a few more, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up with Reach, not to mention that the other party is stronger than him, and he won't be given a chance to eat at all. Only pretend to surrender first, and then look for an opportunity. Thinking of this, Dale showed a sinister smile. Hearing this, Reg ignored his idiot smile. Darius, you have the wrong person, this prince is not Vegeta. What? Dale shook his head, not Vegeta, how could it be? So I raised my head and took a closer look, it was very similar, how could it not be Vegeta? It's no wonder that after so many years, Vegeta's image is in his memory when he was a child, and he hasn't seen the image at all in the past few years. That's why he combined Reg and Vegeta when he was a child, so he thought Reg was Vegeta. Humph, my name is Reg, and I'm also a Scion Prince. Reg was straight to his identity. Hey! It's Dal's turn to be confused. What's going on? King Vegeta has two sons, a Prince Vegeta, a Prince Tabur, and when will there be another Prince Reg? These spirit fruits are all for this prince, do you have any opinions? Reg didn't delay with him on this topic, his identity was very little known among the Saiyans. Dales's face was ugly, his face was red, he didn't almost burst into a thunderous explosion. Nemas, he had worked so hard to plant, and it was about to ripen, since it was cheap to others, it was impossible to say that he had no fire in his heart. Oh! Don't accept it, come on, said Reg stretched out his hand, and with his mental power, he controlled a few spirit fruits and handed them to Dales. Eat them, you can improve your combat effectiveness, and when the time comes, you will come and compete with me. And if you win, I won't want it. Dales was not stupid, and immediately frowned and asked, then what if I lose? What a pit! Reg only said how he would win, not what would happen if he lost. To lose, that's to die. Dales looked at the dozen or so spiritual fruits in front of him, clenched his fists, and was weighing the value in his heart. He is ambitious, but he also spares his life. What's more, he is not the same person a few years later, he does not have the helpers in the original book, and he is not as ambitious as he was at that time. Hee, the prince laughed, the prince wanted to take all these fruits. Dales immediately relented, but the dozen or so fruits in front of him were collected by him. Reg doesn't mind those dozens either, he has been guarding here for so long, he can't guard them in vain, not to mention that everyone is a Saiyan. In that case, you're welcome. Yes. Dales added in his heart, you have not been polite at all, and you have forcibly occupied it. Suddenly, under the shock of Dales, Reg used his huge spiritual power, and one by one the fruits were taken by him out of thin air. I saw him raise his hand, and a cloud of purple light on those fruits dragged up, as if he had grown legs, and flew towards Reg on his own. And Reg opened the universal capsule and put them all in. It looked like there were tens of thousands, and in the blink of an eye, Reg was all included in the universal capsule. Darius's heart is bleeding. So many, just like that, it was taken away? The dense spirit fruits that I saw 1 second were all gone the next second. Darius, I'm not welcome to this fruit tree. Reg said as he immediately activated the true spirit technique to uproot this tree, including this piece of land. Now there's nothing left on this planet, and all that's left here is a huge pothole. Whew! Reg felt a little dizzy, and the consumption of mental power was too great, so he immediately took out a spiritual fruit and ate it. But unfortunately, the spiritual fruit did not have the ability to recover, and after eating it, his spiritual power was not restored. I really can't. He just gave it a try, but he didn't expect it to be really not, it seems that it is still a fairy bean. He can restore you to everything except sickness. After taking a fairy bean, Reg got better, and everything returned to normal. Darius, I hope we have a goodbye day. Reg smiled, and then exploded and flew away. After Dales saw that Reg was gone, he spat out, I'm sorry, who wants to see you again? Today, he was unlucky enough to go to his grandmother's house, and he worked hard to cultivate, but he turned out to be cheaper than others. Forget it, I still have more than 10 of them, and it's a big deal to cultivate a spiritual fruit tree. As soon as Reg flew out of here, he immediately flew out of the universe. Holy, this pressure! Before he could fly out of the edge of the universe, he felt a huge pressure, and it was no wonder that no one could fly out of the universe except for God, and he didn't even know that there were things in the universe besides the universe. As he approached the edge of the universe, a flash of light on Reg's arm sent out a shield to protect Reg. Although there was a protective shield, he still felt the pressure, and he had no choice but to burst out to resist. In this way, Reg flew out of the 7th universe, turned into a starlight dot and flew out of a black ball, appearing in a space of 12 circles. This is the hyperspace of the Dragon Ball universe, and the 12 balls here are the 12 universes. After the starlight point out of here, he went directly to the 6th universe, which was parallel to the 7th universe. The 7th universe destroys the God realm here. Wise suddenly felt something, and immediately took out his staff and opened a diagram to come out. Oh yes, now that you can fly out of the 7th universe, this scion is amazing. That's right, the moment Reg flew out of the 7th universe, he felt it. After all, as an angel in the 7th universe, everything in the 7th universe is under his supervision. It's just that he doesn't monitor all the time, because he doesn't have that interest. After looking at it, Weiss accepted it. After all, in the eyes of a god of their level, Reg couldn't enter his eyes at this level. On the side of the 6th universe, Reg came in smoothly. I went straight to the Milky Way and saw a lot of planets. More planets than in the 7th universe. And the scions here are all righteous, the opposite of the 7th universe. Ha ha ha, I'm here, Universe 6. He came here smoothly, and the angel Bardos here didn't notice it. After all, it's still the same sentence, and it is impossible to monitor it all the time. Chapter 34. 034. Okay, let's go to Earth first. Reg said that he immediately headed towards the Earth of the 6th universe, but he stopped halfway through. I almost forgot, the Earth in the 6th universe has long been extinct. Where to go? No matter what, just go anywhere. Reg casually flew towards a planet. On a certain planet, there are also human beings, but they are not Earthlings. This planet is called Baltz. The city is quite nice, with humans and so on, as well as all kinds of animals, such as cat people, etc. Is this the 6th universe? Compared to the 7th universe, this place is relatively peaceful after all, but there are many masters here. After a few walks around, Reg left to go somewhere else. There's a breath of fighting. On an abandoned planet, there is a group of people who fight with a person somewhere. Damn, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Captain Linso, what to do? There are a few people here in combat uniforms, fighting with a few strange monsters. At this time, Reg appeared on the planet, saw this scene, and immediately squinted. Scion. That's right, he sensed that the chi of those people was the chi of the scions. But their combat effectiveness is very strong, and they have basically come in the millions. Unlike the scions of the 7th universe, they are much more powerful here. No, Captain, if we continue like this, we'll all die here. Yes, Captain, let's leave. The leading captain naturally did not agree. No, we can't withdraw. You must know that our escort team has just been established. This is the first task, and we must not give up. But they were helpless here, and Reg recognized who this man really was. The captain of the 6th Universe Scion Lasse defense team, Lianso, is the older brother of Califra. He has great strength and rich combat experience, and now his combat strength is more than 600,000. In the original book, he was also Gabe's former instructor and has always been trusted by Gabe. Later, due to a foot disease during the battle, he was unable to move, so he retired from the defense team and recommended Gabe to become the captain of the Lasse defense team. At the time of the Power Conference, in order to gather 10 masters to represent the 6th universe, the Elephant of Destruction Pa ordered Gabe to find powerful Scion warriors to compete. And Gabe's first reaction was to think of the old Captain Liansuo, so he went to visit. After Gabe explained his intentions, Liansuo was embarrassed and said that he was suffering from a serious leg problem and could not move, and he did not want to be a burden to Universe 6 and resolutely refused to participate. However, at Gabe's repeated requests, Liansuo suggested to Gabe that his sister Califra go to the Gathering of Strength instead of him. Liansuo once commented that his sister maybe she just looks like a bad girl, but her potential is actually far above mine, as a strong recommendation from the members of the Power Council. Later, after showing great potential, Kalivra and her younger sister Kai decided to accept the invitation to participate in the gathering of strength with Gabe as representatives of the Scions. It's just that Reg didn't expect that since he met him here, it was really fate. Because he also thought about hanging out with the Scions of the 6th universe for a while, knowing that they often participate in escort missions. And battles are a daily occurrence for them. Why did Reg leave the 7th universe? It was because the 7th universe did not yet have a master who could fight with him, so he could only choose to leave. And the 6th universe is his goal, not to mention anything else. Let's just say that the number 1 killer here, at this time, is definitely an existence that he can't beat. And that Frost, the frozen demon of the 6th universe, is also very terrifying in combat power, and now it is definitely more powerful than the 7th universe Frisia. If Dragon Ball weren't for the 7th universe as the protagonist universe, Frisia would not have been able to catch up with Frost at all. So here Reg can challenge the major masters to improve himself. Of course, the 7th universe also has a feeling, but Reg doesn't dare to challenge him, at least not now, that is Beerus. Getting back to the point, Reg suddenly fell from the sky just when they couldn't hold it anymore. Captain, someone's coming. I saw it. Lien Suo's face suddenly changed greatly, this chi was too powerful. If it's an enemy, they'll all have to answer here. Hello, Reg was about to say hello to Lien Suo when the 3 monsters had attacked. Boom. Reg held out a hand to block its attack, what a rude fellow. Click. That monster was instantly punched through the body by Reg, they only had 900,000 combat power, how could it be Reg's opponent? Whew. The remaining 2 suddenly launched shockwaves, and 2 pale cyan shockwaves blasted over. Seeing this, Reg only saw his left hand stretched out, opened his palm, and 4 bolts of lightning converged in the form of a swastika in the palm of his hand, and then also shot out a shockwave past. Boom! Reg's shockwave engulfed their shockwave, leaving them both with scum left. And the O that grew up in the mouths of several people is up, which is too powerful. Isn't it? After solving this, Reg clapped his hands, it's quiet. Then he turned to look at Lien Suo and the others, hello. Hello, I'm the captain of the Lhasa Defense Force, I'm Lien Suo, may I ask if you... Who is it? Lien Suo was the first to stand up as the captain, but there was still vigilance. After all, it was unknown to him whether Reg was friend or foe. I'm Scion Reg. Reg asked tentatively to see if there was a Scion named Reg here, although he guessed that it might not exist. Scion. When the 3 of them heard this, they immediately felt that Reg's anger was really a Scion, so they breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed their guard, because Scions are very righteous warriors here. Hello, we are all Scions too, and Reg, are you also a Scion of the planet Sherida? Asked Lien Suo. After all, the Scion planet here is called the planet Sherida. No, I was not born on the planet Sherida, but on Vegeta. Reg reported the 7th universe Vegeta. Vegeta planet. Sure enough, the 3 of them didn't know where planet Vegeta was, which was normal, how could they possibly know? The planet I am on is destroyed, and I am the only one who survives. I see, brother Reg, are you interested in joining our Lhasa Defense Force, said Lien Cableway. Ha ha ha. Reg smiled, I've gotten used to being free alone over the years, so forget it. Lien Suo was speechless, if he has strength, he is an uncle, and if people don't want to join, he can't force him. After all, the strength is there. Maybe even their leader may not be as powerful as Reg. Of course, this idea is a bit exaggerated, and it also flashed in Lien Suo's heart. But it didn't occur to him that this might be true. Today's 3 watches, the first now. Chapter 35. 035. Because in this 6th universe, although the Scions are powerful, there is no Super Scion, even if the combat power exceeds 100 million in the later stage. None of them can transform into Super Scions, and they don't even know that Super Saiyan exist. In the original book, if it weren't for seeing the Saiyans of the 7th universe transform into Super Saiyans, they really didn't know anything. In that case, then please come and sit with us with Brother Reg. Seeing that Reg was unwilling, Lien Suo didn't say anything and invited him directly. This can be had, Reg immediately agreed, and then got on their spaceship and left the desolate star. Well, Brother Reg, how much combat power do you have? Asked the question on the ship. After all, the Reg data they detected just now was a little abnormal, and the combat effectiveness was very different from what it was now. The Scions here know how to run chi, but they can't compare with Regs, they can't hide their chi, basically, it's the same. Hehe, it's not a little bit taller than you anyway, so don't ask. Reg didn't want to hit him. Joking about Reg's current combat effectiveness, he couldn't believe that he would have such an improvement since he finished training. Well, I really don't know how you practice, your combat power is so high, you can hide it. The chi they have learned now has not yet reached the point of hiding, and the Lassian Defense Force has only been established for a short time. The planet Sherida is the planet inhabited by the Scions of the 6th universe, and its location is in the star system, which is on the edge of the spiral arm of a spiral galaxy, not too big, but small. Linso's spaceship goes directly into orbit on the planet Sherida. After the passage, a huge pale grey and blue planet swooped into Reg's eyes. This is the planet Sherida. By the time the ship entered the planet and passed through the clear atmosphere, Reg could see the sea of clouds churning and the blue sea as far as the eye could see. The mountains rise tall and hold the clouds high, stretching far into the sky. As far as you can see, you can fly over the mountains. In addition to the natural ecology, there is also a city that is also very prosperous, with high-rise buildings and a strong sense of civilization. Compared to Vegeta in the 7th universe, this place is much more spectacular. I haven't seen the planet Sherida in the original book, and now that I'm here in person, I can't believe that this is the planet where the Scions live. Sure enough, everything is diametrically opposed to the 7th universe, and it is worthy of being a twin universe, incredible. Eventually, they stopped in a remote place, which was Lianzhuo's home. Alright, Brother Reg, let's go down. Lianzhuo didn't plan to take Reg to their headquarters, after all, Reg was not from the Lasse Defense Force, let alone if he didn't join if he entered there. Those guys who rely on the old and sell the old are going to be embarrassed again. As long as there are people, there will be a struggle for fame and fortune, even the Scions who call themselves righteous warriors here. This is the nature of living beings, and this nature does not discriminate between races, as long as it is spiritual. Reg also understood what he meant, so he followed him down, and after sensing this, Reg shook his head, the highest combat power is only 10 million. It's also strange here, since a Scion with tens of millions of combat power can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Reg followed Lianzhuo all the way to his house, where there were two people outside his door. Brother, you're back. A little sister ran over and pulled the rope. She had black hair, a hairstyle like a hedgehog's head, and she was dressed in a bad girly outfit, a female Scion, but without a tail. Reg thought about it, needless to say, he also knew who it was, Lianzhuo's sister, the genius girl, Califra. As a bad girl, Califra has a big personality, looks down on others and seems arrogant, and some people have no one in mind. But his nature is not bad, and he pursues power like other Scions. And many times by robbing the rich and helping the poor, taking care of a lot of people, very confident but not conceited, and although a female robber, she is still quite polite when she should be polite. Yes, I'm back. Lianzhuo patted her on the shoulder. Now Califra is not as tall as in the original book, and she is still a little sister, so this arrogance has not been perfectly displayed. Come, introduce you to someone. Lianzhuo said and looked at Riga, Reach, my brother's new friend. Oh. Califra suddenly spun around Reg, looking at Reg as if he was about to interrogate. That's pretty good. Reg. Even Zuo was speechless, and after waiting for a long time, you just said that, so he apologized to Reg, and then looked at the man behind him. Jeriv, is there anything you're here for? Jeriv, a messenger scion, is responsible for delivering messages on the planet Sherida, that is, issuing assignments. This is the task that the leader has given to the Lass's guard. Jeriv handed a watch to Liansuo. After Liansuo took over, his face suddenly changed. With the strength of our Lasse defense team, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete this task. Can it be handed over to other teams to complete? Captain Liansuo, the other teams are still on a mission and have not returned. The situation is urgent, there is no other way. Jeriv is also embarrassed. This is an order from above, he has no right to interfere with your retreat. Liansuo's face was not good looking, but he had no choice but to accept it. Okay, I can also give it a try, but I may not be able to guarantee that it will be completed. Okay, I'll go back and report to the chief, and if you complete this task, Captain, the reward will be great. Jeriv finished speaking, and the spaceship he was in left. Brother, what's the matter, this mission? It was Reek's turn to be confused, so he picked it up and looked at it. He couldn't understand the text here. What does that mean? I don't understand. Brother Reg, you weren't born here, so you can't read it, I'll tell you. It turns out that the scions here also need money to live, but where does the money come from? Naturally, it is the remuneration received for doing the task. When the task is completed, the remuneration headquarters will get 30%, and the executor will get 70%. This deployment method is somewhat similar to those sect missions in the fantasy world, and the difficulty is also divided into 4 levels of ABCD, of which the A level is the highest and the most dangerous. Class B is fine, but it also requires a lot of force to be able to execute. The final C and D ranks are relatively easy, especially the D ranks, which can be completed by the worst scions. And the C level still needs a certain amount of combat power to be able to do it. That is, to find something lost for others, but correspondingly, the remuneration is not as good as other levels. And on top of this, there is a more dangerous level, called the S class. There are only 2 such missions in the total, and no one has dared to take them from the beginning to the present. And this time, since the mission that Liansuo received was to assassinate the Alien's pirate regiment, the mission level was B level. Chapter 36. 036. Not only that, but this B level is also the most advanced kind, which shows that this task is not easy to complete. Liansuo's mission in that desolate star was the smallest of the B ranks, which made him helpless. This time it was the highest in the B rank, and it didn't cost his life. There were only a few people in their Lasse defense team, and the others were only more than 200,000 combat strength, and he captained more than 600,000. And in the planet Sherida, there are quite a few teams, and the Lasher defense team is not the most famous now. After all, the masters in the original book have not yet joined. The Lasse defense force is still in the middle ranks, so Liansuo is worried about what to do. After all, he can't help but accept the orders from above. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the cost of living, and he has no choice. Don't look at the original book that the scions of the 6th universe are righteous, but every family has a scripture that is difficult to read, and every universe is the same. The scions here are not allowed to rob, sabotage, etc., and the rules of life are very good, but like a part-time job, they only get paid for their work. I see, is this Alien's pirate regiment very powerful? Reg became curious. After all, this kind of thing did not exist in the 7th universe, so he was also a hairy boy who went into the city and asked questions. Kalivila jumped out and said. Liansuo continued, yes, it is also thanks to Mr. Frost in the Universe Chamber of Commerce who rescued it that the Alien's pirates were repelled. Nanny, Frost. Reg shouted involuntarily, Frost! That hypocrite! What, brother Reg, do you know him? That, I don't know. Reg decisively said that he didn't know, and I am afraid that there is no one else here who is shaking Frost's true face except Bardos. Nor can he tell Linso that your idol Frost is a hypocrite and that he planned everything, which is unrealistic. Well, it seems. It's a bit of a problem this time. Linsuo went into the house with a headache, and Kalella and Reg followed. In the evening, when the meal was served, Reg was speechless when he saw the table. Nemas, are you sure you are Scions? Why? Because they eat the same as ordinary people, but the bowl is bigger. There was no mention of the craving of the Scions of the 6th universe in the original book, so I changed it. The Scions of the 7th universe can eat, and the Scions of the 6th universe are just the opposite. That's not enough for Reg to be full, but he can't show it. I had to quietly take a fairy bean and put it in the rice and eat it together while eating. The living conditions are good. You can eat anything, but it's a pitiful one with a small amount of food. Brother Reg, what are your plans for the future? Asked Liansuo after eating, and Reg could hear what he meant. Reg put down the dishes and chopsticks and wiped the side of his mouth. I'm going to settle down here, so okay, I'll help you complete these tasks together. How about sharing my share of the reward? Doing as the locals do, Reg didn't intend to break the rules here, lest the entire Scion be his enemy, although he was not afraid, but he was afraid of trouble. Oh! Sure enough, Lianchuo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Brother Reach, are you sure? With Reg's help, this task shouldn't be difficult, right? Of course. I'm not interested in joining the defense team of the planet Sharadha, but you are my friend, and I can help you. Reg paused, and continued. All right, after this time, you go to your headquarters to pick up an A-class mission, and I'll take you to complete it. Gollum. Liansuo swallowed his saliva, obviously frightened by Reg's words, and received the A-level mission. Hey, are you sure you can do it? Califella wasn't sure. After all, she wasn't the future she, and she wasn't so arrogant. That's natural. If you don't believe me, come on, come outside, let's compete. I'll only use one finger to fight with the two of you, as long as you can beat me and take a step back, even if you win. Yes. Califra didn't want to agree directly, but Liansuo couldn't help frowning, and Reg's tone was too big. You said that you are so powerful with your hands and feet together, and he can still say it, and with one finger, you look down on yourself too much. Of course, this is just what he thinks in his own heart, and he doesn't say it at all. In a training ground. Reg and Kalivola, the three of them looked at each other here, and the two of them worked together to deal with him. Come on! Califra and Nexus glanced at each other, forming one after the other, and then with a whoosh, the two of them suddenly disappeared. Only Reg stood still. It seemed that they were fast, but Reg could see their movements clearly, and easily locked on to the individual positions of the two of them. Bang! When Liansuo punched Reg in the back, Reg's left hand leaned back and his index finger blocked his attack. What? How is this possible? Liansuo was surprised. It was really a finger that blocked it. Ha, and me. Kalilla suddenly jumped out from behind the chain and punched Reg on the head quickly, but Reg seemed to be able to strike first. Kalivola's two fists swished, and Reg only swayed his brain from side to side, easily dodging Kalilla's attack. Liansuo is only more than 600,000 combat power, and Califra is only more than 100,000 yuan, and fighting him with 30 million combat strength is not asking for trouble. Fortunately, it's not an enemy, otherwise I don't know how I died. Reg flicked his right index finger to block Kalivola's attack. Tweet. A huge gust of wind emanated from Reg's body, knocking the two of them out at once. Together, Kalilla and Lenso fell to the ground, scratching two distinct marks on the hard ground. Ha! Califra and Lianso have a tacit understanding, firing air bombs together, sending them out with all their might, without mercy at all. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, the energy bomb smashed down wildly, shaking this training ground, and the terrifying attack was like rain, and it was extremely powerful. And the continuous bombardment of energy bombs was incomparable, and it became a torrential trend, and a huge sound resounded here, and suddenly, billowing smoke came out. After a while, they stopped tiredly, wheezing heavily. "Brother, he's going to be fine, he's..." "Probably not." Suddenly, a purple glow came out of the thick smoke, which directly dispersed the smoke. Reg stood spotlessly there, smiling at the two of them. "How's that?" Liansuo and Califra nodded in unison. "Believe, believe, must believe. It's terrifying. Isn't it? Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 37. 037. "Okay, Brother Reg, in that case, I'll trouble you." That's how Reg and Lianzuo discussed. The next morning, all the members of the Laskai Defense Force had arrived, 5 men, and the combat effectiveness was a mess. Except for Lianzuo, the captain of the team, who has a combat strength of 600,000, the others are basically below 250,000. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have received another mission to get rid of the aliens pirates. Of course, the difficulty of the mission is higher than A level." "What? Captain, at such a high level, can we finish it?" "Yes, Captain, the aliens pirates, this pirate regiment is difficult with our strength." Their worries were all expected by Lianzuo, so he didn't feel any surprises. "I know everyone's worries. It's true that we are not opponents in the matter of the aliens pirates this time, but this time, we will have a helper to help me clean up their leader." "Helper, is it?" A long-haired scion thought of something, and immediately looked at Reg, who suddenly appeared here behind Lianzuo. "Captain Lianso, are you talking about Reg?" Since they came back together yesterday, they all know the name for Reg. Of course, only 2 people knew. After all, 3 people were not there when they went on a mission yesterday. "Yes, with his help this time, it must not be a problem, so get ready and go." Cosmic Chamber of Commerce. This is a large chamber of commerce in the 6th universe, where everything can be developed, as well as those buying and selling, and so on. There's a planet that someone like Frisia looks at in an office. "Humph, it's time to, come on. The subordinates are here. Inform our allies, the aliens pirates, to attack this planet, and I'll be there." "Yes." This person is none other than Frost of the 6th universe, and it is his Frost's first form, which is very similar to the 7th universe Frisia. Frisia is silver red, he is silver blue. Naturally, he can also transform in different forms, except for the second form, which is Frisia's tall form. His second form is directly Frisia's third form, and these 2 people are so similar that if they come together, those who don't know will think they are twin brothers. Although Frost is not as vicious as Frisia on the surface, and blatantly rules the universe, he is jealous of evil in his heart, and he is the same as Frisia. After all, he freezes demons. Sometimes they are polite and gentlemanly, but at the same time, they all smile and hide their knives. Because no one knows what will happen in the next second of their cold and polite smiles, whether it will be a beam of death through their hearts, or a slap to the head. 7th universe Frisia is fierce and vicious, but he is also blatant, straightforward, where like Frost, he has packaged himself as a completely good person. And the bandits who secretly colluded with the major forces in the universe to let them attack other planets, he jumped out to the rescue. Then they sold the ruined planet at a low price, and then used the Chamber of Commerce to attract a lot of post-war reconstruction funds. Took profits from it, absorbed all kinds of donations, created such a tall and righteous image for himself, and earned the reputation of a famous and good man. All in all, whoever doesn't know in the 6th universe now is a good person. Aliens Pirates Headquarters. The leader of this pirate group is a one-eyed alien form, similar to the people of the tribe of Jillian in the 11th universe. Leader of the Enlightenment, Lord Frost has an order to attack the Star of Held. At this time, a small servant received the news and immediately came in to report it, but their leader was still shaking his glass and drinking, and the day was very comfortable. Cut, if there is something for us to be a bad person, he will be a good person. The leader was visibly reluctant, and drank down the wine in one gulp. At this time, a kobold military advisor next to him brought him a cup. Commander, so what? We have been working with Frost very happily over the years, not to mention that the benefits are quite rich. Indeed, whenever resources are obtained, Frost 6, they 4, this benefit is indeed. But in this way, they can only be said to be street rats that everyone shouts and beats to the strong, and they can be said to be tigers that can eat people to the weak. It is also because of this that they have been acting cautiously all these years, and if there is a strong person, they can't afford to provoke it, so they hide. Otherwise, Frost would not avenge them, in which case, he would have died in vain. Held, are there any masters? There are no masters, and the planet resources are not bad. If you take it, you can get a lot of money. Well, let's do it. The leader suddenly thought of something and immediately stood up. No, this time I will take action myself. With Bok Chief, you personally take action, and naturally you will succeed. Ha 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 ha, hurry up and get ready, let's go. Yes. It's okay, if they don't go, then it's okay, but this time there may be no return. Here in the universe, there is a huge space station, which is the base of their alien space pirates. Suddenly, a large number of ships flew out of the base, and not long after they left, the chain of ships arrived. Looking at this space station that rotates like a light wheel, Reg was also surprised. Nemas, in terms of science and technology, the 7th universe is far inferior to the 6th universe. This is the headquarters of the aliens pirates. Captain Linso, how are we going to attack? Hearing the words of the team members, Lien Suo set his eyes on Reg. This large base, the defensibility will not be bad. With their strength, I am afraid that they will not be able to break it, and they will have to take action from Reg himself. Okay, I'll destroy the defenses, and then we'll fight all the way in. Reg's voice suddenly blurred, disappeared all of a sudden, and instantly appeared on the top of the space station. What kind of ability is this? It's so fast, do you see that? The others noticed, and they couldn't see how Reg got there. Even Suo was taken aback. Reg's speed was really. He still hasn't used this trick, otherwise we wouldn't have had any chance to attack last night. Lien Suo thought to himself. Ignoring their thoughts, Reg was already at work by this point. A light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible momentum came out. This is his spiritual power technique, true spirit technique. Broke in. Boom. Suddenly, the core of this space station base exploded, and sirens sounded throughout the base. What's going on? The person in charge who stayed behind here looked at the chaotic base, and the smoke was rising, and it scared people to death. General Kikai. The core engine has been broken, and our spacecraft has failed. What? Immediately contact Bok Commander. No, I've tried, but it doesn't work. It seems that the communication ability is also broken, and it can't be used. Chapter 38. 038. Oh no, there's an enemy outside, General, look. One of the guys turned on the surveillance and found a search ship staying not far from them. After the general saw the spaceship clearly, he frowned. This is the brand of the Scion Rasa defense team, could it be that the Scions are coming? That's right, ha 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 ha. A loud laugh appeared, and then there was a rumble all around. Exploded. Immediately a few Scions came in. Well, Why are there so many people? What about your leader Bok? Lian Suo immediately asked, seeing that the number was wrong. They came to destroy Bok, and if he wasn't there, what else would he do? Our leader. He. The people of the pirates present were so frightened that they almost fainted. Reg looked at the other man, the one who had summoned their leader. Tell me, where has your leader gone? Don't kill me, I say, I'll say it all. This guy was decisively instigated when he saw Reg condense energy and flick it on his fingers. Let's talk about it. Our leader has gone to the planet Herder. As soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by Reg with a blow. Thank you. Reg doesn't need to kill innocents, right? Seeing that Reg didn't plan to let go of the creature, he couldn't help but speak. If you talk about the 7th universe, this is normal, but the scions of the 6th universe are righteous warriors. So seeing Reg's method of killing people without blinking, I naturally have an unacceptable feeling. You know what? They can only say that they are enemies, not innocent, but they know how many lives they have on their hands, and this is a light punishment. Reg said lightly. He really scared these people out of the way. It's so stressful. Reg didn't deliberately release his fighting spirit, so he changed the subject. Let's go to Herder. I'm quite looking forward to how powerful Bok, the leader of the cosmic pirates, is. Oh yes, arrange it, take away all the useful stuff here, Bok won't have a chance to come back anyway. Okay, everyone, hurry up. After Lian Suo came back to his senses, he immediately commanded. Reg gave them a medium-sized all-purpose capsule and put things in, which also surprised them, which could also be. After packing up, most of the day had passed, and at about the same time, the ship was up and heading towards Herder. Here's the held. Almost a day had passed, and the area was full of war, with the men brought by Bok fighting bloody battles with the local planetary rebels. And he ate and drank on the spaceship. But he didn't notice that there were 2 people looking at the planet not far away. The 2 men were obese and a tall, lanky woman. I said, Lord Xiongpa, you can't come here to see this as simple, right? The woman couldn't help it. The fat man snorted and said, ha ha ha, it was originally yes, but now it doesn't seem to be interesting. They are none other than the destruction gods of the 6th universe, Pa and the angel Bardos. Like Pa and Beerus, he is an upright cat with purple skin, but he is obese and has a short tail. The upper body is naked, with a black background and white border cloth belt around his neck, gold bracelets on his hands, gold armbands on his arms, and black armor with 3 patterns painted on 2 white and 1 orange, and long, loose cloth pants. Unlike Beerus's light blue clothing includes cloth rings, a long belt, and trousers. But in this way, all of his elephant pals were changed to crimson, the pattern was changed from a diamond to a circle, and the gold studs were changed from the left ear to the right ear. Xiongpa's character is very arrogant, unreasonable, obedient and tyrannical, arrogant and willful, and if it doesn't go well, he will destroy all the stars and life in front of him, but he is not a very vicious person. Although he will go berserk when provoked, he will often show his cute side. He has a wide range of interests, and he especially likes to taste food, and wants to taste the food of the whole universe and even other universes, which is the same as Beerus. After all, the 2 are twin brothers gods of destruction. The image of Bardos is very close to that of Weiss. In addition to the chest and hairstyle, the difference between the 2 is mainly reflected in the clothing and color scheme. Both siblings are extremely tall, with blue-green skin and long white hair, and both have a long staff in their right hand, which allows them to observe the entire universe. Bardos' neck is a large light blue halo. A red sash with 3 circles of 2 white and 1 orange is painted on black armor, corresponding to the elephant handkerchief. The robe and stockings are green, and he wears white high heels with black soles. Bardos, like his brother Ves, always acts in concert with the god of destruction, although he appears to be respectful to his master. But she also teased and embarrassed her master, and her temper was greater than that of Vess, and she was sometimes frightened when she was angry. And the elephant is dead, for her words, the elephant never dares. And his life can't be compared to Beerus, who still doesn't feel good about the delicious food every day. And he is like a paw, every day coarse tea and light rice, but also to reduce it, get a bird egg to eat it and think it is the most delicious thing. Ahem, it's too far. Back to business. Lord Xiongpa, since there is nothing to see, then let's go, there are tasteless people here. Bardos became disgusted with Xiongpa, and it was also obvious that she didn't want to stay here, and that they had a mission to come out. Talkative, got it, let's go. Like Patton's face, he put his hand behind Bardos, and then Bardos took him into a ray of light and flew away. No sooner had they left than Linso's ship and Frost's ship arrived. But Frost didn't notice them, and they did. When Reg saw Frost, a plan popped up in his mind. Frost flew out of the spaceship and sprinted down at high speed towards the herd star. Reg also immediately stood up. Let's go down, after you fight, I'll go first. Whoosh! Reg grabbed Frost's chi and teleported away. Let's go, speed up and land. Lien Suo can't help it, they have one thing in the same way, that is, they can't survive in the cosmic vacuum anymore. Herd star. Frost had just arrived here when Bach, the leader of the Aliens pirates, spotted him and immediately flew towards the ship, intending to leave the place. If you don't leave, you'll be affected and you'll be finished. Where are you going? Reg suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. What are you? If Frost hadn't shown up, I might have played with you, but when he did, I lost interest in you. Reg also found that this Bach's strength is above 1,000,000 combat power, so it's no wonder that the mission here will be a high-level A-level. Chapter 39. 039. After killing Bach, Reg immediately threw his body down, which was necessary and proof to even claim their prize. Here on Held, there is a lot of fighting, and the Aliens pirates are killing here. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Frost, the hypocrite, is about to pretend to be a savior again. Before he could rush over, a fist suddenly slammed into him, sending him flying directly to another place. Then there was also a light chasing after him, and at the same time, Lien Suo and the others rushed here. Quick, everyone join, eradicate the Aliens pirates, kill. With an order, the 5 of them swarmed up, and they would not show mercy to this kind of person, just like Reg said just now. For the enemy, there is no need to show mercy. On the other side, after Frost stood up, he immediately gritted his teeth and looked at the people in the sky with a fierce look. Who the hell are you? Don't delay me to save people. Ho! Reg slowly fell down as if he had heard something funny. Isn't this war started by you? When Reg punched over, Frost was startled and hurriedly jumped to the side, his arms folded, his palms leaning against each other, and suddenly purple energy burst into flames. Then he dodged Reeg's fist straight ahead, and suddenly Reeg's attack fist made an arc and swept lightly, instantly cutting through the air, and the sound suddenly sounded. Ha! Frost let out a loud shout, and a blinding light flew out, bursting into anger, and then counter-attacking Reg. Seeing this, Reg immediately rushed over in a flash and punched Frost. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded, and a huge smoke exploded. Suddenly Reg flew out of it, wiped the blood from his lips, and when the smoke cleared, Frost stood there covered in scars. Ahem, ahem, how can this be, damn it? Frost was injured, obviously more serious than Reg. Reg's current norm is 30 million has not changed, but the Super Saiyan has changed. As for how it has changed, we will talk about it later. On the contrary, Reg felt it when he punched it just now. Nemas, since the first form has reached 10 million combat power, I made it up, don't mind. He was a little skeptical. Frost was so powerful in the early stage, did he rarely cultivate otherwise how could he not catch up with Frisia in the 7th universe? He was very sure that if Frost transformed into an assault form, his combat power would only be in the hundreds of millions. The ultimate form is only stronger, and Frisia didn't have such a strong strength in the early stage. If it weren't for one death, the retraining would have increased dramatically and reached the golden form. And Frost is only afraid that he has enjoyed too much, and he has not trained, so his strength has stagnated, so he was overtaken by Frisia. Of course, this is just Reeg's own conjecture. How it is, it depends on the situation, but this is also the case with 80%. What's the matter, Frost? Don't you think it's sad that your mask has been discovered? Frost looked at Reg with a smile, just to poke the fear in his heart, so that he could show his strength and hit himself. Sure enough, Frost became murderous at this time. Ho ho ho, since you have found out, then, you must also be ready to die. The chi on Frost's body suddenly exploded, and a huge red beam of light like a comet suddenly emitted from the tips of his fingers, striking at Reg in a graceful arc. This is his beam. The beam of death. It's good to come, ah! Boom! The place centered on him around Reg suddenly exploded, and the sand in a radius of several hundred meters was completely decomposed. Ho ho ho, people who know my business have ever. What? Before Frost could finish his sentence, he saw Reg come out of the fog unharmed. However, he wasn't as spotless as he had been when he had fought Liansuo and Califra, as the attack power of the two was very different. Reg walked over step by step, and so did Frost, step by step, and his momentum continued to grow. In an instant, the distance between the two of them to each other was only 2 steps. Suddenly, Frost attacked, and in an instant. There are no fancy blows in these attacks, heavy punches, knee attacks, plus tail sneak attacks. When Frost's fist came, Reg clapped his palm. The knee came over, and he also needed it. When the tail sneaked up, Reg suddenly punched back. As the two of them continued to punch and kick each other, the position gradually lowered to the ground. Pong! When it landed, it was Reg's animal power fist that slammed into Frost's heavy punch. These two powerful forces collided head-on, and the air exploded. And the ground under the feet of the two of them instantly sank down under the influence of their impact. And the impact broke out instantly, and the two of them parted with a touch. Reg took 3 steps back and stopped, and Frost crashed directly into a sand dune, eating the sand. Damn! Frost suddenly became angry, but he didn't expect this person's combat skills to be on par with him. The battle isn't over yet. Reg suddenly teleported in front of Frost, instantly raised his leg and kicked Frisia, and then hit Frost in the abdomen with his knees, pushing Frost out in one go. Whoosh! At the moment when Frost flew out, Reg teleported to chase after him, making up for it in the sky. Ha! Suddenly a gas bomb went down. Boom! Frost was knocked straight to the ground by him, and when he hit the ground, his whole body fell into the ground. Ah! I'm going to kill you! Frost shouted angrily. Rushing out in an instant, the tips of his fingers emitted a beam of death. Reg saw a poof on this body, and rushed over, flashing a few times, and knocking Frost to the ground with a punch. Bang! The battle movement here is not small, but Liansuo and the others on the other side can feel it. What a powerful energy! Liansuo thought that Reg was fighting Bok. Captain Liansuo, this time it must have been sent, over there, Reg must have killed Bok, in this case, really? Yes. The battle here is over, and none of them have met Bok, so it is natural to think that Reg is dealing with Bok. Yes. Shall we go over and have a look? Hearing this, Liansuo immediately stopped. No, such a big impact, we are all in danger here, return to the spaceship immediately and wait for him in space, not to mention that if we go, maybe it will become a burden to him, and then it will be troublesome. What the captain said is that it is difficult for us to intervene in a battle of their level. In that case, let's go back to the spaceship and wait first. Okay, let's go. Chapter 40. 040. Herd Star. On Reg's side, Frost had already broken free at this time, and he was in a mess. Damn, bastard! I could see that Frost was very angry, his fists were clenched tightly, his tendons and veins were bursting out, and the green tendons on his forehead also appeared, looking as angry as he was. Frost, you better transform, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Reg was looking forward to the strength he would gain after his transformation. It's the first time he's fought so happily, and yes, there's no one in the 7th universe who can fight him like this. Humph, that's what you said, he roared, the black horns on his head retracted, and the back of his head extended backwards, forming an ellipsoidal shape, and there were spikes growing out, and his face became flattened, and he looked strangely ugly and speechless. Not only that, but even the shoulders were stretched out to the sides, forming an armor-like shell that looked weird and twisted. But his figure became smaller, and his strong body was still constricted into a slender appearance, and his appearance was like this, but his aura had changed drastically. This is his assault form, which is exactly the same as Frisia's 3rd form, except for the different colors. Reg was also shocked when he saw this, and it felt like there were at least about 150 million. It's interesting. The stronger the opponent, the more interested Reg became, and immediately put on a battle posture. Whoosh! Frost didn't say a word, and directly punched Reg in the face. Boom! Reg was directly knocked to the side, crashed into a mountainside, and the whole person was concave and sunk in. Ahem, ahem. Reg spat out a mouthful of sour water, but he smiled, he hadn't been beaten like this in a long time. Humph, look how you can laugh. Seeing this, Frost went straight to a series of death beams. Boom! The mountain was flattened by his burst of death beams, and a huge fog was raised. Seeing that Reg was buried in Ryan, Frost was very happy and shouted, ha 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 ha, see you are still. Reg seemed to hit him in the face, and every time he laughed and spoke, Reg came out and interrupted before he could finish speaking, and this time it was the same. 6-fold Realm King Fist. Boom! I saw that the pile of rubble exploded, and all of them flew to the side, and a red chi rose into the sky, shaking this place suddenly. What? Frost was also frightened, damn it, is there anyone else playing like this? When did he have such a terrifying person in the universe? He couldn't afford to provoke many people, such as the legendary killer. But he didn't know Reg, and he wasn't a well-known master in the universe, so so powerful. At this time, Reg's whole body was red, and the layer of incomparably violent arrogance covered outside his body was the power of the Realm King Fist. Reg walked out of the inside step by step, and the clothes on his body were not broken at all, because this piece of clothing was the gravity suit, and the defense was not bad. Frost's strength couldn't break it. Ha 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 ha, it's the first time I've had such a good fight, Frost, come again, haha. Reg flashed behind Frost. Frost subconsciously turned around and retreated, and at the same time threw a flick of air past. Reg immediately charged a punch to break the air bomb, and then chased after Frost with a big stride. Heavy punches, connected heavy punches. Knee top at the same time, then leap and kick, all in one go. A series of violent beatings to Frost. This is the state of Reg's 6-fold Realm King Fist. The 6-fold Realm King Fist is also 180 million combat power, so it can naturally beat Frost, an assault form with only 150 million combat power. At this time, Reg hit and immediately separated quickly, and at the same time, the condensed energy swastika form on his hand emerged in his hand. Ha! Boom! A dark purple shockwave flew out of the swastika in his hand, drowning Frost directly inside. Boom! Suddenly, the end of the land exploded. A third of the planet, such a strong force, directly hit the planet. It is strange that it does not explode. Ah! H! At the same time, Frost's heart-rending screams were heard from there. At the same time, it was also bombed into ruins, but his frost gas did not disappear. Shows that he is still alive. Hee, it's a big life. Reg fell from the sky and looked at the ruins. There was a thick fog there, and I couldn't see what was going on inside. But Reg also felt that Frost was choked up. He guessed correctly, and sure enough, Frost flew into the sky and fled from here, and at the same time, the planet began to shake, and cracks appeared. And it's as if there's magma about to burst out of it. Well, since you're here with it, HA. After Frost left the range, he directly counterattacked with a big counterattack, blasting the death shockwave down, which was where Reg was. Oh my god! Reg was also startled, and immediately captured the chi of Liansuo and the others, and suddenly teleported away the moment the death shockwave approached him. Boom! At the same time, the planet also exploded, and Frost was relieved to make sure that Reg did not fly out, thinking that he was dead. Who told you to die badly? If you meet me, you will have no time in the future, but I also have to train hard. I haven't trained for so many years, and my strength has stopped. After this battle, Reg could beat him, making him feel that if he didn't cultivate, he wouldn't be able to defeat a good person like him if he didn't cultivate. Frost immediately returned to his ship. Mistress Frost, you're hurt. His servant saw this, and immediately took out their healing medicine and gave it to Frost. After all, the Universe Chamber of Commerce, how could there be no healing elixir? But the effect was not as good as that of immortal beans. Wu Frost took a breath, took the healing elixir, and immediately closed his eyes. It's okay, let's go back, this planet is scrapped. Yes. On the spaceship of Liansuo and others, Reg also came back from injury and appeared here in an instant. But his injuries were out of the way, but he still had a corpse in his hand, the leader of the Aliens pirates, Bach. Don't disgrace your mission, kill him. Reg didn't say a word about Frost at all, because he didn't want them to be in danger, and because they wouldn't believe it. After all, Frost, a good person, is in this sixth universe, but he is deeply popular, and without absolutely strong evidence, no one can turn over his fame. What's more, Reg is not interested in his name, nor is he interested in overthrowing him. This time Frost didn't use his final form, but Reg secretly planned to let him use it the next time he encountered it. Fighting with a powerful opponent is a pleasure, and this is also the character of the Scion. A fighting nation. Each of them is a belligerent. In the original book, Sun Wukong would rather die than fight Frisia in Namek, and Vegeta is the same, preferring to fight Chiru and help him complete his full body. Reg is also a Scion, and his natural belligerence also exists, and he is not small. Chapter 41 041 Brother Reg, it's been a great job, didn't even say anything else, just said this sentence, and everything else was in this sentence. The rest of the team did the same, and although they couldn't see Reg's detailed battle, they could see it clearly here. The friction of air explosions, electric flints, etc., on the planet, they all saw it in their eyes, thinking that it was a fight with Bach. Alright, let's go back. Reg broke the atmosphere and immediately sat down in his place. The saying is, return immediately. Liansuo smiled when he heard this, and then ordered to return, and the mission was successfully completed. When he returned to the planet Sherida, Reg stayed at Renso's house and Renso and his team went to the headquarters on an errand. I didn't expect this battle to make me gain well. Reg's previous combat skills were all third-rate, and this time he fought with Frost, which allowed him to practice some of them. After all, although combat effectiveness is important, if combat skills are not good, it is like a person who has no strength but cannot exert it. If he hadn't had a stunt this time, he might not have been able to beat Frost at all, unless he turned into a Super Saiyan. But Reg didn't, not that he was exaggerating, but once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frost wouldn't be enough for him to fight a few times and it would be over. He is lacking in combat experience, skills, and so on. In the first fight, he used more than one teleportation to dodge Frost's punches, but he resisted Frost's shockwave. Headquarters of the Defense Forces. What? It's really done. Their leader couldn't believe looking at Box Corps in front of them. The LHAS Defense Force has really completed this task. They were not optimistic about it before, after all, the gap was there, but they did not expect that the LHAS Defense Force had completed the perfectly. Lien Suo, as the captain, naturally stood up and explained, yes, and the aliens pirates no longer exist. Several bigwigs present swallowed a mouthful of saliva one after another. It was hard to imagine. It's impossible, with your strength, it's impossible to complete this task at all, is it with the help of others? Another person asked, and he was the head of the mission. Yes, we met a friend who helped us, all in all, did we complete this mission perfectly? Lien Suo nodded in acknowledgement. He couldn't beat him, but I had the help of his friend. All right. They were also speechless, and the rules of the convoy did not say that they could not invite outside friends to help, as long as they could complete the task. Well, the Lasset defense team did a great job this time. The leader of the defense forces stood up, took a medal and came down, and hung it around his neck. Congratulations, you have completed a difficult and impossible task. Suddenly, the hearts of the people of the Lassetsu Defense Force became excited, but this is the headquarters, and they are not good at venting. Thank you, we will definitely keep up the good work. The leader nodded with satisfaction. Of course, not all scions in this defense team, like this leader, he is. This defense team is a 6th Universe Justice Guardian organization, composed of people of different races, but with its headquarters on the planet Sherida. In the past, this planet of Sherida was called the planet of Lhasa, and although it has a strange name, it is true. Later, the organization established its headquarters here, and then changed its name to Planet Sherida. Of course, this organization is huge, and the headquarters here on the planet Sherida is not really the headquarters, just like the galaxy is divided into south, south, and north. They are the same, but although the organization is large, there are very few of them with strong combat effectiveness. In that sentence, it is very suitable to describe it as a large number of people, but it is not suitable for a large number of talents. Getting back to business, their leader suddenly spoke, if you have the chance, pull that friend of yours into your escort team, and the quasi-security can promote you to the Rashid escort team. He is also an old fox, and the person who can kill Bach must be a master with more than 1 million units of energy. In contrast to the 7th universe, which is referred to in terms of combat power data values, and here in terms of energy units. Hehe, thank you Chief, I will definitely do my best. Lien Suo smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want to bring Rigra in, but Reg said that he didn't like to be bound by those rules. He can't help it, when he enters the escort team, the defense team needs to follow the rules. This is the first rule of this organization, and it is impossible to change it by pulling a person in. Otherwise, there will be no rules and no circle, and this organization will not be able to control it. So the chief called the client this time, and handed over Bach's body to him, and thus received the payment, 30% of the headquarters, and 70% of the Raz's escort of Lienso. In this way, Lien Suo and the others received a lot of remuneration and left here. What do you think about this? Asked the leader, an old scion. This leader is a three-dimensional humanoid, but he is not a scion, the universe is infinite, and there are no people of any race. I'm quite curious about the friend in Lien Suo's mouth. According to the information we have, he has almost no friends and relatives, just a younger sister, still young, unable to participate. Who will be? Will he invite those people? Asked the old man cautiously. There are evil people in every universe, and his 6th universe is no exception. No, you don't know what kind of character Lien Suo and the others are, you are all scions, he will never invite those people to help, let alone he can't afford to invite them. The chief denied him. Just kidding, who in the 6th universe doesn't know that Saiyans are the most righteous people, how can they have contact with evil people? Here they were pondering, and on the other side, Lian Suo also shared the payment halfway. Thank you, Captain, with some money, I can do a lot of things. Yes, thanks to Brother Reg, we wouldn't have been able to do this without him. Okay, thank you for the next time, let's go back, I'm tired enough for the past 2 days, have a good rest, maybe when I come to the entrusted task again. Goodbye, Captain. At Lian Chuo's house, it was already evening at this time, and Reg had also returned from outside, with oil on his mouth, and it seemed that he had gone out hunting. There is no way, his appetite is so big, and he can't eat enough to eat at Lian Chuo's house. Brother Reg, come on, it's yours. Lian Suo handed Reg a handful of bills, which, unlike Earth, the 7th universe, are common in the universe. Reg looked at it and didn't refuse to take it. It seems that your situation is very instantaneous. No, you see, there's this medal. Lian Su took out the medal around his neck, it was the medal of the High Guard. Thanks to you, it stands to reason that this medal should be you. Stop. Reg immediately interrupted him, I said, I don't like rules, and I'll not mention this matter later. Lian Suo was stunned for a moment, how could Reg know what he said next, but he still nodded, okay, don't say, let's go in. Chapter 42. 042. 3 days later, here in the Cosmic Chamber of Commerce, in a secret training room, Frost fought against many people here, and he killed people like hemp. There were already a lot of corpses here, blood all over the ground, and those who didn't know thought they were going to have a corpse party. Chirp tweet. Ho 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 ho. Haven't felt this way for a long time. Frost sent out beams of death that killed them, and he himself was covered in blood, but not his. Mr. Q, the star of herd has been destroyed, and we can't find out who those people are. An intelligence officer came in to report it, and he was not afraid of this scene at all, and it seemed that he was used to it, that is to say, he saw it often. Oh. Can't find it? Humph, keep looking, and give me the most likely ones to analyze. Frost said, blow the last man's head out. I don't believe it, I can't find anything in the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Yes. The intelligence officer immediately went out. At the home of Planet Lenso in Sherida, on a training ground, Reg competes with Califra. Ever since she knew that Reg was so powerful, Califra wanted him to help her improve her combat power, that is, her energy. And Reg also took a fancy to the fact that Califra was a genius girl, so he didn't refuse to help her. Although he helped Califra, there were 2 things that he had not been exposed, and that was the fairy bean and the spirit fruit. Piff is not guilty, he is not invincible now, and it is unknown whether there is a strong person in the 6th universe who has not appeared in the original book. He's not afraid of causing trouble, but if he wants to continue here, it's better to be restless. To get back to the point, Lian Suo has been doing nothing for the past few days, and suddenly today he saw the exchange between Reg and his sister, so he came here. In the sky, Califra is worthy of being a combat genius, and some of her talents are comparable to the Monkey King of the 7th universe. There's nothing wrong with it, and the qualifications are still above Sun Wukong, like Sun Wushan and Little Trunks, transforming into a Super Saiyan doesn't need anger at all. Ha 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 ha, it's really hard to fight, ya. Reg has always defended, no matter how she attacks, she can be the last to strike, and the first strike can defuse all her attacks, which is easy. Kalella, be careful, ho! When he was about to see it, Reg suddenly exploded, and suddenly the wind shook, and Calivra lost her gravity balance and fell down immediately. What? Ah! Reg suddenly teleported to the ground and caught her with one hand, but the scene was a little awkward. Because the hand touches the place where it shouldn't be. Well, I'm sorry about that. Reg immediately let her go, but Call Ifra, the character of the bad girl, shouldn't do anything at all. Wow, you're so good, Reg, how the hell did you practice, so strong? I also feel like I'm getting stronger. Califra said with a big grin, not looking like a girl at all. Indeed, Califra's chi has increased to more than 200,000, and she is worthy of being a genius girl. The Scions are a fighting people, and every time they survive and recover from the brink of death, they will grow in strength. Reg said lightly, although they knew that the 6th universe was the same, but it was difficult for them to achieve the level of the 7th universe. Fighting Nation. Lien Suo also walked over. In fact, he was quite curious, how did Reg train and be so powerful? Yes, although we Scions are righteous warriors, we are also a fighting people, you should be a little aware of it, and rise from the battle. Reg nodded, revealing what they didn't know, the Scions themselves. They are also Scions, and they also have this unique condition, but they have different ways of living, so they don't notice it. Lien Suo was aware of it, but he didn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it, and now that Reg said that, it was true. He had fought a lot of battles before, and every time he survived, when he recovered, the energy in his body increased, and over time, he increased his combat strength from tens of thousands to 600,000. But it's also stuck in this 600,000, and it can't be improved. That's right, I've been staying at 600,000 units of energy for a long time now, I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, brother Reg. Hearing this, Reg looked at Lien Suo and became serious. There is a way, but it is very painful. Really? Can you teach me? No matter how painful it is, I'm not afraid. Lien Suo didn't know what Reg's mouth meant by pain. Really not afraid? Really? Lien Suo is also a serious person, so he almost didn't pat his chest to guarantee. After all, he also understands that only with absolute strength can he protect everything he cares about. Seeing Lien Suo's sturdy expression, Reg thought about it and decided to help him. Cali fella, remember, no matter what happens, don't approach, don't interfere, believe me, although your brother may be in pain when he waits, I promise that he won't die. Calivra believed in Reg, don't worry, hurry. I'm also looking forward to seeing how you can help my brother. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Calivra was stunned, even Lien Suo, and fell to the ground. Because Reg suddenly punched him out, so suddenly, he didn't even react, and he was fucked down. Get up, the Scions are a fighting people, fight me. Reg looked at the cereal with a murderous look. Lien Suo was frightened, it was the first time he saw Reg's murderous cultivation expression. Reg, what are you posting? Ah! Lien Suo just stood up, but before he could react, he was pushed to his abdomen by Reg with one knee, and immediately spat blood and flew out. Boom! Thick smoke exploded on the ground, and Reg fired a Qigong bomb at this time. Tweet! Boom! At that moment, Lien Suo fought back, and he came back to his senses, knowing that Reg was training him. Otherwise, with Reg's strength, he could have been killed with one slap, but he was beaten twice, except for a little injury, nothing happened, indicating that Reg compressed his strength. Suddenly, after dodging Reg's attack, Lien Suo appeared behind Reg in a flash, and swept over with a dragon tail swing on his left leg. Humph, it's good to come. Reg didn't dodge and took the leg hard, but instead of knocking him out, Lien Suo felt his leg numb. I'll go, what kind of body are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Reg fought back, grabbed his legs and threw him to the ground like a punching bag, falling around. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was terrible, and this time Reg used a little strength to instantly beat the rope and almost broke the bone. After a few falls, Reg threw the rope out of the air, and immediately chased after a Qigong bullet. Boom! There was another loud bang. And Lien Suo was left with only one breath left, and he fell to the ground motionless, covered in scars. Miserable. Chapter 43. 043. Brother. Califra came back to her senses and immediately flew over, immediately realizing that her brother had. Don't worry, I said it, I won't let him die. Reg flashed here before Califra was angry. Took out a fairy bean, dragged Lien Suo and fed him to eat, and then in front of Califra, the brother who was bound to die suddenly miraculously lived. Not only that, but since the injuries on his body have healed by themselves, he has completely recovered in less than 3 seconds. It looked like he hadn't been hurt. Well, I'm still alive. Lien Suo suddenly woke up, he thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect to be alive. Of course you're alive, alright, let's try your strength. Reg laughed, he should have scared Lien Suo by suddenly using his power just now. When Lien Suo heard this, he immediately sensed the energy in his body, and his face suddenly changed greatly. His combat power, that is, his energy, actually broke through. Brother Reg, this. I can't think of it, this is the talent of our fighting nation, growing from the battle of death. Naturally, Reg knew what Lien asked about. Now Lien Suo believed that even if the universe was different, although it did not have a tail, it was promoted from the battle, and this did not change, because they were all scions. That's right, after taking a beating, after recovery, Lien Suo has broken through to more than 600,000, and reached 800,000 combat strength in one go. You must know that he is not a talent with amazing talents, otherwise he could go straight to 1,000,000. Unless Califra comes, then the 1,000,000 combat power is all right, after all, she is a genius. Hey, Reg, come on, you help me, and then do the same as my brother. What did you just use? My brother only has 1 breath left, since you fed a thing, it all recovered in an instant. Kalila noticed, and Reg sighed. How he wished that Califra hadn't noticed, so after Renzo woke up, he didn't say how to recover, but instead talked about his strength. I just hope that Califra will be forgotten by this, and who knows if she will remember it. But since he decided to use it, he was naturally not afraid of being discovered. Yes, Brother Reg, I don't remember, but I felt a very warm airflow coming through what you fed me, and then I was so fine. That thing is a healing elixir, as long as there is still a breath, after eating, you can instantly recover as before. I got it unintentionally, but not much. What? There's such an amazing thing, thank you so much, Brother Reg. Lien Suo suddenly looked at Reg with grateful eyes. In his opinion, that thing was priceless, since Reg was willing to give it to him. What's more, Reg has helped him enough since he came. That's okay, Califela's business is still for you as an older brother to help her, I still have a few beans for you. Reg said to throw a cloth bag over, and there are 5 fairy beans in it. Lien Suo took it and opened it to see, it turned out that this was the healing elixir, but he was too embarrassed to ask for it, and just as he was about to speak, Reg had already walked away. Remember, don't expose this thing, or I'll go out for a while. Reg only left this sentence, and the man had already walked out. Yes, that's it, brother, hurry up, I can't wait to get stronger. After Reg left Linso's house, and left the planet Sherida directly, to a planet where people are similar to commerce, there are cities here, but they are different from Earth, there is no kind of delicious food, but there are others. Of course, there is still food, but it can't be as delicious as the humans on Earth, and this Earth of the 6th universe no longer exists. No matter how much the god of destruction here, Elephant Paw can't find anything delicious to eat in the universe. It is precisely because of this that I was reluctant to give up after eating instant noodles from the 7th universe Earth for the first time. Well, it's not bad here, although it is said that the merchants live here, but there are also people of other races who do all kinds of business here, and it is also lively. So Reg walked and walked and walked and saw a planet that claimed to be the most delicious, so he ate in a restaurant here. After ordering something, it looks pretty good, but it feels so bad. I'll go, it's all here, it smells weird. Alas! You're not right, it's the most delicious delicacy on the planet of Sherida. A humanoid man in a chef's uniform with horns on his head is here to refute Reg's words. Alas, your taste? Come on, come, I'll make it myself, let you know what is called food. Reg didn't want to argue with him, and immediately got up and headed for their kitchen. Reg used their stuff here, gave them the money, and then barbecued the meat, and for a moment the smell spread here. Oh my god, what kind of food is this? Yes, the smell is incredible. Reg ignored them and continued to cook his barbecue, which in his previous life was, not anything else, but this one was a good cook. In the words of Reg's previous life, this cooking art is the art of the kitchen, the art of the chef, the art of cooking, the art of enjoying life. The art of cooking, which has been handed down from tradition, is essential to the kitchen and the soul of cooking. In addition, barbecue is a dish made from pork, beef, vegetables, seafood, etc. If combined, it has a unique flavor, a long history, a rich aroma and a delicious taste, which can greatly increase the appetite. It's a pity that they don't know what kind of meat they are here, anyway, it's not human flesh. Slowly, the fragrance attracted a lot of people to come here, and the water in the area was impassable. But they didn't rush over to rob it, because it was very well, and it wasn't good, but it was good, and they couldn't rob it like this, and they bought it with money. On the street, there are two people walking here, a man and a woman. The man is pink and chubby, like a cat, and the woman is a beauty. Suddenly, the fat man's nose moved, and when he smelled the smell, he immediately drooled. Wow, what does this smell like? He lay on the ground and walked over to the smell, his eyes closed. This woman didn't show such ugliness, but she was also fascinated by the smell. Oops, this tastes so good. So I couldn't help but walk towards the overcrowded and crowded hotel. Reg didn't know that he had attracted two great gods for his casual appearance. Knock knock. After about a minute, Reg was ready. It was a kebab, and there were various dishes, but they were different from the ones on Earth, but there was no way to do it. The materials here are incomplete, and they can't be made, so they can only find a replacement. It's done. Hey, brother, sell me this. Give it to me. And I'll pay double the price for you. Give it to me, I'll give you 100 times the price. Chapter 44. 044. And the chefs here are already confused. This is the real chef. Oh no, God chef. Not to mention the taste, damn it, they all want to eat. Reg was about to say that I wasn't selling when a person suddenly flashed in front of him and scared him. Wow, I want to eat it, give it to me. This person suddenly looked at Reg. If Reg said no, he might have to rob it by force. But Reg subconsciously handed over the barbecue, and the man immediately took it, without chopsticks, and just ate it with his fingernails. Wow, it's delicious, the fat man screamed in comfort after eating one, tears in the corners of his eyes. He was sure it was the first time in his life that he had eaten such delicious food. And he still had an aftertaste on the tip of his tongue, which made him remember the feeling, and ate it at once, and then showed the plate in his tongue-licking hand, like a dog. Reg was sweating profusely at this point, and he assured that it was the first time he had done so. Because the person he met was the 6th universe destruction god Elephant Paw. He is different from Beerus in the 7th universe. Beerus sleeps at every turn, and he is run by Bardos and has been wandering the universe. In the face of the god of destruction, Reg does not have that kind of arrogance. What Saiyan is arrogant? What is the strongest Saiyan self-confidence? Just kidding, without absolute strength, you are a scumbag, even if you get a good name. Oh, Lord Xiangpa, you've finished eating, so what am I eating? Bardos was a step late, and immediately glared at Xiongpa regretfully. Food, she also likes to eat. Hey, boy! Elephant Paw suddenly stared at Reg, who was about to leave quietly. Reg was taken aback, then turned around and asked with a smile, "Did you call me?" "Well, since you're so powerful, that's good." Elephant Peyton was taken aback, just attracted by the food and not paying attention. Reg suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart. In front of the god of destruction, he really couldn't hide his anger. "It's funny, but Lord Xiongpa, why are you here?" "Well, you know me." Bardos looked at Reg with a smile, but he didn't find out Reg's identity. After all, he was also a scion, and there were scions in this universe. "Elephant Sama, he is a scion of the planet Sherida, and it is normal for him to know of your presence." "Oh, I see, you're making me one. How about it? You must know that this universe is under my control, and it is your honor that you can make me food to eat. I'm a lucky ghost for you. I didn't do it if I knew it, since I was targeted by you." Reg thought so in his heart, but he couldn't say that in his mouth, otherwise it would be useless for him to hide anywhere. "That's that, in the planet of Sheridha, everyone has heard that Elephant Fa is the most atmospheric god in the universe, and if others provide a little help to Elephant Fa, they can get Elephant Fa to fulfill a wish, which is simply the only and best god in the universe." "Ha ha ha, that's nature, ha ha." Although Xiongpa felt strange in his heart, he enjoyed Reg's words very much. "That's good, you're cooking me a few delicious foods, and I'll fulfill your wish. How about it?" "Deal." Sure enough, everyone is right, the god of destruction never breaks his word, is honest and trustworthy, the first in the universe. It's amazing. I admire. Reg once again touted Elephant Paw's sycophants. He knew very well the personalities of Beerus and Elephant Paw, and the other gods of destruction might not be able to pass away a meal, but the two of them could. When he heard Reg's words, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Yes, he, that's natural, ha ha ha. Seeing Xiongpa, he was fooled, and Bardos also covered his mouth and snickered, but he didn't stop it. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. And at this time, Reg immediately set off, took out the things here and made them delicious again. He had to make more. Maybe Xiongpa would take him away when he got too strong to eat, and this was what he wanted. Again, although he is a legendary scion of the 7th universe and has his own proud skills, it depends on who comes to him after all. The god of destruction, he knew to himself, was probably reaching Super Saiyan 5, and he might not be able to fight with it. What's more, he doesn't want to be a villain. Maybe he can have a good relationship with Xiongpa this time, and he will be tied to the destruction god realm, and then he can get the guidance of the angel to cultivate. He's only taught himself how to control chi and gravity, but there are still a lot of abilities he doesn't know, and Bardos can help him. Of course, this is also a temporary plan. The original plan was to compete with the masters here, and then return to the 7th universe. Who knows if you didn't look at the yellow calendar when you went out? At this time, Reg was cooking famous dishes, and he was also up and down here, and he was very nervous, and he had been avoiding meeting the god of destruction when he came here, but he didn't expect to meet him. You must know that the destruction of the Milky Way galaxy or something is only at the snap of a finger, and if you want to, even the universe can be destroyed. According to the rules, the reason why the god of destruction can't fight is because their strength is terrifying, and they are afraid that if they fight, they will not be careful, and the universe will be lost. And each of the angels around him is even more powerful. Not only can he control the destruction of gods, but also can bizarrely resurrect the souls of the dead, and even master all kinds of strange powers. Just like Weiss's power to control time, 3 minutes back in time, the god realm is extremely high, and almost all attributes are full, invulnerable, and unbreakable. In front of this kind of person, Reg, a legendary scion, can't mention the climate at all. It didn't take long for Reg to make all kinds of soup and meat, and put them in front of them, and the two of them immediately opened their mouths to eat unscrupulously. Ha ha ha, delicious! This smell is really... Reg looked at what they were eating, and suddenly noticed that no one was making a sound, so he looked at the others and found that they were stunned and motionless, as if they had been pointed. It seems that Bardos must have used some kind of ability to lead them into hallucinations. How's it going, Lord Xiongpa? How does it taste? Reg had just finished speaking, only to see all the soup poured into his mouth. After that, Elephant Pardon burped a full red light, and said with a drunken look. Woohoo! I've never eaten anything so good, ha 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 ha! Very good, boy, I'll grant you a wish, just say it. Bardos didn't say anything. But it seemed that she was also recognized by Reg's cooking skills. Ha ha ha, Lord Xiongpa, you are the god of destruction, and you also know that I am a scion. Seeing that I am so weak now, can you guide me to practice? This guy can only coax, not hard, otherwise it will backfire. If you have absolute strength, it's good to say, if not, then the consequence is GG. Sure enough, Xiongpa was very generous with one hand, and suddenly came to Leg and picked him up. Oh, this is simple, too simple, come with me, Bardos. Chapter 45 045. Yes. Bartostan took out her scepter and tapped it lightly on the ground, and suddenly a colorful band of light appeared in the void, as if a dreamlike light enveloped the three of them. Then the three of them disappeared here, and in the bright light, Reg was among them. He was held in his hand by the elephant and could not break free, and in the faster-than-light space channel, he could not see the outside situation at all, only the blank-colored light here. Haha, I haven't seen it. Elephant Pa put one hand behind Bardos and the other took Reg. Yes. Reg nodded subconsciously, what he had seen was only in the TV series, and it was still the same sentence, and he personally experienced it, two feelings. After a while, this light flew into the realm of destroying the gods. The destruction god realm of the sixth universe is located on an inverted cone-shaped three-dimensional planet, similar to the destruction god realm of the seventh universe. Standing in the middle is an ancient and huge sacred tree, which has a vigorous and solemn momentum, as if it is standing in the sky. Spreading out along the foot of the trees is a large expanse of verdant meadows, quiet and verdant, fluttering as if the waves are undulating. And in the center of the grass fence, there is a blue lake exactly like the seventh universe, as clear and calm as a mirror, reflecting everything in the sky. And looking up from the ground of the divine destruction realm, the background is the bright outline of some stars, which may be some giant stars that are relatively close to each other, orbiting the galaxy. This is the of the destruction god realm of the sixth universe. After landing here, Xiongpa put Reg down. By the way, what is your name? Come on, dare to be in love for so long, the other party knows him, but he doesn't know what the other party's name is. Hello Xiongpa, my name is Reg. That's good, Bardos. He handed it over to you. After training, take it and cook me a delicious meal every day. After saying that, Xiongpa went to sleep. It's so good to destroy God's life. Eat and sleep and eat, and the strength continues to increase. Dare you sleep here, as if you are cultivating. Mr. Reg, you have a good night's rest first, and then start tomorrow when you have eaten enough. Bardos said and sent Reg to a room. Reg arrived here in the blink of an eye, and immediately sighed, this is the power of God. When he came here, he didn't feel the existence of Qi at all, which means that he can't feel the divine Qi yet, and sure enough, it's not bad to learn the God's method of controlling the breath. At least when you meet God in the future, you can still have a little ability to resist. I don't want to, let's sleep, it's just that I disappeared suddenly, I hope Lianchuo and the others won't look for it everywhere. When he reached the destruction god realm, it was already difficult for him to leave, unless he had learned something, maybe he could leave. He hadn't been discovered by Bardos until now that he wasn't a person from the sixth universe, and it was also thanks to the operation of his cultivation chi that he hid his true chi and slowly covered it. It's hard to say in other universes, but in the 6th universe, if Reg doesn't say it, Bardos will never notice it. Because the moment the golden finger of chi appeared in his mind, with this hidden identity, there was nothing else. On the other side, here on the planet Sherida, Reg's guess was not bad at all, and even after Suo Zhen didn't find Reg, he immediately went out to find it. Kalivra was the same, and suddenly 3 days had passed, and there was no news at all, so Lien Suo mobilized the rest of his escort to look for him. On the side of the Destruction God realm, Reg stayed for 3 days unknowingly, and the next day he got Bardos's guidance to guide him on how to control Chi one level closer. Of course, it is exactly the same as the one of the last 2 parts of his Chi control method. It's just that this God font Reg can't understand, so he can't cultivate, and it just so happened that Bardos instructed him and let him know how to do it. In the original book, Monkey King, Vegeta practiced like this, becoming a Super Saiyan Blue and a Super Saiyan with divine power. But Reg will not cultivate the Super Saiyan God, he wants to learn the God's method of controlling Chi to try what kind of power Super Saiyan 4 and 5 will have with perfect Chi control. You must know that the power of Super Saiyan V is already terrifying, and if it is combined with the realm of perfect control Chi, will it allow him to advance to a deeper level of Super Saiyan. What's more, taking the path of Super Saiyan 4 is more suitable for him reach, the god of Super Saiyan or something. To be honest, it is not suitable for him at all, which is why he has always kept his tail. On this day, Reg closed his eyes by the lake, and there was a layer of silver light solid on his body, which was his chi. After Bardos's guidance, he was able to perfectly lock the chi in his body and prevent it from leaking. The next step is to advance the chi, and raise the chi to the level of the gods, then it's okay. At this time, Reg suddenly opened his eyes, and the breath on his body exploded all of a sudden, but it did not leak out, but was locked in his body perfectly. Tweet! Immediately, a Qigong wave was launched from his hand, directly knocking out the water in the lake. Ha ha ha, that's good, Reach, it's only been 3 days, and he's already learned this kind of chi, not bad. Xiongpa has nothing to do, since he came to see Reg to cultivate. Ha ha ha, Lord Xiongpa, you're here. Reg paused and stood up to say hello, but not as respectful as before, but rather casual. God of Destruction, if you get acquainted with him, he's just a good talker, and he doesn't care about politeness or anything. When I didn't see Dragon Ball in the early stage, Sun Wukong was very afraid of Beerus, and he was familiar in the late stage. Beerus's threats to him didn't work, and Vegeta, who was originally afraid of Beerus, was relieved to give his daughter to Beerus when he was in Dragon Ball Super, Broly. And now the connection point where Reg and Xiongpa become good friends is food, and the connection point between Son Goku and Vegeta and Beerus is also food. Among the gods of destruction, as long as it is not something that crosses the bottom line of theocracy, Beerus and Xiongpa are the 2 easiest to fool. To get back to the point, Elephant was about to say something when Reg suddenly interrupted him. Master Xiongpa, you can practice with me, as long as you can be my sparring partner, I will cook you a more delicious meal today. Really? Asked Xiongpa, wide-eyed. Really, but you have to be restrained, I'm not your match yet. Okay, I got it, let's get started. Well, I'll do the negotiations. Bardos came out at a very opportune time and stood between the 2. Let's go. Ha! Reg directly burst out all his anger, but he just didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, a strong wind came out all around, but nothing was blown down here, and it seemed that Bardos had made a move. Lord Xiongpa, hand-to-hand combat, don't dodge, ha! Humph, okay, I'll fulfill you. When Xiongpa saw Reg attacking, he immediately punched over, without any energy, just such an ordinary punch. Boom! Chapter 46 046. In the thick fog of the meadow, Legato's paralyzed hand jumped out, covered in scars, and it was hard to imagine that the god of destruction was so powerful. It's worthy of Lord Xiangpa, thank you for your mercy. Reg knows very well the strength of the god of destruction, the existence that can defeat the universe at will. Such a punch is definitely stopped, otherwise he will probably hang up. Don't doubt it, god of destruction is so awesome. Ha ha ha, how is it, do you want to come again? That's for sure, ah. Reg teleported over, and he couldn't feel the breath of the elephant, but he could still move in a short distance. Xiangpa didn't use any chi or strength or energy, just used his fists to fight with Reg. Bang, 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 bang. All of a sudden, the two of them were fighting in the sky, and it seemed that Reg was down, but in fact, Reg used elephant paw to perfect his fighting skills. He believed that the god of destruction's hand-to-hand combat skills were absolutely superior to anyone's, even Hit, the number one killer in the 6th universe. Oh yes, Reg is so smart. Bardos sat in her seat watching the battle in the sky, and she could naturally tell that Reg was taking the elephant as a battle bag. But she didn't stop it, it didn't hurt anyway, and in her opinion, if Reg was the god of destruction, he was definitely better than Xiangpa. The god of destruction is so powerful because he has the power of the priesthood, and if he doesn't have the power of the priesthood, I'm afraid his qualifications are not as good as Reg. Xiangpa was trained by her Bardos, and no one knows better than Bardos what his qualifications are. It was precisely because of Reg's qualifications that Bardos agreed to train Reg. After all, she is the master here, which is different from the 7th universe. If it's Weiss, maybe it depends on what Beerus means, isn't that what Vegeta and Monkey King mean in the original book? Fortunately, there is food to fool Beerus, otherwise it would be difficult for the two of them to cultivate in the destruction of the god realm, and Beerus also takes a fancy to their qualifications. So it didn't stop Vis from training them, but he didn't get tricked into doing sandbag sparring like Pa is now. Suddenly, the situation in the sky changed, and Xiang Pa accelerated his fist attack, and suddenly countless unclear fist shadows and leg shadows. Let's greet Reg together. And with the strength of the remaining flights, the mountains not far away will be shattered. Bang! Eventually, Elephant Pa struck a hard blow, knocking Reg from the sky to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, and suddenly Reg sank into the ground more than 10 meters deep, and hot smoke came out of the pit, making a sizzling sound. At this time, Reg was already lying there scarred, but he was not unwilling, but very happy. The destruction god's attack is really extraordinary, and this time it will allow him to improve again. He can now always cultivate with normalcy, hoping that the stronger the power of normalcy, the stronger his power to transform into a Super Saiyan. Oops, the battle is over. Bardos appeared here with a whoosh, and then used her scepter to restore Reg's injuries. Click! After Reg recovered, the bones of his body came out with this sound, and at the same time, the chi on his body increased further. What? Elephant was stunned. And this kind of operation? After being beaten, you can also increase your strength. Oops, it's really amazing. Even Bardos was startled, because Reg had not improved a little bit this time, but directly raised a notch. Thank you, wait a minute. Reg said immediately to the makeshift kitchen here. The day before yesterday Bardos had gotten all the cooking utensils he needed from the scepter. Bardos, he's elevated. It wasn't until Reg left that Elephant Pa reacted. Looks like that's right. They weren't surprised by Reg's strength, but by the physique that had improved after being beaten. Never, I'm waiting for food. Here. Reg took out a few buckets of instant noodles, which he brought from the 7th universe, and it has been useless, but he didn't expect to be able to use it today. Wow, it's delicious. It's so delicious. Xiangpa shouted, and immediately accelerated his eating. Bardos on the side also smiled, oh, this taste is really Suddenly Bardos and Xiongpa had this idea in their hearts, that is, they realized that they had no idea what food was before. Today, they can be considered to have understood, ordinary boxes of noodles are so delicious, and the ones they used to eat are all. Brother doesn't have anything else, it's just how good the food is, and it can't cure you who loves food. Reg thought to himself. In this way, day after day, a few more years have passed here without realizing it, and he has reached the age of 19, and the whole person has grown up. And he deliberately changed his hairstyle, leaving hair in front of his forehead, and there was no bare forehead. Overall, the hairstyle is very close to the Monkey King's Super Saiyan appearance. In this way, his image is KO, and his height is almost the same as that of the later Monkey King. The main thing is that he has been here for several years, and he has learned enough, and Bardos has helped him to reach his limit. This period of time has been significantly slower to improve. Congratulations, Reg, you've reached this point, and it's time for you to leave, you must have felt it. Bardos laughed. Now that Xiongpa himself was asleep, Bardos let go of Reg and left. Thank you. I'll send you, where are you going, Planet Sherida? Soon after, a colored light appeared on a mountain on the side of the planet Sherida, and Reg and Bardos landed here. Well, if you can reach the realm of God, we will meet again. Babadoos departed. Hearing this, Reg smiled, God realm? Just kidding, as long as he reached Super Saiyan 5, he would already surpass the power of the ordinary God realm. What's more, above the Super Saiyan 3 is the realm of gods, such as the Monkey King's Super Saiyan God Red, and the Super Saiyan Blue with the energy of the Super Saiyan God. But how did others know that there was also a Super Saiyan 4 with the power of the God realm, a Super Saiyan 5 who surpassed him, and so on? Both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue have earth-destroying powers and should be almost as powerful. Reg was already destined to follow the path of Super Saiyan 4, so in the past few years in the destruction of the God realm, he has not learned to transform the energy in his body into the energy of the gods. He has advanced to the breath of God, and if he transforms into Super Saiyan 4 at this level, his strength will definitely surpass the Super Saiyan 4 he transformed into in the original book. Don't forget! The Super Saiyan 4 in his original book can be compared to the Super One-Star Dragon. It's just that at that time, he practiced the power of Super Saiyan 4, including transformation, as the norm, so there was only one transformation, and that was Super Saiyan 5. Otherwise, the norm is Super Saiyan 4. And now Reg doesn't plan to do so, he only intends to separate Super Saiyan 4 and 5, including Super Saiyan and normal. Only in this way will it not affect the physique and bring so much load to the body when it transforms into Super Saiyan 5 in the future. Qingming Reading Gift, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 47. 047. And Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God are simply two different types. Super Saiyan 4 loads are very small, equal to nothing, while Super Saiyan God Blue is different. It was quite loaded, and I didn't see that Son Goku and Vegeta were blown up at every turn Super Saiyan God Blue. However, the Super Saiyan 4 in GT is different, just like the norm, it will not be blown up and quit if it is injured, and it will only quit when the energy is exhausted. That's why Reg chose the path of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 and even Super Saiyan V need the presence of a tail, which is the key to drawing out the potential of Saiyan's. Similarly, the tail is also the source of Saiyan's power, so the Super Saiyan 4 transformed from the tail is very different from the previous Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan 4 is not actually a transformation of the Super Saiyan series, but is only called Super Saiyan 4 for convenience. In fact, it should be called an Ape Saiyan, which can be said to be another species of Saiyan. And strictly speaking, Super Saiyan 4 cannot be regarded as a transformation form, but an evolutionary process of Saiyans. Everyone knows that the Saiyan giant ape, and then returns to the normal body through compression power, then it is equivalent to the norm, so the Ape Saiyan is the most suitable to call Super Saiyan 4. The same is true for Super Saiyan V on top of Super Saiyan 4. Ahem, to get back to business, in short, Reg is still some distance away from being able to transform into a giant ape and try to transform into Super Saiyan 4. It's easy to transform into a giant ape, but if you want to transform into Super Saiyan 4, you must transform the golden giant ape in the giant ape, otherwise anyone can transform into Super Saiyan 4. Reg hid his breath and walked towards Lianchuo's house, having been away for several years, and he didn't know what happened to them. In Lianchuo's house, there are a few more people in his last escort at this time, and among them is a good genius boy Gabe. "Captain, where has the Reg brothers gone after all this time?" asked one of the Scions who had fought together. "They have been looking for Reg for the past few years, but they have found clues, that is, the planet where Reg is located, and the clues have been broken there." Hey, you're too bad, HHH. A few years have passed, and she can now be regarded as a real bad girl. The men were suddenly embarrassed and didn't say a word. Califra, after a few years, her combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, and she has obtained Reek's fairy beans, but she has trained herself fiercely. Many times I only had one breath left, and after eating the fairy beans, she immediately recovered, and she got 3 of the 5 fairy beans, all of which were used for training. All of a sudden, she is about to surpass her brother, and Lianzuo has reached more than 900,000, which is still 50,000 short of million. And Califra is hundreds of thousands, and she is even more powerful than before. After all, there are many kinds of cultivation, some cultivation realms and so on. There was no way, he only trained once, and he had to use 2 of the 5 fairy beans for training, not all of them like Kalivala, but one fairy bean he kept as a backup life-saving medicine. "Alright, Cali fella, wait," this breath, even asked to say something, and suddenly felt a familiar breath. Yes. This breath, ha ha ha, Reg is back. Cali fella felt it too, and then rushed out, "The bad girl is the bad girl who doesn't look like a lady at all." Sure enough, when they reached the door, they saw a man standing there looking at them with a charming smile, but they didn't recognize this person. "You're Riga." Lianzuo was the first to ask. After all, after Leg grew up, it was really different from before. If it wasn't for the breath, they wouldn't know each other. "Why? Don't you recognize me?" Reg waved his hand in greeting, and the person's appearance changed, but the habitual movements did not change. "Ha, it's really you, Reg." Califra hung directly behind Reg, and now they had a big difference in height. Hey, Califra, there's a difference between men and women." Reg saw this and immediately got Califra down. "This girl is really cut. By the way, Reg, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you heard anything at all?" "Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly." So Reg told him about destroying the gods, and presumably they knew about the destruction of the gods. After all, the 6th universe is different from the 7th universe, and the name of the god of destruction here is also known, and the planet Sherida is known here and is still circulating. What? They know about the god of destruction, but they haven't seen it, and maybe you don't even know that the god of destruction passes by you. That's right, and then he was tied up to the destruction god realm, where he was trained in it. Reg said that he suddenly noticed that they were looking at themselves strangely. "What's wrong? In other words, you have become stronger again? I said that we are all scions, why is there such a big gap?" Lianzuo was depressed. How could such a good thing, what kind of shit luck did Reg take, get the guidance of the god of destruction, and become stronger again? Ahem, it's just a little luckier, don't worry too much. Reg was embarrassed and wanted to change the subject. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. But those people didn't seem to give him a chance, and they spoke in unison, and the taste was sour. Reg didn't say anything about this sentence, and shifted his gaze to another person, a teenager he hadn't seen before. This person's dress is also a member of the Lhasa Defense Force, younger than himself, thin and weak, with a weak appearance, and the hairstyle is very similar to that of the young Son Gohan of the 7th universe. Are you? Oh, his name is Gabe, and he's a reserve member of our race guard. Lien Suo Taigabi introduced. I see, that's right, Sao Nian, come on, you're very good. Reg patted Gabe on the shoulder. This guy is amazing, he is also a genius, and he will be a very powerful character in the future. But how do you feel that his chi is so weak now? Gabe, he's Reg, speaking of which, he may be the strongest of our scions, even the leader of our headquarters is no match for him. Lien Suo said solemnly. Ah, I've seen Reg senpai. Gabi politely bowed in greeting. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Reg suddenly took out a red fruit in his hand and handed it to Gabe. Come, you eat it and see how it works. Hey! Gabi wondered, giving him the apple. Oh, you don't, I want it. The two brothers and sisters said together, but Lianchuo took a step faster to force the fruit in Reg's hand. In their knowledge, the things that Reg took out were all good things. And the fairy beans were the best examples. The so-called, produced by Rager, must be a high-quality product. Chapter 48. 048. Now it's Reg's turn to be depressed. How can it be like this? They already have hundreds of thousands of combat power, this fruit can be said to be of little use to them, right? Of course, this is just Reg's speculation. After all, in the original book, Gula wanted to eat spirit fruits, and at that time he had hundreds of millions of combat power. Well, it's so sweet, said even Suo's mouth. Hey, Reg, I want it too. Kalivra immediately quit. Sure enough, it didn't have much effect. Reg shook his head, and took out another one for each of them present. Remember, don't talk about this fruit, it's something that destroys the divine realm. If you don't want to cause trouble, eat it in your mouth, don't spit out half a word from your mouth. Reg said solemnly, and moved out of the destruction god realm. They nodded together, jokingly. Destroying the good things of the god realm, Reg gave them all to eat. How could he betray him and say it? Come, Gabe, eat it, it may not be of much use to them, but not necessarily to you. Yes, eating one or two has no effect, but eating dozens or even hundreds of more at once is not necessarily. But the spirit fruit is extremely rare, and Reg is still useful, so naturally he won't give them that much to eat. Gabe nodded, took a bite of the spirit fruit and ate it. After eating one, the doubling combat power increased, and the energy in the body suddenly burst out, breaking through the of more than 10,000 combat power at once. He hadn't exceeded 10,000 combat strength before, and at around 9,000, this spirit fruit had allowed him to break through to more than 20,000 combat strength. Now it was their turn to be surprised, and of course a few of them also improved, but they were not as terrifying as Gabe. The stronger the combat power, the more spiritual fruits are eaten, and if the quantity is small, the effect will not be very obvious. If the combat strength is below 100,000, there is still a significant effect, and if it is below 10,000, what is the effect? Now Gabe is the best proof. Thank you, Reg senpai. No thanks, let's do it later. Reg patted Gabe on the shoulder, and walked away. He just took Gabe to see how much the spirit fruit would work. Even the sudden Liansuo and the others were the same, and this spiritual fruit also allowed Reg to determine the extent of its effect. That's right, Reg, you're back just in time, there's a tough escort mission, you can do me a favor. Liansuo and the others get down to business, and there are similar times when good things are good. Tricky, interesting, tell me. That's right, we have just been notified that a person has come here and entrusted him with a task of protecting his life. Liansuo roughly introduced. Reg understood, Well, then what? And then, hee, no one wants to take on this task. Lian Suo suddenly smiled bitterly, we are also hesitating, and the other escorts are the same. Oh, there's this kind of mission, it's a bit interesting, let's talk about it in detail. Reg suddenly became interested, so that other teams would not dare to take it. I'm afraid the opponent is very strong. So Lian Suo and others explained the task in detail, and it took an hour. I see, he knows that the other party is going to kill him, so he has been here for a day, waiting for your reply, right? The general process Reg has understood. That's right, we have 3 escort teams on the planet Sherida who have refused his commission, and we were supposed to refuse too, but you are back, so let's see if you want to refuse. Yes, according to what he said, I'm afraid that the person who wants to kill him this time is not simple, he will come and go without a trace. In the face of this kind of big event, Califra is very knowledgeable and does not open her mouth. Although the bad girl is a bad girl, she is by no means an idiot who does not know the height of the sky. Gabe is the same, standing on the sidelines and watching without saying a word. This kind of thing is not his turn to interject and make a statement. Coming and going without a trace. Reg thought about it. In the 6th universe, it can be said that there is no trace, except for the god of destruction. There is only one person that Reg can think of. And this person Reg can't deal with him yet, so it can be said that he is not an opponent at all. It's true that he is a legendary scion, but it doesn't mean that a legendary scion is invincible. Suddenly Reg's face sank. If he could fight this person, it would be very interesting, but it was okay to fight, and if he couldn't fight, it would be over. This person is a very powerful person, and the 6th universe in the original book is the first place under him to destroy God. Hit the killer. Hit's profession is a killer, and he has a reputation for killing people only from the front. I'm afraid that no one in the 6th universe has been able to escape his pursuit. Of course, he is talking about people, and it has nothing to do with God. Reg, what do you think? Seeing Reg's expression similar to the 4 seasons of the year, Lian Suo had some hunches that maybe Reg couldn't do it. I'll tell you the truth, I think I've already guessed who this killer is this time, and none of you, including me, are his opponents, so it's best not to take this mission, otherwise you will definitely die. Reg didn't want them to die, so he just told the truth. Oh, who the hell can you do? Asked the other. In their eyes, Reg was the strongest, and even the leader of the Aliens pirates, Bach, died at his hands. Ever heard of the legendary killer? What? Hearing this, except for Calivra and Gabe, the faces of the others changed drastically. You're saying it's the killer who came and went without a trace? That's right, except for the god of destruction, no one else is weak. It's not that I exaggerate myself, but now I can't beat it, and it's only the legendary killer, Hit. Reg admits that after all, he is no match for Hit, because Hit's many methods of killing, fatal blows, and flashes of time. These are not things he can beat at the moment. Especially when it comes to critical strikes and flashes. Critical strikes are unique skills that can be used to hit the opponent's vital parts in a battle with the opponent. And the flash time skill is even more incredible. This is his signature skill, which can jump in time for 0.1 seconds, and ravage opponents at will during this time. After that, it gradually grew to 0.2 seconds and 0.5 seconds in the race. Compared to the time pause of the Gudu, Hit's flash time does not require breath holding at all, and it hardly consumes physical strength, so it is very easy to use. If it's him, we really can't beat it. Since that's the case, let's give up. I don't know who this guy provoked. Since the other party asked the other party to use this killer to deal with it. Lian Suo sighed. Although such a refusal would cause damage to the reputation of their defense forces, it is better to lose their reputation than to lose their lives. So in this way, for the entrusted escort mission, all the guards of this Sherida planet refused. It seems that except for the Lasse guard, the other guards seem to know who the killer is. otherwise they will all refuse. Only Liansuo is still hesitating. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 49. 049. After they rejected the client had no choice but to leave, and he was very careful. Behind him, however, was followed by Reg, and the temptation to fight Hit still made him unbearable. Maybe he can't fight now, but if he wants to escape, Hit can't help him, and he will be far away in an instant. That's why, Reg doesn't need to be with Liansuo and the others, because without them, even if Hit comes to the door, it will be useless. Getting back to the point, looking at the appearance of the spaceship that the client was sitting on, Reg couldn't help but be curious. What the hell is this guy doing to complain about the heavens and make the other party move this legendary killer? In the 6th universe, there are hardly any people who have failed to assassinate Hit, except for the gods. Tweet. Reg felt a breath of air already approaching here silently, and it was mysterious, not powerful. It's coming. Reg knew that this was Hit, this was his unique chi, and anyone who didn't know would be tricked, thinking that he wasn't very powerful. Sure enough, the client also landed on a certain planet, and it seems that he came here secretly and planned to hide. It's a pity that he didn't find out that Hit had already set his sights on him, and no matter where he hid, it was only a matter of time before Hit found him, and it wouldn't be long before Hit found him. Humph, Hit, when you kill him, I'll fight you here. Reg sensed that Hit had entered the planet, but he didn't know how, and he didn't see the ship. It seems that Hit should be able to survive in the universe as well. Sure enough, when Reg got to the bottom, those clients had already written 2 paragraphs. There was a purple, bald man with a round face, calm and sharp eyes, dressed in a long coat, with his hands in his pockets, and walking forward, who seemed to walk very slowly. But such a step has an incomparably terrifying momentum, and he is calm, not in a hurry at all, as if he is walking on the clouds, idle and free. Oh, another one, come out, said Hit suddenly, discovering Reg hidden in the shadows. Worthy of the number 1 killer Hit. Reg immediately flashed behind Hit. Hit turned around and asked ruthlessly, well, who are you? I'm the one who came to talk to you. Reg immediately took a step forward, and the fighting chi on his body erupted, golden fighting chi. Oh, not weak. It's just a pity that my work has been done and I don't have time to talk to you. Hit shook his head, and turned away without taking Reg in the slightest. Fortunately, it was Reg who faced the situation, so he didn't get angry, and if it was Vegeta, it wouldn't be necessarily. Vegeta, this guy has a terrible self-esteem, and he doesn't have the strength to maintain his self-esteem, and he has such a strong self-esteem, how many things that were originally very simple have been messed up, and finally made it very difficult. The competition in the Unknown Star in the original book is the best example. What happened to Super Saiyan God Blue? It wasn't that Hit's 2 critical blows blew Super Saiyan Blue and he fell to the ground and was defeated. What? You look down on me like that? Hit had stopped as Reg's words had been spoken, as Reg teleported in front of him. Don't get in the way of me leaving. Hit said lightly with a very forced look. Reg frowned slightly. And suddenly his fist suddenly attacked with a sharp attack, and a punch was punched in Hit's face. But he pounced, and Hit was already behind him. Sure enough, this flash is not simple, 0.1 seconds, how am I going to break it now? In the original book, Sun Wukong can predict that the 11th universe is broken by hearing and speed. When Reg pondered how to break the flash, Hit had already spoken. Your strength is not weak, but you are not necessarily my opponent. I don't want to kill people now, so don't challenge my patience anymore, otherwise you will definitely regret it. Ho, yes, you might as well fight back. Reg was not afraid when he heard this, but looked very confident. But Hit ignored him at all, and planned to leave, but since Reg came, How could he give up like this? Hey! Hit looked at the person in front of him in surprise, and his left hand was extended just 0.001 seconds ago, blocking Reg's sudden blow. What? Didn't expect that. Reg looked at Hit with a smile. His speed just now could be determined, and Hit didn't see it at all. Otherwise, Hit would not have looked at himself with a surprised expression. Humph, it must be a coincidence. Hit was surprised again. He would flash his time, and when he attacked, he could say that he had completed a round of attack without finishing a sentence. But the second attack, that is, the sentence "it should be a coincidence" was already launched before he finished speaking. But instead of hitting Reg, it seemed to be blocked by something. How's it going? Isn't it surprised? Reg immediately took out a fruit and ate it in one go, regaining his mental strength. That's right, he used his spiritual power as a barrier, but he only barely used this ability once now, through true spiritual magic. Sure enough, Hit put his hand out of his pocket, indicating that he had the will to fight. Seeing this, Reg immediately charged his breath, because it was easy to break the dodge or block the dodge, but it was not so easy to resist Hit's attack. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he may not be an opponent. Hit's power is equivalent to Sun Wukong's King Fist and Super Saiyan Blue, and the power is vaguely stronger if you add Flash Time Gong. If Reg wants to compete in strength, it is estimated that he needs to reach Super Saiyan 4, but even if he can't reach it now, he will not back down. It's been many years, and since that's the case, let me see if you have that qualification. Hit said lightly. This sentence illustrates his fighting spirit. After all, he has been so high and invincible for a long time, but it makes him feel lonely. Originally, he still looked down on Reg, but just now, Reg felt that he might be wrong. Hopefully it won't disappoint you. Reg said in a flash of thought. Bang! Reg punched Hit, and was immediately shocked out by Hit's power. Boom! Reg crashed to the ground, while Hit stood motionless and watched Reg. Is this your power? Too weak. Humph, that's so interesting. IG ignored Hit's words and stood up to wipe the blood from his lips. Hitter's punch just now was a critical blow, and since it hit him in the neck, it almost felt like he was breaking his neck. Worthy of a killer, this time, Reg felt the power of the vital blow. At this time, Hit stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist and slammed it over, and Reg was taken aback when he saw this. Ha! Immediately exploded and blocked with all his might, and retreated all the way to the ground, turning into a pit and a ditch that reached about 100 meters. This move is Hit's invisible air fist, which uses its fists to create invisible attacks, attack at extremely fast speeds, and can directly attack the target through obstacles. Chapter 50. 050. I feel like you still have the strength to use it. If you want to fight, then use it, otherwise I will be very disappointed. It was the first time Hit had said so much, probably under the influence of rigor. When someone weaker than him could break the flash, it made him curious. Although he said that he hadn't used the real flash time, he hadn't encountered anything that could be broken in this universe. You're right, then Reg said, immediately clenching his hands into fists and placing his arms crossed in front of his chest, while whispering in his mouth. Drink! Suddenly, an overwhelming momentum erupted with Reg as the center, and at the same time, Reg's body at this moment was like a huge magnet, attracting the surrounding rocks to leave the ground one after another, floating and spinning chaotically with him as the center. Boom! The sky was thundering and thundering. At the same time, the golden aura around him was burning, and a picture of black hair rising into the sky became golden hair, and green and quiet eyes. The huge momentum suddenly soared into the sky, which was far more terrifying than other Super Saiyans. You must know that Reg was able to transform into a Super Saiyan many years ago, but he has been suppressing and training normalcy, and only the strength of normalcy has improved. Then the more powerful the power of transforming into a Super Saiyan, this sentence was said by Weiss in the original book. Reg felt right, so this time he was surprised by the power to transform into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 1, followed by Super Saiyan 2, lightning flashed out. Interesting. Hit was also a little excited, it had been a long time since he had met someone as powerful as Reg. And Reg learned to breathe restrained, so the momentum after the transformation just disappeared in an instant after soaring into the sky. It will not spread to the universe, and this method of controlling the breath is the method of God. Reg has mastered the perfectly. Hit, this is the first time I've used this power, and although it may not be your match, I still want to see how far apart we are. The fighting spirit on Reg's body suddenly burned even more violently. Tweet. Suddenly, two lights flashed, one golden and one lavender, and suddenly exploded with a boom. Hit and Reg stood opposite each other, with their backs to each other. Poof! Reg fell, and the energy of Hit's body passed through his body, exactly like Frost in the original book when he was hit by Hit Flash in the Nameless Star. This is the flash of time, it seems that I still underestimate the enemy. Reg lay on the ground with a wry smile and teleported away. Hit narrowed his eyes and saw that Reg was gone, so he left. For him, Reg's little strength was not enough, and his flashing skills were not so simple. On another planet, Reg appeared here in a flash, and he appeared here lying down. Ahem, I didn't expect to underestimate Hit's strength. Reg's current combat power is still something that can be calculated by the data value, and his current combat power in the Super Saiyan state is 68 billion. However, Hit's has already surpassed the data calculation, and the gap between the two has not been fully considered by Reg before this. He was completely obsessed with his own name as the strongest Saiyan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so careless. Reg ate a fairy bean, and after recovering, he patted his shoulder and stood up. It seems that I can only continue to train, and I hope to reach the point where I can transform into Super Saiyan 4 as soon as possible. At this moment, he knew that when he was destroying the Divine Realm, the moment Xiangpa fought him, he didn't use 1% of his strength at all. It's ridiculous that he thought that his own strength was very strong at that time, and that normalcy was already able to fight with the God of Destruction's men. But after Hit's incident, he realized that it was not only his subordinates who showed mercy. Didn't use his strength at all, otherwise he would be disabled if he didn't die, and the third Monkey King in the original book was a role model. It seems that there are only Super Saiyans 4. Reg decided that he would train hard and wait until he reached Super Saiyan 4 to compete with Hit. His Super Saiyan 4 is different from the Super Saiyan 4 of Sun Wukong and others. His Super Saiyan 4 strength is far above that of these ordinary Super Saiyan IVs, and he should be able to fight Hit well when the time comes. Planet Sherida. Reg came back after 2 days of absence, and just as he was back here, he saw a man who surprised him. Reg, you're back. When Lien Suo saw that Reg was back, he immediately ran over, and when the man turned around, he saw Reg's face change dramatically in an instant. How is he? Reg looked at the man with a smile, and then asked Lien Suo, who is he? Oh, I forgot to introduce him, he is the president of the Universe Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Frost, who passed by here today and came to take care of our planet Sherida. Lien Suo introduced. That's right, the person who came was Frost. He just came here under the pretext that he didn't expect to meet this person here, that he thought he was dead. But now is not the time to show the wrong expression, the smiling face still has to be accompanied. Hello, I'm Frost from the Cosmic Chamber of Commerce, and I'm glad to have met you. Frost took the initiative to walk over and stretch out his hand, smile, and say hello, and look harmless to humans and animals. Reg also showed a hint of arc hook when he heard this, but it didn't expose his true face. Hello, Mr. Frost, my lord's name, but it's like a thunderous one. Rieger's sentence like thunder specially added a tone, and others didn't feel anything wrong when they heard it, but the person concerned understood the other meaning of Rieger's words. Where, Mr. Reg laughed. Frost withdrew his hand because Reg hadn't shaken his hand. Joking, this kind of guy, if it's not useful, how could he? Reg let him be alive now, and he hasn't pierced his true colors. To him, this guy is just a frozen demon of the 6th universe, although he is ruthless, but he is a hypocrite who wants to save face. As long as he doesn't reveal his identity, the scions of the planet Sherida will not have to worry about their lives, not to mention that the scions of the planet Sherida are not vegetarians. And he, Reg, needs Frost to continue to get stronger, and then he can use Frost to continue to play sandbags. You must know that when Frost was out of the field in Dragon Ball, his combat power could not be calculated by data, but now he can, and it should still reach that level. Getting down to business, Frost made an excuse to leave here. Humph, I'll come and say hello to you in 2 days, just in case. Although you and Frisia have opposite personalities, but they are also frozen demons, and you must be defenseless. Chapter 51. 051. Damn, how can this be? Returning to the ship, Frost's mind was up and down at this time. No way, Reg is still alive, which means that someone knows about him, so it is like a time bomb that will explode at any time for him. Mr. Frost, Dr. Ghost has arrived. At this moment, a small servant appeared here, and behind him there was a ghost-headed man whose breath was not powerful. He's Dr. Ghost. Frost's partner, with no less power than Frost, is of course limited to no less than that. I wonder what Mr. Frost is looking for me. Dr. Ghost began, not bowing his head to Frost at all. After all, they were only collaborators. It's not a servile relationship, so Dr. Ghost doesn't kneel down to Frost like those creeps and worship him as an ancestor. Dr. Ghost, that's right, I might need you to make a move this time. Frost didn't mind, anyway, it wasn't once or twice. Oh. Dr. Ghost was surprised by Frost, and there was something he couldn't solve, so he needed to come by himself. Frost also understood what Dr. Ghost meant, and suddenly roared in his heart. If he could make a move, he wouldn't be bothered here. That's right, Dr. Ghost, there is a person who threatens my existence, so I decided to make him disappear, but he is not weak, and I am a little powerless alone, so I need your help. This is the first time Frost has asked for help, but there is no way, who let the opponent be Reg. What's more, it's still too to say whether the invited helpers can defeat Reg. I see. Hearing this, the ghost doctor suddenly realized that there are many people in the universe who are stronger than Frost. So he wasn't surprised by it. That being the case, then it's time for me to move my muscles. Dr. Ghost said, and his originally weak appearance suddenly changed dramatically, and he was murderous. Doctor, don't worry, we must plan well this time, and strive to kill him by surprise. Frost sneered. He wasn't prepared to kill all the scions. After all, when he got there, he didn't find any of the scions who knew about him. If it weren't for the fact that he met Reg by accident today, he wouldn't have known that he wasn't dead, but he also found out that the scions didn't know about him. That's why he set his sights on Reg alone. That's where he's inferior to Frisia, and these are the opposite. Oh, is he so powerful? Dr. Ghost frowned when he saw Frost so cautious. Although there are masters in the universe who are more powerful than Frost, I have never heard of any masters here who can compete with him. Ahem, you'll know when the time comes. Frost just snorted at this sentence, joking that it was his shame. How could he say it? Far from beating him, he was used as a sparring bag to improve his fighting skills. Planet Sherida. It's been a few days, and Reg has been training in gravity for the past few days, training at night. He was ruthless, he directly put on 2000 and was trained under the gravity chamber by gravity, and trained to the death. He felt the pressure, he was still a legendary scion, and less than half of the strength of Hit and the others on the other side couldn't beat him. What's more, the Dragon Ball universe is as deep as the sea, and the master is not what he seems to be in the original book. What's more, there are those gods, although he is not a villain, but he doesn't like to be a grandson for the rest of his life, for those gods. So he needs to have his own strength, the power to improve his status. He has been training to the death for a few days, but he has not yet found out that he comes out during the day and goes into the gravity room at night. He also brought this gravity chamber with him, and the gravity suit was 2,000 times, and the gravity chamber was 3,000 times. This is a proper rhythm. Death. But he didn't train very hard, although it was almost the same as looking for death. But he didn't have a choice, Super Saiyan 4 he had to reach before going back to the 7th universe. Reg insisted on this gravity suppression for several days. His whole body was red, and all the muscles in his arms burst out, which was exactly the same as a muscular man. Hoa! Reg roared and slowly stood up. After all, this was a gravity that he had never experienced before, and many levels beyond the limit. It's okay if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, but the key is that he still hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan and has been training with normalcy. He put the gravity room away from the Saions, so no one found out, and trained here with peace of mind. Destroy the divine realm. Bardasna's scepter had also been looking out for things outside, intending to look for Reg when suddenly, boom! A loud bang came out. Alas, Master Xiongpa still woke up, and now the instant noodles that he just soaked are worth his share again. Bardas got up regretfully and put down her scepter. It's good that Pa didn't hear this, otherwise he would have to vomit blood. He sleeps together, and Bardas hides that he eats delicious food, and he doesn't want to let him know. What does this mean? Isn't it understood that you, Bardas, want to take it to yourself? Of course, this is only an assumption. An elephant Pa is not Beerus, and he doesn't have such a smart brain. A few words would have been fooled, otherwise how could Reg be so easy to settle in the first place, if it was Beerus at the beginning? Beerus loves food, but his brain is not a notch smarter than Elephant Pa. At this time, Xiongpa suddenly appeared here, suddenly got up with a churn, immediately rushed to the table, held the instant noodles with his fat hands, and woke up instantly before he woke up. Wow, it's so fragrant! Suddenly, the rich soup wafted out an enticing aroma that stimulated every nerve, which made Xiongpa eagerly pick up his chopsticks and start eating. Whoa! The elephant sucks the head in one gulp, the noodles are full of strength, and the aftertaste is hard to swallow when coiled between the lips and teeth. The flavor of the ingredients is enough to penetrate the base of the tongue, and the soup makes the throat crispy, and after a while, the soup makes Xiongpa drink in one go. Elephant Sama, you're too unsophisticated. Bardas teased Elephant Pa. Cut. Xiongpa ignored Bardas, looked around, and frowned slightly. Bardas, where is Reg? It turned out that he didn't feel Reg's breath, so he looked left and right. Elephant Pa, while you were sleeping, Reg was gone. What? Left. Elephant Palton's face changed, and then changed, and changed wildly, and suddenly sat on the ground. He's gone. Who's going to make me something to eat? Bardas, you have to get him back for me. Good fellow. It turned out that he was thinking about Reg's cooking, and it was really delicious, and God was also attracted to it. Especially this God who loves food. Don't worry, Lord Elephant, Reg has already done a lot for you. Really? Of course it's true, follow me. 3-day summer promotion, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 13th to August 15th. Chapter 52. 052. Planet Sherida. On this day, Frost's companion, Dr. Ghost, appeared here, but instead of appearing in the Scion place, he appeared in another place. According to Frost's plan, he came to find out Reg's whereabouts and whether the planet Sherida knew the inside story. If he knew, Frost would have to do it again. If he didn't know, and then Frost would find an opportunity to lure Reg out of the planet Sherida. The two joined forces to hunt Reg on the originally scheduled planet. I can't feel his energy fluctuations. I don't care, let's go and find out first. Deep in the mountains of the planet Sherida, there is a house here, and this room is round. This is no ordinary room, but Reg's gravity room. Ahem. At this moment, Reg came out of it crippled, and fell to the ground without strength. Hoo-hoo, it's finally not in vain. After eating a fairy bean, Reg recovered instantly, and he had adapted to such a harsh training. And the increase in strength has already made him feel it, and I believe that in the long run, it won't be long before he can try his giant ape. Let's see if you can feel the energy evolution, and if you can, then transforming into a golden giant ape won't be a problem. As for how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 at that time, we still need to know when the time comes. After all, he is different from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong regained his senses and successfully transformed. But Reg won't lose his mind, so how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 will need him to figure out how to do it himself. Although it is said that when watching the TV series, as long as you can transform into a golden giant ape, you can become a Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta is made in this way. But after all, this feeling is on Vegeta in the original book, not on him, so this is still unknown, or a question mark, which needs to be dealt with and solved by his own thoughts. Why is this breath so evil? Reg had just collected the gravity chamber when he felt an evil aura appear on the planet Sherida. Wait, does this feel have anything to do with Frost? Surely, this guy is finally going to do it. I've been looking forward to you for a long time. Reg immediately couldn't wait to fly over, he knew that Frost would do it, so he waited while training. On the other side, Dr. Ghost had already found out that no one on the planet Sherida knew about Frost. Frost, I've figured it out, I can rest assured here, but I can't feel his energy fluctuations. Dr. Ghost immediately reported to Frost after finding out. Frost, who was in the Chamber of Commerce, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Okay, then you leave first, and then leave it to me. After letting go of the communication, Frost prepared for a moment. Reg, yes, you let your good luck escape last time, but this time the king will make you disappear completely. It's not certain who will make who disappear, but he didn't cherish the opportunity Reg gave him to grow, but this is also his plan, and after he completes it, he will have to retreat and train. What? Where are you going? Dr. Ghost was about to leave, when Reg suddenly appeared behind him, so frightened that he almost fell. It's you. Dr. Ghost felt that the breath energy fluctuation was right, and suddenly without saying a word, he flew directly out of the planet Sherida. If you have the ability, you can come with me. Oh. Is the tiger going to leave the mountain? Reg saw his plan at a glance, but any conspiracy was useless in the face of sheer strength. In that case, I'm going to see what you have planned. Tweet. Reg also turned into a colorless meteor to chase after him, but he did it on purpose, otherwise he could appear in front of Dr. Ghost with a teleportation. Frost, who rushed over on the other side, also received an urgent communication from Dr. Ghost, and immediately headed towards a ruined planet, saying that it was a planet, but it was more appropriate to say that it was a meteorite. He arrived at the meteorite, the largest debris left behind by the explosion of the planet, and this was where he was targeting. Come on, here it is. On the other side, two rays of light also quickly approached here. It was Dr. Ghost and Reg. Oh, Frost was there, as expected. Reg noticed Frost on the planet not far away. I didn't expect these two guys to still play the tiger off the mountain. If it was Frisia, he wouldn't be so troublesome, and directly a huge energy bomb would destroy people and planets together. Vegeta Star is an example. Chirp, chirp. Boom. Suddenly an explosion fell from the sky, and Frost thought it was there, but when he turned around, he saw that he was wrong. Since Dr. Ghost was lifted by Reg's neck with one hand, it seems that Reg has become stronger again. Frost, let's meet again, I didn't expect you to really change your mind. you're a scion, I didn't expect you to survive at that moment, but this time, I promise you'll die here, drink, ah. Frost let out a loud shout, and immediately fired a death beam past. This death beam seemed to be only a small line, but the power was huge. Reg saw this and threw the ghost doctor over, and Frost's beam of death grazed his body. At the same time, Frost's death beam split in two, and Dr. Ghost caught it. The second shot missed the position and did not hit Reg, but hit an asteroid behind Reg, directly penetrating the core of the star, disintegrating it with a bang. It wasn't enough for the beam of death to pierce a planet, the remnants of the light continued to fly, like a needle and thread piercing asteroid after asteroid, tearing the planet into countless pieces. Yes, Frost, there is progress. Reg didn't sigh much when he saw this guy seems to have been cultivating recently. Humph, you think I'm still the same person I used to be, Reg? Scion, I won't give you another chance this time, hoa. I only saw Frost's chi quickly in my body, and suddenly my body was wrapped in a wave of energy. At this time, Frost's body was condensed with tremendous power, and it gradually agitated, and every cell in his body was active under the stimulation of this energy. And the chi continues to rise rapidly, which is not at all a fraction of the previous growth rate. Seeing this didn't stop Reg, because he knew it was Frost's final form. Sure enough, all of a sudden, Frost completed the final form, which was the same as the final form of the 7th universe Lisa, with a small body and a small height, but with great strength. The first appearance in the original book is that the strength of the assault form is stronger than the normal Goku, but it is not as good as the Monkey King in the Super Saiyan form. And Frost later used the poison needle in his arm to paralyze Goku and win the game. Master Frost, we can join forces. Drive. Ghost also transformed, dressed in black, emitting a disgusting yin light, just like a yin spirit. Ha 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 ha, that's nature, here today we'll kill him. Chapter 53. 053. Ha ha ha, Frost, your final form is stronger, but do you think you're the only one who gets stronger? Humph, you can see clearly. Reg said with his hands on his waist and snorted. Ho! Poof! The aura on Reg's body burst out all of a sudden, forming a colorless state of explosion. Bang! 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 By this time, Reg and Frost had already started fighting, from the sky to the earth, and the force had already broken the planet several times. The two fought hard and kept fighting, and when they landed, it was a crazy explosion that renovated the ground. With their strength, they bombarded each other several times, and the huge force directly knocked on the ground, cracking out canyons and ravines, bottomless, and terrifying. And in a short period of time, Reg and Frost fought each other countless times, and every collision of fists and feet caused terrible tremors and tremors, flying sand and rocks, obscuring the sky and the sun. Ha! Frost gathered his strongest chi on his body and rushed over. Seeing this, Reg shouted, "Drink!" rushed over with an explosion of anger on his body. Boom! A tremor and a tremor and a tremor came out again, and the two of them exchanged blows in midair again, and the fluctuation of this power drove the planet to emit a dull tremor, and the ripples spread, directly cutting the ground hundreds of meters. And their current strength is still being released, and while fighting physically in hand-to-hand combat, the arrogance on their bodies is also intertwined, scorching and burning. Pong! Turbulence surged, and storms swept across the sky. After striking the strongest blow, Reg and Frost retreated in a majestic battle and broke away from the circle of engagement. I saw that Reg was fine at all, as if the terrible battle just now had no effect on him at all. On the other hand, Frost's body has been seriously injured, and he is the one who has been falling behind. Reg's current normal strength has surpassed that of Frost now, unless he can reach the power in the original book that surpasses the calculation of data values. Damn! Ghost Doctor! Frost gritted his teeth and gurgled. Suddenly Dr. Ghost shot out a ray of light and enveloped the planet. This light seems to be similar to a dog jumping off a wall. If it touches it, it will detonate and die together. Looks like Frost wants to do it again. Boom. Suddenly, Dr. Ghost's energy was detonated, before it enveloped the planet. What? Dr. Ghost was frightened when he saw this. What is going on? Frost was also stunned for a moment, and suddenly his face was ugly and paralyzed. Use your toes to know who did it, except for Regette, who is no one else. Mr. Frost, this. Don't think about it, it must be him. Frost looked at Reg. He didn't expect that he had a lot of skills. Humph, Frost, come again. Boom. Frost and Reg did it again, and the two fought very quickly. In fact, Reg's current normal power is not much different from Frost's. It's just that his body has been sharpened into a durable physique by him, plus he knows those secret magic true spirit techniques and teleportation together, so it seems that Reg has the upper hand in the battle just now. After a long fight, Frost stepped back to the other side, gathered energy in the palm of his hand, and then slammed forward, and the energy suddenly swooped down like the roar of 1,000 beasts. Suddenly, the earth cracked. And the chopping chi emitted a purple-red light, glowing bright white outside, surging mightily. Seeing this, Reg frowned slightly, and suddenly his arm burst into a fist to meet Frost's attack. Boom! Only to see that brilliant golden light split Frost's chi in two. Frost, your strength is too weak, look at mine, double the Realm King fist. Suddenly, Reg burst out with a red flame, condensed a sword with chi in his hand, and then flew up and rushed forward, like outlining a red dragon, slashing at Frost. In an instant, the chi sword in Reg's hand fell on Frost, and suddenly the planet was broken like a watermelon, and the colored chi was stained with blood splashing out, scattered like rain. The sharp and piercing cutting sound was clearly audible, and no matter how loud the thunder here was, it could not hide its sound. And Frost narrowly avoided the blow, stumbling, almost passing by, but there was a pain behind him, and a chill crept up his back. It turned out that he was stabbed in the back by a sword from Reg, and the wound was not small. Frost, pick up! Reg's chi sword attacks came down one after another, and the terrifying and huge impact force of the Dao shook the air, making a buzzing trembling sound. Frost was covered in a cold sweat, but at this moment his eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he was making some decision, and looked at Dr. Ghost. Restrain him and give you an opportunity. Dr. Ghost is not suitable for hand-to-hand combat, he is not suitable for hand-to-hand combat like a mage. Dr. Ghost nodded, secretly accumulating energy, as if he was preparing some kind of big move. And Frost didn't dodge this time, but instead he hurriedly rushed over, advancing towards the sword chi that Reg fired. Get down for me! Frost approached the moment, suddenly dodged and appeared behind Reg, roaring and kicking Reg down. Boom! On the bumpy ground, Reg patted his shoulder, patted the dust away, and nothing happened. Damn, die! Frost was furious and rushed straight over. Good coming! Immediately Reg withdrew the Realm King fist, then pressed the ball of his foot against the ground, and slammed his fist into the attack. Pang! Reg's fist hit Frost in the face, and Frost hit Reg as well. Both fists squeezed each other's cheeks, but they were twisted into piles of flesh, saliva splattered, and blood was mixed with only Frost. Humph! At this time, Reg suddenly smiled, and when Frost felt bad, it was too late. Ha! H! A huge blast of energy erupted from Reg's body, sending Frost directly into the sky. Ah! H! Frost screamed suddenly, and the whole person was swept into the sky by Reg's shockwave. At this time, Dr. Ghost suddenly attacked Reg, and a deep energy pierced Reg. Tweet! What? Dr. Ghost had already been pierced, and as if he had already taken precautions, he was approaching at the moment. Reg had already wrapped himself in a shield with energy behind him, blocking the sudden sneak attack of the Ghost Doctor. Reg ate a fruit quickly, with the speed at which he ate it all in one bite. You don't deserve to live, it will affect my decisive battle with Frost, so please die. Reg stretched out a hand, his eyes flashed with purple light, and suddenly Dr. Ghost was lifted up by an invisible force. What's going on? How could he be like this without seeing the material energy? It felt like a hand lifted him up, and he couldn't resist yet. The power was like a sealed. Chapter 54. 054. On the Temple of the Heavenly Gods. Son Goku and Son Gohan appeared in the state of Super Saiyans, and they were stunned by Shailo's anger as soon as they had eaten a full meal, and there were others as well. No, if we go on like this, we'll be in danger, and I don't know how long Reg will last. Piccolo. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I think Reg should be able to defeat him. What? You forget, Reg is also a Saiyan, he can also transform into a Super Saiyan, he doesn't use the out-of-bounds King Fist now. Sun Wukong explained. That's right. Sun Wukong's words made them wake up in an instant, and Reg can also transform into a Super Saiyan. But from the beginning to the present, he doesn't seem to have changed into a Super Saiyan at all. It seems that there are only two possibilities. One is that the strength of Reg's Super Saiyan is not as good as the Realm King Fist, but is it possible? Of course not, and they won't believe it. Second, it is unknown what Reg did this on purpose. It seems that if we continue to practice, otherwise we may not be able to participate in it. Sun Wukong plans to return to the Spirit Time Room to train. Let's not talk about them here, let's just say that on the battlefield, Shailu and Reg fought each other, and they couldn't have the upper hand at all. The power of the Triple Realm King Fist was not much different from his. The hand-to-hand combat between the two is very earth-shattering, but it is evenly divided. Shailu can't help Reg, but Reg intentionally or unintentionally lets go of the opportunity to seriously injure Shailu. Your Realm King Fist is really special. Shailu said that he immediately retreated, and after resisting the blow, they separated from each other. Humph, Shiryu, you can try it, can you learn it? Reg said with a sneer. How could he not know that Shailu's idea? Realm King Fist, Shailu can't learn, even though he has everyone's genes, but unfortunately he is not Shailu of this world. He doesn't have Reg's genes in his body, so naturally he has no idea what to do with Reg's strength, so he is eyeing this Realm King Fist and trying to learn to improve his strength. Sure enough, Shailu thought back to Reg's method, but he couldn't learn it, and it couldn't constitute a thinking society. This won't be, that's right, it's weird if you learn it, come on, I'll fight with you slowly, let me see, what kind of ability you have in the lightning body. Reg said in a flash that approached Shiryu. The red chi on his body exploded in an instant, and with his evil smile, he was more like a villain than Xiao Yu. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Seeing this, Xiao Yu bit his teeth and directly sent out Sun Wukong's stunt, the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Reg's breath is also in the hand, a spiral-like wave rotation. Spiral Blaster. Chirp. The spiral shockwave was launched, directly breaking up Shailu's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, and then approaching Shailu's place. Rumble. Shiryu flashed and he exploded, almost getting hit. Ha 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 ha, that's so interesting, this is the real fight, you're much better than that braggart Vegeta. Hearing Shailu's words, Vegeta didn't almost go berserk. What do you mean that he can only brag, damn it? Humph, you also have the capital and ability to play, I'm not Vegeta, I think I can beat you completely, so I plan to help you. Reg said walking towards Shiryu. Don't dare to be careless in the face of Reg Saru. This guy can be equal to him if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, once he transforms, I'm afraid. Although I haven't seen him transform into a Super Saiyan yet, I don't know if he can transform or not. But there's always a good side to go. Humph, I believe this, come on, let me see your full strength, transform into a Super Saiyan, I don't think Sun Wukong is as powerful as you. Shrew put up a battle posture and waited for Reg. "Are you sure?" Reg asked rhetorically. Once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, Shaylo will never have a chance to fight him. It's a pity that Shaylo didn't know, and thought that Reg was bragging, so he was very arrogant. "That's right, come on, you don't have a chance." After speaking, Shaylo also burst out of everyone's strength, reaching the peak at once. It seems that he intends to fight Reg with all his might. After all, the appearance of the butterfly effect, devouring 4 androids with infinite energy, gives him the power of the peak of the lightning body. If he is allowed to devour number 18 again, maybe he can really break through the lightning body and reach an unknown physique, and then the strength will be even more terrifying. Getting back to business, Reg saw that his lips showed a hint of arc hook. "Since this is the case, then, I will fulfill you." As Reg spoke, he immediately released his breath little by little, and suddenly a powerful and indescribable aura rose like a tornado. At this moment, the earth trembled, and the mountains, rivers, and temples were all affected by Reg's breath. "What?" Shaylo felt it, and was immediately startled, and retreated unconsciously, very jealous in his heart. The Z-warriors in the temple of the celestial god were also dumbfounded. How could Reg's anger be even more terrifying than when he turned into a Super Saiyan? At that time, Reg suppressed 190% of his chi, and now he suppressed 50%, and the difference between the two is not small. Chapter 55. 055. Drink! Reg finally shouted, and the golden fighting spirit burst out fiercely, with turquoise eyes, golden hair standing up, and a golden fluffy tail behind him. The difference between Reg and them is that they have tails, and you must know that tails are the most important and indispensable thing for Scions to unlock their full potential. Although it is said that the tail is the Achilles heel of the Scions, the current Reg is no longer the Achilles heel of the tail, but the weakness has become a strength. As for why this is so, we will talk about it later. Getting back to the point, Reg broke out violently after transforming into a Super Saiyan. His momentum caused the surrounding sand to fly up, centering around him, forming a whirlwind-like thing that surrounded him. After Reg burst out his chi, he reined in his momentum, and the surroundings returned to stability, but his huge chi continued to emanate. Shrew and the others were stunned by his anger. Seeing this, it was also expected by Reg, but although it was transformed, then Shrew had to solve it. He won't sit and watch the play and wait for Sun Wukong and them to come, and then let them fight, and Sun Gohan will become a Super Saiyan second to fight. That's good, but in that case, it's nothing to do with him. What's more, now his appearance has led to a butterfly effect, and Sun Gohan is not Saru's opponent even if they become Super Saiyan 2. Because Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan at the beginning, the second was all at the beginning of the beginner's level. The gap between the combat effectiveness of 6 billion and 7 billion is not ordinarily large. "Shrew, how is it? Come on!" Reg spoke and woke Shaylo from his daze. How? How could this be? Impossible, how are you?" Shrew looked at Reg in disbelief. Reg was pleased with Shrew's surprise. "Isn't that what you want?" Not to mention Shaylo, Vegeta was dumbfounded at this time, and that stunned expression was enough to make Reg laugh indescribably. It's just that Reg doesn't have time to pay attention to this now, and now is not the time to fight Vegeta. "Humph, I hope your strength is the same as your momentum." Shrew's expression regained on the surface, but in his heart, he was like a stormy wave, and Reg had always been vigilant. Reg didn't care when he heard this. "No, you can try it." Rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud exploded here, and Shrew flew out of it. "Ha ha ha, do you see, this is you." Shaylo didn't finish speaking, and his expression suddenly froze at this moment. "How is it possible?" I saw a huge golden light suddenly emerge from the mushroom cloud, and then it was scattered, and Reg stood in his original position unharmed. But around him was a huge hole, and at his feet there was a lone pillar of stone that went down into the hole, and this was where he stood. "What? That's all you do? Don't be complacent. Yaa Shalo's face turned hideous when he heard this, and he suddenly shot wildly. His air bombs were all broken by Reg with 2 blows, which made him unbelievable. Impossible, ah! I'll fuck you! Reg suddenly jumped up, and the whole person penetrated Shalo's turtle sect Qigong wave, and punched Shaka's chest. Ah! H! Shuru screamed and immediately took 3 steps back and fell, but this punch did not kill him, but it made him feel extremely painful. Ah! Damn! It looks like you really can't be careless. Multiply! Shuru suddenly flashed in front of Reg, and in an instant, he turned into 3, forming a triangle to surround Reg. Die! Seeing the 3 of them attacking together, Reg only smiled lightly, and suddenly stretched out his fist and struck back on the shoulder without looking back. Disheveled! Shuru Zhen was knocked down by Reg's punch behind him, hitting the ground and eating sand. Impossible! Shuru stood up, burst into a rage, and attacked quickly. Yaya! Reg dodged all of them in a flash, and with a roundhouse kick in his hand, he blasted Shuru down again. At the same time, a big stride was directly placed behind Shalo's back, and suddenly a sound like a broken watermelon sounded, and a large pile of blood flew out. It's just that this blood is liquid green, not scarlet, and this is Shuru's blood. What? Isn't that going to work? Why, how can this be? Shuru was very unwilling in his heart. He was already the strongest lightning body, since he couldn't beat the Scions. Then his strongest dream has really become a dream. In that case, I'll help you. Suddenly, Reg lifted him up, and a punch landed on Shuru's abdomen with the force of ordinary steel. Hearing only a bang, Shalo's abdomen was dented, and his back was also protruding, and his 2 eyeballs were also full of bloodshot bulges, and suddenly a nausea spread from his abdominal cavity. Seeing this, Reg clenching his fists and punching him again, Shalo's eyes were even bloodshot. Ha! Shuru suddenly spat out a person, and then the peak lightning body degenerated. The system has not been fully restored, so I will come a little first at 00 o'clock and send it again tomorrow morning. Chapter 56. 056. Reg saw that 17 had been knocked out, so he threw Shalo aside, glanced at 17, and ignored him. How could I be? I degenerated, and Shuru got up, staring blankly at his hands, and now his spirit almost collapsed and roared. His expression was crazy. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Shalo said, gritting his teeth and gurgling, his fists bursting with bruises, and then he did his best to gather his energy in his fist. Humph, then let's see if you have that ability. Seeing this, Reg immediately stretched out a finger and instantly blocked Shalo's crazy punch. What? Shuru's eyelids jumped wildly, and his fist felt that it had touched something huge and untouchable. How could this Reg have so much strength? Look, I'm right, I'll never have a chance again if I transform. Reg didn't care what Shuru's expression was. He reached out directly to his forehead, and a wave of energy converged in the palm of his hand in a swastika. What? Shuru's eyes widened at the sight of this, and in this swastika, he sensed danger. Oh no, I should say, the aura of danger that emanated from Reg's body. It's too late, die, the galaxy is bursting. A blast of energy shot out from the palm of his hand in a swastika, directly submerging Shuru. When it dissipated, Shalo was gone, and his chi was gone, indicating that Shalo was dead. Good. That's amazing. Vegeta came back to his senses, and at this point he couldn't describe his feelings. Anyway, his face changed and he was changing wildly, and he didn't have a good face, and he was completely shocked by Reg. Shuru, you're too weak. At the end of his life, Reg didn't forget to count Shuru. His Super Saiyan has tens of billions of combat power at the initial level. No matter how awesome Shalo is, he can't break through 10 billion combat power, and Shalo has more than 7 billion, and the gap between the two is not ordinarily large. Even if Shalo can break through to 10 billion, he is not his opponent. After doing this, Reg naturally withdrew from the Super Saiyan state, and I believe that in this battle, the Dragon Ball Z fighters should know who is the strongest. He cleaned up Shailu, although it may make Sun Wukong lose the opportunity to go to the underworld, but Sun Wukong is also the protagonist no matter what he says. With this aura, he can also reach Super Saiyan 2 or even Super Saiyan 3 through other means. At this point, Reg is not worried at all, and he will not worry about it. This is Sun Wukong's business, and he naturally will not care if it has nothing to do with him. This side of the temple of the celestial god. Sun Wukong and the others had just come out of the customs, and they were immediately speechless. What is this? As soon as he came out, Shailu was solved by Reg? No, Shailu is too angry. Sun Wukong is even more desperate. Come directly to this sentence. If you let the dead Shailu hear it, it is estimated that he wants to die. Oh, forgot, he is dead. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan and others were even more speechless. When did Sun Wukong learn to speak cool words? Old son, Reg is here. Piccolo was about to say something, and suddenly felt Reg's anger here, and it was about to arrive. As soon as the words fell, a meteor-like ray of light flew up from the ground and landed directly in front of them. It was Reg. Yo, Monkey King, Son Gohan, you've all reached the full power of Super Saiyan, it's really good. This was the first sentence of Reg. After all, now Son Goku and Son Gohan are already hateful, keeping the Super Saiyan status as the norm and not consuming physical strength and energy. Super Saiyan full power, this is this state. Monkey King looked at Reg curiously, and looked at his hands again, feeling his own state. Obviously, this is the first time he has heard the term Super Saiyan full power. Full power, the others also looked at Reg in confusion, their eyes full of hope that he could solve their puzzles. Super Saiyan full power is now Monkey King, they can maintain normalcy without physical burden, and their strength is strong, this is the strongest state of Super Saiyan. I don't know if Reg did it on purpose, but the sentence "this is the strongest state of Super Saiyans" deliberately increased the tone. What? Vegeta, who had just followed up, was stunned for a moment, his eyes kept staring at Son Goku and Son Gohan, a Saiyan half-breed child. Indeed, the same Super Saiyans, but the two of them are now angry differently from themselves, their own rage, and their quiet is terrifying. Why? Vegeta's reaction was to be expected, after all, his pride was there. Reg, you killed Chiru, so come and talk to me. Sun Wukong is about to move, after all, his combat power now exceeds before. Super Saiyan has more than 3 billion combat power at full power, and now Sun Wukong has reached about 3.7 billion. And Son Gohan, who is also a Super Saiyan with full power, is slightly better than Sun Wukong in comparison. Son Gohan is close to 4 billion combat power, so in the original book, he was the first to break through Super Saiyan 2. Now, without the threat of Chiru, it's hard to say. Well, since you have spoken, then it will be fulfilled for you. Chapter 57. 057. At this time, Sun Wukong and Reg flew into the atmosphere, and they couldn't fight on the ground, otherwise with their strength, once they started, the destructive power would be very great. Fortunately, Reg will also know that he can constrict the Qi and control the Qi, so that it does not spread to the surrounding area. But Sun Wukong will not, before he becomes the god of Super Saiyan, his Qi will spread as soon as it explodes, and it will spread as far as it can. Super Saiyan 3 is the best example of this. Ha! Sun Wukong and Reg exploded at the same time, but Reg was an ordinary colorless fighting spirit, and Sun Wukong was a Super Saiyan's golden fighting energy. No matter what it was, the Qi of the two of them at this time was unimaginable, and Klin and the others were stunned in the Heavenly God Temple. Although it is not as terrifying as Chiru, Goku's Qi is also very strong now, Kling stammered. Tianjin Rice is also full of sweat, Vegeta needless to say, except for gritting his teeth and bursting his fists, there is nothing else. Rika, the same goes for Piccolo, who before he knows it, his back is all wet. Sure enough, the Saiyans are all perverts. Before they met Reg, Sun Wukong was like this, and now Reg is too. Vegeta is the same, so terrifying. Compared to the Saiyans, the progress of the Piccolo and Z warriors is like standing still, no different from not improving. In the atmosphere, Reg and Sun Wukong started fighting, only to see two arcs collide and then quickly separate, hitting again. After fighting for a while, Sun Wukong and Reg quickly separated in hand-to-hand combat and appeared opposite each other. Ahem, Reg, you're so good, you can fight me to this extent without being a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong took a breath. It seemed that only a few times had consumed a lot of physical strength. That's our gap. As soon as the words fell, Reg suddenly attacked. His body was like a flash of the wind, and he quickly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and his hands struck him in the chest. Bang! Suddenly, Reg's huge force came, and before Sun Wukong came to his senses, Sun Wukong's body had already shot out like a cannonball that had just been bored. It hit the ground all the way to the ground, knocking out a big hole in the hard surface, and there were also those broken stones and so on scattered and buried him at once. Seeing this slight smile, Reg then looked at Sun Wukong. What? Ha! Suddenly Sun Wukong roared, and a golden light appeared in the pile of rubble, and then dispersed the rubble. Sun Wukong flew out of it and stopped in mid-air. H! Boom! 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 In an instant, the dense Qigong bombs here crossed the arc to attack reach, and in an instant, they fell overwhelmingly and bombarded the ground. A series of explosions rang out, and the surrounding earth trembled uncontrollably, bursting into clouds of grey smoke and flames. Are they serious? Tianjin Fan couldn't understand, so he asked. He only felt that Sun Wukong was now at the highest level of fighting spirit. No, Lao Sun, he is using all his strength now, because he knows that Reg is very powerful, and if he doesn't go all out, he won't have the ability to fight Reg at all, which he knows very well. Piccolo is a brain, and the analysis is very good. Ever since he saw Reg burst out of normal anger, he knew that he might not be able to beat Reg. Let alone after Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan. So he gambled, and as soon as he started fighting, he went all out, so that he might be able to make a few moves with him, otherwise he might be knocked out with one move. Sun Wukong finally stopped after firing the gas bomb for a while, and the cloud of smoke and dust below was as big as a mushroom cloud. At this moment, Reg floated out of it, and there was nothing to do, but a huge crater was revealed around him. Sun Wukong, is this how your strength is? Said Reg, and with a wave of his hand, the smoke and dust were dispersed by Reg in this way. Expose this huge crater as it is. That's the power of their Super Saiyan. On the other side, there are two women who are also looking here, one with short black hair, the other with blonde hair and blue eyes, is a cold and glamorous beauty. The two of them were none other than Supa and Raidri 18. In fact, after Reg let 18 leave, he met Super Raccoon on the way, so the two of them somehow appeared here to see this scene. Oh no, it should be said that when Chiru died, they were all there. Yes, I just didn't expect Sun Wukong to reach this point so quickly. Supa Beaver smiled slightly. Super Saiyan full power, she is just getting started, and Sun Wukong is already at his peak. It's a good thing we didn't carry out Dr. Gro's orders, otherwise it would be tantamount to death. Lashri felt terrified when she thought about it. Who would have thought that the Super Saiyans, who could still be hung one moment ago, would surpass them the next moment? However, Reg saved her life from being devoured by Chiru, which made her have a lot of affection for Reg. Don't forget, they were caught when they were young, and they didn't come out until they were transformed into androids, and they were already adults when they came out. Chapter 58. 058. If this is not the case, how could it be possible to chase the 18th with the bald head Lin, This is completely impossible. Okay, there's nothing for us to do next, come back to the western capital with me, you don't have a place to go anyway. For Supabishan's words, Lashri was very tempted, after all, it was like a familiar sight with Supabishan. Good. On the other hand, Reg didn't pay special attention to these, but kept paying attention to Sun Wukong. He didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, but he used the Realm King Fist, which was the only way to fight Sun Wukong. After all, he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness is not high, and the Monkey King Super Saiyan has full power, with the combat power of more than 3 billion plus. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong's eyes recognized what the red chi around Reg was, after all, he hadn't used the Realm King Fist for a long time, so... Ho, have you finally found out? Reg heard Sun Wukong's surprise, so he flew up. Yes, it's the Realm King Fist. Yes, why didn't I think of it, Realm King Fist? Sun Wukong thought about it, and it seemed that he thought of the King of the World Fist with Super Saiyan. But not so far, not to mention that the fight is not over yet, so the two of them fought hundreds of rounds, each time it was evenly divided. The last blow, Turtle Pai Qigong Wave, Sun Wukong shouted while forming a calyx with both hands, put the calyx hand on his waist, and suddenly gathered a ball of light in the palms of both hands. Ha! The Turtle Faction Qigong Wave instantly hit out, and at the same time, there was a tail-like arc meteor behind it. It's good to come. Seeing this, Reg immediately retreated, unleashing his energy blast in the sky. I saw him open his hands, and a whirlwind-like circle swirled in his palm, and it became faster and faster and then formed a whirlpool, and inside was energy. Spiral Blaster. Chirp. As soon as the two-handed spiral shock wave rushed over, the two merged into one, forming a rampant tornado-like Qigong wave that passed. Rumble. The turtle sect Qigong wave and spiral shock wave rose up, and suddenly the surrounding air rioted, the wind and rain were raging, and the clouds were scattered. If it were the ground, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. Even so, there was still a huge gust of wind coming out, and it was still affected on the surface of the ground beneath their feet, but not much. After just 2 strokes, Sun Wukong couldn't hold it anymore, the muscles on his arms burst out, he gritted his teeth, his hands trembled, and his chi weakened a lot, and it was obvious that he was about to lose it. On the other hand, Reg resisted with one hand, how could Sun Wukong compete with him? Sun Wukong, you are very powerful, but compared to me, it is too far behind. Reg shook his head, then increased his energy, and with a shock, he broke Sun Wukong's turtle sect Qigong wave. The remaining palm hit Sun Wukong on the chest and knocked him down, falling directly on the heavenly god temple. Dad Lao Sun Wukong, how are you? May wait for others to see this and immediately run over. At this time, Sun Wukong was covered in injuries, and it was almost as if he only had one breath left. Cockroach. Vegeta also came over and found that Sun Wukong's so-called Super Saiyan full power had been blown up and returned to normal. Ahem, hee. Vegeta, I didn't expect your brother Reg to be so powerful. Sun Wukong spit out this sentence, not caring at all whether he was hurt or not. Cut. Fight with him. Vegeta finally came to his senses, and Sun Wukong said again, Reach, isn't this a slap in the face? But he also had to admit that there were only Saiyans left. Oh no, it should be said that the Saiyans he remembered in his memory were probably the strongest in Reg. In the past, he always called himself the strongest Saiyan, but now he sees that the strongest Saiyan is still his brother after all, Reg. Whether it's Chiru or Frieza, it was Reg who killed him. It's hard for them to beat a strong enemy, but for Reg, it's easy. Hey! Sun Wukong smiled and stood up with the help of Piccolo, and at this time, Reg also appeared in front of them quietly. Reach, how powerful are you? Why do I think I'm so strong, but compared to you, the gap is so big. Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask this sentence. The others looked at Reg the same way when they heard it, and it wouldn't be good if no one asked. Not to mention, even Vegeta is the same, he doesn't know how powerful his brother is. Sun Wukong, you want to be my age, it's still far from me. Now that you have reached the full power of Super Saiyan, your next goal should be said to be this. Reg suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes glazed, and he suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan. But his hair stood on end and didn't spread, and lightning flashed out at the same time. This is Super Saiyan 2. When this Super Saiyan 2 transforms, it will appear a rapidly expanding air mass on its own, which can blow away environmental things that cannot be fixed with chi. In the original book, when Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2, he will flash a radial electric spark, which is also a symbol of the energy release rate, and the more intense the energy release, the more frequent the electric spark appears. Chapter 59. 059. And Reg didn't, he controlled his momentum very well, but he exuded his anger as always. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta immediately asked. This transformation has lightning, and it doesn't feel like a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan, I call him Super Saiyan 2. Reg shamelessly named him by the official name. Super Saiyan 2. At this time, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta saw a new target, Super Saiyan 2. It's no wonder that Reg is so powerful, it turns out that he has surpassed Super Saiyan. This may be his strongest strength. Under this chi, it is difficult for them to judge how much combat power they have, they only feel that they are like ants in front of this chi. This is also normal, after all, Reg's Super Saiyan 2 is more than the numbers can calculate. However, Reg didn't have time to pay attention to what they thought, and immediately quit Super Saiyan 2. Keep trying, all three of you have a chance to reach Super Saiyan 2. Su. Reg teleported out of the place, and the Z warriors were still confused and had not yet come to their senses. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta muttered to herself, suddenly clenching her fists, Kakarot, this time I'm going to be faster than you. Vegeta, I'm not going to be left behind. Sun Wukong also replied with a smile. Vegeta said that he was not jealous was false, but it was Reg, and he would not lose his temper no matter how jealous he was, and everyone knew what the reason was. Well, if that's the case, Kakarot, we'll meet next time. Vegeta said and flew away immediately. In this way, they separated, and Churu was solved by Reg, so naturally the braggart king in Dragon Ball would not be born. This braggart king is naturally Satan. On a planet in the depths of the universe, a fashionista is also watching this scene. He is dressed in the costume of a god, with long white hair, black sunglasses and a hat with large letters on his head. The Saiyans are really powerful. Since that's the case, then let them go to the underworld and put down the riots. This person is none other than the king of the great realm above the four great realm kings in Dragon Ball. He is above the kings of the four realms, east, west, north, south, and resides in the other world. In the original book, he only appears in the anime, and in the manga he is mentioned by Vic, who was once the god of the earth, and does not appear. From the clothes to the luxury cars, the king of the world is very trendy, he is a fashionista, and his life is very comfortable. He appeared dressed in casual clothes and dancing to rock music playing on the radio. The righteous martial artists who continued to cultivate in heaven all believed that he was the strongest in the universe. In the original book, when Sun Wukong arrived at the Great Realm King after his death and met the king of the Great Realm, Sha Lu, and the others were in trouble in hell, and the Great Realm King ordered him to solve it with the pork ribs. Goku and the king of the Eastern Realm raced, and the king of the Great Realm easily ran ahead of the two of them, so it proved that he was much stronger than Goku and them at that time. This time, it was Shalo who had just arrived in the underworld, and he made trouble, because Shalo's power was even more powerful than in the original book. So this time there was no Monkey King, so he could only invite Monkey King to go to the underworld. But this kind of thing can't be done by him in person, so he can only leave it to the king of the northern realm to deal with. The flowers bloom in two, one on each branch. When Reg returned to his home in the western capital, he saw that 18 was also here, and it seemed that he had brought it by Super Raccoon. What's going on with you? Reg, you're back. Super Beaver stood up. From this day onwards, she will live with us. Nanny, stop us. No, this Reg hadn't come to his senses yet, it wasn't his right to speak. Anyway, it's okay, anyway, he likes number 18 a lot, and it's better to give it to him than to cheap the bald forest. As for the bald headland or honestly going to be his monk, forget it, women or something, it's better not to break the vows. A month later, Sun Wukong had gone to the underworld with the help of the king of the northern realm, and had been staying there to cultivate. As for Reg, he was also going to do something at this time. After all, it was still 7 years before Majin Buu appeared. Where are you going? By the way, the 11th universe, there are quite a few masters there. Reg stood up, his eyes lit up. The 11th universe is very mysterious, and it may be that the god of destruction may not be the strongest there. Just look at how terrifying Jillian, the strongest warrior there, has not found that villain so far. So the 11th universe may be the most dangerous of the 12. But I like it, Scions can't go through battles, and since that's the case, then set off in 2 years. Reg has decided, the next target is the 11th universe, just go for a while, and come back to catch the appearance of Majin Buu. As for why I didn't go until 2 years later, it's not nonsense. If you want to get to the 18th, you have to work hard during this time. What's more, Supa didn't mind, he was naturally not welcome. After all, he also had the intention of being 18, otherwise he wouldn't have protected 18 all the time when Shayla was around, but not just because she was a woman. Vegeta naturally knew about Sun Wukong going to the underworld to cultivate, but he didn't go, and he couldn't go, he had too many evil obstacles on his body, which was different from Sun Wukong. Chapter 60 060 A year and a half later, in Sion's training room, Reg had returned and brought back 2 confidants. The earth has entered the calm stage, everyone is quietly cultivating, and he naturally needs to come back. As soon as he returned, Supa took number 18 to play here, and Reg went to train. There's still half a year, that's enough, okay, let's get started, hoa. Reg let out a low snort, his body crackling, and his momentum exploded, but he reined in. But at this moment, his muscles burst out, and all of a sudden, the clothes on his upper body were torn, his hair turned brown, and his hairstyle was Super Saiyan 1, but it was long to his waist, and his body hair was also brown, and there were 3 red lines on his forehead to form a special pattern, and his eyes were also black, and his eyes were red, just like the white god. There was also a red line on the side of his eyes that went straight to his face, and the tail behind him was also brown body hair. This transformation is not Super Saiyan 4, nor is it Super Saiyan 5, and it is slimmer than Super Saiyan 4, and it is the same size as the usual Super Saiyan physique. This Super Saiyan state is the Saiyan form in which Reg has successfully evolved as a Super Saiyan 4. I haven't used this power for a long time, but sure enough, taking the Super Saiyan 4 path is more suitable for me. Ever since Super Saiyan 4, he has felt that this transformation is not stressful at all, just like normal, but the power is terrifying. After reaching this state, it was the same. In comparison, the pressure of the Super Saiyan God or something was greater, although he did not cultivate it himself. But are there still few lessons from the past in the original book? Getting back to the point, after the transformation, Reg began to train in the training room, and he continued to shoot air bombs to train himself under this unimaginable gravity. Chirp tweet. Several fast air bounces that could not be detected with the sense of chi were shot over, and Reg also noticed and reacted. Ha! The fist slammed back, and then broke the few, and at the same time he had a series of reflex air bullets, and here he repeated the special training. It wasn't until 3 days later that Reg quit this state and changed to normal training, but at the moment of exiting, his anger leaked a little, but he didn't care. At the same time, in the 7th universe destruction god realm, when Angel Weiss was sitting on the table eating, he suddenly felt this breath. Ves frowned slightly, stood up, and searched the universe with the scepter. His face was not very good. This was the first time that the angel felt bad. But Weiss checked for a long time and found nothing. After all, it was only a fleeting feeling at that time. If he wasn't an angel, he might not have noticed, or wouldn't have noticed. Am I feeling wrong? Weiss had to think so. After all, he couldn't find it, and he didn't, but the angels were better than the gods of destruction. Would it feel wrong? No, but the truth was no. It's a good thing that Reg is proficient in breath control, otherwise Vis would have found out. The reason why Weiss couldn't detect it was that Reg had the only golden finger, and he had learned the magic book of chi control completely, to the point that it was not exposed, and even an angel could not detect it. Of course, Reg hadn't noticed this yet. And he hadn't even noticed that Weiss would notice that he had just leaked a trace of aura in his latest evolutionary form. Forget it, no matter, maybe I felt wrong. Weiss said ignore it and ignore it, this is an angel, such a cow. He took the scepter and continued to eat his food. After all, he was also a food lover. It's been more than a decade before Lord Beerus wakes up, and that's enough. Half a year passed quietly, and when Reg was about to set off, an uninvited guest appeared here and interrupted his plan. Oh no, Reg, no. I'm fine, what's wrong? Reg glanced at the king of the Northern Realm. This guy hurriedly ran over. It was really not the right time. No, something happened to the underworld. Hearing this, the king of the Northern Realm took a breath and calmed down before speaking. Oh. Reg ignored him after a sentence. He didn't think so. The king of the Northern Realm is really, you are looking for me if something happens to the underworld? What do you have to do with me? Seeing that Reg didn't react, the king of the Northern Realm was stunned. What was the situation? Why didn't they react? No, it's not, Reach, why didn't you react? How am I going to react? It's your god's business. What are you looking for me? Asked him upside down. The king of the Northern Realm blinked and was stunned, and was really speechless by what Reg said. Yes, this is their god's business. What are you looking for Reg for? No, no, no. The king of the Northern Realm, like a psychopath, said to himself, I was almost taken into the ditch by you. I'm here to help me. I'm not free, I have something to leave, not to mention the underworld. Isn't Sun Wukong there? In his opinion, what can happen to the underworld? It is nothing more than Frisia and Shalo making trouble, and now Sun Wukong may beat them. Isn't there still a master in Daifu? It's called pork rib rice, and his strength may still be above Sun Wukong. With them, what else can't be solved? They can't fix it either. Chapter 61 061. What? Asked Reg for a moment's time, then turned to look at the king of the north. Who the hell, since even Sun Wukong can't solve it? It's been 2 years, and Sun Wukong should have reached Super Saiyan 3 in the underworld, and no matter how bad it is, he will have already reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2, with tens of billions of combat power. The king of the Northern Realm shook his head. I don't know, and you don't know. Goku has reached Super Saiyan 2, and the power he has is terrifying, but he can't stop the riot of that energy. Reg pondered, someone who can beat the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 should not appear at this time. It's impossible, even the evil thought wave won't be at this time, not to mention that the evil thought wave is still the theater version, different from the plot version. What will it be? Seeing that Reg was silent, the king of the Northern Realm could be said to be anxious and crazy, and for him, there was not so much time to hesitate. But among the Scions, Reg is the strongest, and even the king of the Great Realm is not sure about this time. and if he doesn't come to ask Reg, there is no one else. As for Vegeta? Forget it, not to mention Vegeta's strength is the weakest, and now Vegeta is working hard to cultivate, so naturally he doesn't have time to go. If he has time or not, he won't say it for the time being. Will he agree to say it back? After all, Vegeta is not as easy to talk and fool as Sun Wukong. So he could only come to this strongest Saiyan Reg, who knew that Reg was also hesitating, which made him anxious. But Reg didn't care about this. The king of the Northern Realm didn't come sooner or later, but he came when he was about to leave. Alright then, I'm going to see who it is that can make you all helpless, but well, I'll go in the flesh. Reg thought about it and agreed. After all, he inherited a favor from the king of the Northern Realm, and now that people are asking for the door, he can't help but give some face. No. What? What? The king of the Northern Realm just happily agreed, and before 2 seconds, his expression was stunned, and his heart seemed to be 10,000 grass and mud horses. That leg, you have to know how this is possible to enter the flesh. The underworld is the world of the dead, and your physical entry will break the rules. The king of the Northern Realm still has to persuade well. Hearing that the king of the Northern Realm disagreed, Reg immediately stopped doing it. Is there a difference? Isn't it that there is no circle on the head, and besides, do you like to have a circle on the head? Of course, if it still doesn't work, then you can solve it yourself. I happen to have something urgent to do, and I will not accompany you. The king of the Northern Realm didn't know how to answer for a while. Did he like it? Of course he didn't like it either. Seeing that Reg was leaving, the king of the Northern Realm immediately came back to his senses. Don't, but the matter is too big, I don't have that much power, I'll discuss it with the Lord of the Great Realm. Hearing this, Reg paused and showed a smug expression. Oh, that's okay. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry, too. So the king of the Northern Realm immediately contacted the king of the Great Realm, and after the two of them chatted for a while, the king of the Great Realm finally agreed. There is no way. This catastrophe in hell, even if he is the king of the Great Realm, there is no way to deal with it, otherwise there is no need to ask for help. In this way, Reg and the king of the Northern Realm entered a place, which was hell. But they passed through this place first, which was the Hall of Hades. I saw a tall man in a suit, a two-horned hat, pale pink skin, and a black beard. This person was the administrator of the underworld, the king of Hades. Hama, the ruler and judge of another world in the Dragon Ball world, so he has the power to decide the fate of any dead person, no matter what race that person is or what planet they come from. He has the right to decide whether that person should go to heaven or hell. The administrator of the yellow spring in the universe will be judged by him after death, and the good people will go to heaven and the wicked will go to hell, whether they are earthlings or cosmic people. In the original book, Sun Wukong and Raditz died together, and God brought Wukong's body to Huangchuan to let Wukong go to see the king of the Northern Realm, and he agreed when he saw that Wukong had no sense of humor, and finally Wukong successfully worshipped the king of the Northern Realm as a teacher and learned the king of the realm fist and the Yuan Chi bomb. In the future, whenever a Z warrior dies, he will appear, and when there is any trouble in hell in the later stage, he will ask Goku and Rib Rice to solve it. And this time it was something that Pork Ribs Rice and Sun Wukong couldn't solve, so he reported to the king of the realm, and the king of the realm had no choice but to report to the king of the big realm. In the end, it was agreed to invite Reg, the strongest Saiyan on the earth, to help solve the problem. Oh, it's Lord of the Realm. Hey, isn't this the Earth Saiyan Reg? How can he enter in the flesh? Hades noticed Reg, and it seemed that everything on Earth was under his surveillance. Oh, that's right, the king of the Great Realm has agreed, and Reg enters in the flesh. The king of the Northern Realm pretended to be forced, looking like I was a master. Sure enough, the Yama king immediately lay on the table and respectfully said, "Oh, I see, this is the case, this time it really gave us a headache. Oh? So may I ask, who is it that makes Sun Wukong and pork ribs rice not an opponent? Reg was also curious and couldn't help asking. When he came here, he didn't feel any powerful chi at all. You'll know when you get there. Hades didn't seem to be going to speak, and then looked at a little ghost on the left. You take him to the area where Sun Wukong and pork ribs are located. Chapter 62. 062. Yes. The imp nodded, then looked at Reg. Please follow me. Then go to the door on the right, and that's the way there. Okay. After looking at the Nether King, until this thing is a coward, he didn't pursue anything and followed him directly. King of the realm, why don't you go over and have a look? Hades asked innocently, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. I know that these gods are all decorations except for the god of destruction, and they are useless in terms of combat effectiveness. When the king of the northern realm heard this, his face turned dark, and he said that you, the king of Hades, will not say hello. How can you poke people in the sore spots? But the king of the northern realm can't be mad yet, and he has to think of a reason to go down the stairs. I still have something to do, so I won't go. On the other side, two people were chased by an obese man, a man with a green body, no nose, square ears, and blonde hair, dressed in combat uniforms. They were pursued by a huge yellow fat man with short hands, feet, and arms, round holes on his body that could shoot light waves, and a large, thick tail that could only call him by his own name. Looks like a cute guy with a naughty personality and a fat body, but in fact he is an evil and fierce big guy. No, none of us can beat him if this continues. Sun Wukong's face is full of unwillingness. He has the strength of the peak of Super Saiyan 2, and he has no power to fight back against this fat monster, which is too powerful. Then what should I do? The other is the pork rib rice. He is the strongest master in the history of the Western Realm King's jurisdiction, and he has lived on the Great Realm King Star for a long time after his death, and he is a powerful warrior. In the original book, when Wukong participated in the first martial arts conference of the underworld after his death, he was Wukong's fierce rival. The two fought tirelessly, but Goku finally defeated him with a trick, and the result was a draw. This time was the same. When the pork ribs were performing the task assigned by the king of the Great Realm, he met Sun Wukong, a martial artist from the Northern Galactic Realm, who came to help. The two of them went together to defeat Shailu and Frisia, King Kurdish, and the special forces of Kainyu who were causing trouble in Hell, and before Sun Wukong could make a move, Rib Rice easily defeated Shailu, Frisia, and King Kurd, and put them in prison. Then Sun Wukong practiced in the underworld. Until not long ago they received another task to come here to deal with this matter, who knew that they had no choice. Wave of evil thoughts, waves of evil thoughts, waves of evil thoughts. This pink fat man is the evil thought wave that Reg didn't expect. At this time it fell to the ground with its butt, jumped up again, and saw Sun Wukong and others around him. His two copper coin-like eyes lit up all of a sudden, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. The ignorant looks like a newborn child, but the evil thought wave is made of dark energy from the inside out. Evil thought waves are a collection of evils in the universe. Because the imp who managed the soul-cleansing machine in the underworld did not repair the machine in time, the machine exploded, and the evil energy released eroded his body, and the powerful monster Evil Mind Wave was born and appeared on the roof of the Hades Hall in the underworld. Evil Thoughts initially looks like a mischievous fat guy, but already has the ability to manipulate the laws of the universe. Although he didn't appear on the Hades Hall now, he also appeared, and the butterfly effect made him appear in advance, so it's no wonder that Sun Wukong and pork ribs couldn't beat him. Yes, he chased after him. Sun Wukong was taken aback. They had been chased by the evil thought wave for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't defeat the evil thought wave, they wouldn't have deliberately lured the evil thought wave out. Bang! At this time, Reg arrived here, and happened to see this body shape, and also felt this breath. Evil thought waves. Butterfly effect, since he has appeared. Well, this is Reg's chi. When Sun Wukong was at a loss, he felt that Reg's chi appeared here, and when he looked back, Reg appeared behind him. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong knows reach, which does not mean that he also knows pork ribs. "Not an enemy," Reg said and looked at Sun Wukong. "You two stay away, the king of the great realm begged me to come over, and I naturally came." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Sun Wukong didn't want to directly pick up the ribs and fly out. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave, evil thought wave. Evil thought's bow wouldn't let him ask, and directly launched air bullets through a few holes in his stomach. Presumptuous. Reg didn't say a word, and immediately flashed past to block these air bombs. Not to mention, the attack of this level of combat power feels different. Reg has been beaten a few times, and he almost hung up. No way, he hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. If it weren't for the last moment, he used time to stand still, and he really suffered all the air bombs, and now he has only suffered 2, and he has already suffered a little injury. But now Reg grinned at the evil thought wave, and immediately stepped forward quickly, grabbed the evil thought wave's arm, and then in the evil thought wave's blank shout, a powerful Qigong wave hit it directly, blasting the evil thought wave to pieces. This evil thought wave is really not covered. "Sun Wukong, that friend of yours seems to have come in the flesh. I didn't expect the power to be so strong." Pork Rib Rice was taken aback. No one expected that Reg would block all the attacks of the evil thought wave. Evil thought wave. Suddenly, at this time, the evil thought wave accumulated energy in the body, and used the hole in the body to send out energy waves that condensed the energy. Rumble. Chapter 63. 063. The Galaxy Bursts. Reg quickly gathered energy and shot a swastika energy shockwave in the palm of his hand. Boom boom boom. Reg's blow blocked the evil wave's blow, and then Reg unleashed his power completely. After a while, Reg suddenly shouted "Ha!" and his whole body immediately rose with a terrifying golden aura that seemed to be burning. And in an instant, the dark hair turned golden yellow, and a pair of dark eyes immediately turned into a calm turquoise. There was no trace of emotion in these calm pupils, and the turquoise as calm as the surface of the lake was full of coldness. With Reg transforming into a Super Saiyan form, his combat power has also changed drastically. If this is not hell, then the so-called electric flash, sudden change and so on can be seen clearly. Super Saiyan Reg's anger stunned everyone who was paying attention to all this. Evil. Ninbo. Evil thought. Wave. The glazed-eyed evil thought wave would only repeat this sentence, and his bloated body didn't move much, just swaying from side to side. The appearance of Reg and the sudden transformation of the Super Saiyan made Evil Mind Wave slightly puzzled. At the same time, he also felt that Reg was stronger than him now, but the next moment, the evil thought wave suddenly attacked. Evil thought wave's arm slammed into his side, half disappearing into thin air, and the spatial force transferred it to Reg's side. Almost instantly, the thick arms of the evil thought wave passed through the void and rushed towards Reg. Reg sneered when he saw this. The space is just the ability to change, and you can dodge it if you are fast. I saw that Reg dodged with a slight flash, and even the evil thought wave was obviously stunned at this time, tilting his head as if wondering why this blow didn't hit Reg. Even so, it didn't seem to affect his evil thought wave to continue attacking, only to see him expand the air hole on his stomach and fire energy bombs one after another. It's good to come. Seeing this, Reg showed a trace of arc hook, his eyes flashed with a light, and suddenly the attack of the evil thought wave was frozen at that moment, but it could move, but his air bomb couldn't. It's not time standing still, it's a true spirit technique that Reg hasn't used for a long time, and the main thing is that there is no opponent. But Evil Mind Wave is a good opponent. The first form is not as strong as his Super Saiyan, but the second form has a lot of power. What Reg wanted was to compete with his second form. After all, it was the power of a powerful physique that could not be detected digitally. Before the evil thought wave could have any thoughts, Reg had already moved, only to see that the evil thought wave's attack suddenly bombarded the evil thought wave itself. Suddenly, the evil thought wave was blown to pieces by his own energy bomb, but he was not dead. His chi, the terrifying chi, was still there. Sizzle! Suddenly, at this time, countless gases that turned into powder condensed together, and like Majin Buu, only a cheer was heard, and the evil thought wave reappeared intact. Don't forget that the body of the evil wave is made up of countless dark particles and evil energy, which can disintegrate itself anytime and anywhere, and reorganize in another place. It's good. Is this Reach's anger? Real strength? Sun Wukong was frightened, even the pork ribs rice was the same. He was stunned. Reg didn't talk nonsense, and directly attacked the evil thought wave with his fist, knocking it to the side, but he didn't underestimate the evil thought wave. It is true that the strength of the evil thought wave is weak in the first form, but the strength of his second form is extremely strong. Even the Super Saiyan Third Son Goku is not an opponent, and he is beaten every day. In the original book, in the theatrical version, Vegeta arrives to help Goku, who is in a bitter battle. But they were never the opponents of the evil thought wave, and the two eventually became Gogeta by fusing together, and used the soul eraser to purify the evil energy of the evil thought wave, which defeated the evil thought wave. But now that the butterfly effect is appearing, there may not be the appearance of Gogeta. Because of Reg's interference, Vegeta didn't die, and Sun Wukong didn't arrive at Super Saiyan 3 before the evil thought wave appeared. Getting back to the point, after the evil thought wave stabilized, the clone immediately appeared, rushing towards Reg one by one. Humph! I can't help myself, drink! Seeing this, Reg roared, and the chi on his body directly burst out, forming chi wave fluctuations, and destroying all these little man's evil thoughts at once. After destroying them, Reg immediately stepped forward and smashed a quick punch into the face of evil thought, and suddenly Reg's punch used great force to knock evil thought wave down. The huge body of the evil thought wave fell to the bottom of hell, not to mention, the body of the first form of the evil thought wave was bloated but very elastic. Normal attacks don't work, and even if Reg's current fist attack power is extremely powerful, it can only cause it to roll down, and the damage is not serious. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave. After the evil thought wave fell, it suddenly counterattacked, and one after another air bullets shot upward, directly knocking down those colorful orbs that resembled planets. It just so happened that Reg was in the middle of it, dodging the attack of the evil thought wave in a flash, and at the same time, he also expected the evil thought wave to enter the second form as soon as possible. Chapter 64. 064. Otherwise, he can't fight now. After all, the bounce power is very high, and the attack power can't be exerted, not to mention that he also needs a strong battle. It just so happens that the second form of the evil thought wave can satisfy him. Humph, it's not there yet, is it? I'm impatient, ah. Su. Flashed again in front of the evil thought wave who had just been beaten, and slammed his hand on the evil thought wave's stomach. Rumble. The evil thought wave was knocked down, and the whole person sank to the ground, and at this moment, the evil thought wave was a little irritated and screamed a few times, and his body began to change. At this moment, evil Nianbo's stunned eyes suddenly became bright, and his fierce emotions were rendered. Not only that, but even his strength is constantly improving, and his demeanor has changed dramatically. The cold breath covered all directions, the space froze for a moment, and the earth suddenly cracked into cracks, like fine thunder winding, cutting through the deepest abyss of hell. Seeing this, Reg immediately fell down and confronted the evil thought wave, not interfering with his transformation at all, or his evolution. At this time, I saw that the body of the evil thought wave was retracted and became long and slender. He had a red skin, from his chest to his shoulders and legs, covered with a lilac carapace, and the sharp horns on his head were long, like two sharp spears, black eyes with egg yolk eyes, a long tail in the shape of a demon lizard, and the sound of his footsteps was the same as Frisia's. Hey, hey, hey! Evil Thought's wave is a ruthless demon with a demonic laugh at this time. Reg put on a battle stance. He won't be careless at this moment. You must know that the second form of the evil thought wave is very powerful, and suddenly burst out his momentum and the evil thought wave against the top. Bang! Their momentum directly shook the underworld, their breath collided in the underworld, and the yellow spring swayed, just like the end of the world. It's so powerful, it is estimated that the demon Bu-devoured Son Gohan is probably not as powerful as his second form. Reg thought to himself. The flowers bloom 2 and 1 branch each, and at this time, on the Great Realm King, the kings of the East, West, North and South realms are here to watch the battle. At this moment, no matter which one they are all trembling. The first fat form of this evil thought wave is already terrifying enough, and there is a second transformation. It's incredible. King of the Northern Realm, are you sure this Saiyan Reg can beat him? Asked the King of the Western Realm. After all, this matter appeared on his side of the Western Galaxy. The other kings of the realm also looked at the King of the Northern Realm. After all, if Reg also loses, then the balance of yin and yang in this world will be messed up, the dead will be resurrected, and the living will die. The King of the Northern Realm was also dumbfounded, who knew that this evil thought wave had a second form, and they all saw the first form. Reg can be hanged, but this second form is really hard to say. Their combat effectiveness is not good, but their eyesight is better than anyone else's, and they can see that the second form of the evil thought wave is simply further sublimated. Don't worry, it's a blessing or a curse, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Let's wait and see. The King of the Great Realm is an old god at ease. But it ushered in the contempt of other world kings in their hearts, and they could only despise it in their hearts. After all, the official level crushed people to death. Here in the underworld, after Reg and Evil Mind Bo looked at each other for a while, when their momentum rose to the highest peak, suddenly the two of them attacked in unison. The evil wave figure approached Reg in a strange way, which was his ability to change space, changing the space he was in, and controlling spatial objects to move or attack enemies at will. The evil thought wave changed space and appeared behind Reg, and swept over with one leg. Reg was taken aback and immediately dodged on one side, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good ability to change space. Although the leg of the evil thought wave kicked in the air, it slashed through a terrifying chi, directly shaking the ground and collapsing, and a whirlwind roared in all directions. Not only that, but the evil thought wave did not stop the offensive, but stepped forward, and the right Reg continued to attack. Heavy punch attacks, anti-elbow blows, tail chasing, and even his qigong waves coming out of his mouth. A series of attacks without a hint of room for thought made Reg fall into passivity. The evil thought wave is a pure evil thought body, whether it is attacking or defending, it is controlled by its own instinct and does not need to be distracted, which is completely different from Reg. Reg crossed his hands in front of him, his legs and feet slightly bent to resist the attack, and his hands felt pain. Reg was going to take the initiative with a quick punch and kick, but he didn't do it all. The evil thought wave used itself to break itself into many particles, dodged, and immediately regrouped in another place, and then a flying kick came over. Reg was hit by this blow and was immediately knocked to the ground by the fly, and a huge cloud of smoke and dust was raised. Seeing this, the evil thought wave immediately shot down to attack, and he didn't mean to show mercy to his subordinates at all. This is his evil thought wave. Suddenly, the whole land around Reg swelled violently, and the land within a kilometer radius was smashed into a huge pit, and the ravines in it were already unrecognizable. There are some new rules for website updates, and some of the updates can't be seen and say that there are allergic words that need me to reissue. Everyone please wait a while, I don't understand what's going on, I can only ask the editor to solve it. Chapter 65 065. However, Reg dodged with teleportation in an instant, appearing in the sky above, a cut above the evil thought wave. Yes, you're strong, in that case. Reg immediately raised his hands on his waist and raised his breath, drink. Suddenly, the space shook, and all of a sudden, the chi on Reg's body changed dramatically, his hair stood on end, and light blue lightning bolts surrounded his body. Super Saiyan 2. Reg's Super Saiyan 2 also has more combat power than the data value, so compared to the evil thought wave, I'm afraid it's not much hesitation. Seeing this, Evil Mind Wave smiled, and immediately turned into a light and rushed over, and so did Reg. After a moment, the two figures rushed forward and stretched out their fists to each other. Bang! At this time, the iron fists of the two hit each other, causing each other's cheeks to deflect, and the surrounding space continued to explode, and the residual waves of energy continued to spread and waver, shaking layer by layer like ripples. Then Reg and Evil Thought Wave quickly landed separately and became Super Saiyan 2, whether it was strength or anyway. Or the speed is more than Super Saiyan 1. That's why I hit this blow with the Evil Thought Wave. Drink. At this time, Reg and Evil Mind Wave fought again, but this fierce battle was accompanied by a powerful and unreasonable momentum, directly shaking the entire underworld. Either of Reg and Evil Thought's wave had reached the pinnacle level at this moment, and the energy they unleashed with each move was enough to destroy a planet. Moreover, every move of Reg in the battle was within the resistance of the Evil Thought Wave. He seemed to have predicted the move action, and whenever Reg punched and struck, the Evil Thought Wave could respond immediately. This is also the talent of the Evil Thought Wave, which can predict the direction of the opponent's attack and block an attack one step in advance. But this is also only in the case of equal strength. If it is too high, then it will not work. Otherwise, in the original book, he would not have been directly beaten twice by Gogeta as soon as he appeared, and then used his skills to eliminate him. At this time, Reg quickly separated from the Evil Thought Wave. Drink. Reg increased his strength again, and suddenly his fighting spirit was one step higher, and then rushed over, and a series of fists hit the Evil Thought Wave in the chest. In the end, after a few dozen blows, Reg burst out of his left hook with a golden fighting spirit, and a heavy punch knocked the Evil Thought Wave to the side. At this time, Evil Thought's chest cavity was beaten by Reg just now, and there was a sound of bone cracking, blood splattered on his body, the carapace cracked, and many scars spread all over his body. At that moment just now, Reg used the peak power of Super Saiyan 2, which naturally surpassed the Evil Thought Wave and beat him this time. Ah! Suddenly, the Evil Thought Wave danced the sword to attack reach, and in an instant, a long sword light flashed. The cold light was clear, and it contained infinite energy. Reg's eyes changed slightly, and he immediately turned around to dodge, bypassing the sword light, which was what he expected. He dodged it, but the Evil Thought Wave didn't intend to let him go at all, and waved his sword again and again, and the energy was dense like a weaving thin blade of light, and slashed towards Reg overwhelmingly. Ho! Reg didn't dodge anymore, condensed a stream of dark purple energy in his hand, and then turned into a long knife, similar to the divine skill hand knife of the Realm King Divine Society. Ding dong! Reg slashed down, directly splitting the sword of Evil Thought's Wave into pieces, and then chased and slashed Evil Thought Wave. Feng Shui takes turns. This time it's the turn of the Evil Thought Wave to dodge. There is no way. Reg doesn't give him time to condense a new sword. He has the ability to transform all things, but it also takes a little time when transforming. As for Sun Wukong and Pork Ribs Rice, they have already hid far away, and there is no way to fight at this level. They can't help at all, and they will become a burden in the past. No matter how much Sun Wukong loves fighting, he knows this, and in this aspect, he is stronger than Vegeta. Of course, it doesn't mean that he is fine. Let's go, let's stay away. Seeing that the pork ribs were getting bigger and bigger, he stood up and flew away immediately, and Sun Wukong also followed. This is left to Reg to deal with. It's a shame that they left. If they were a step too late, a sword chi happened to fly here, and it could directly cut them off. After dodging a few times, Evil Thought Wave no longer looked for a chance to fight back, but instead used his disintegration technique to disintegrate himself and reorganize it in another place. Therefore, he avoided Reg's pursuit, and there was no way, the full power of Reg's Super Saiyan 2 was above him. But even so, it is impossible for Reg to kill evil thoughts with the power of Super Saiyan 2. Because the evil thought wave is a gathering of evil chi in the underworld, it can be said that his existence was an accident, plus he has magical spatial ability, decomposition and reorganization ability, and self-recovery ability. Reg can defeat him, but he can't destroy him, and Reg doesn't have the power to purify. Then to destroy the evil thought wave, it may be necessary to use the power of his Super Saiyan 4. Although Super Saiyan 4 does not have the ability to purify, he has a powerful trick that should be able to forcibly explode these collections of evil chi in the underworld. That is, the wave of evil thoughts. Looks like we have to do it, or we won't be able to destroy it. Chapter 66. 066. What should I do? On the side of the Great Realm King, the kings of the major realms also saw this scene. It is true that Reg can defeat him, but he can't destroy him. Wang Mi of the Northern Realm looked at the current situation. No, Reg should have a way, let's wait and see. He knew when he saw Reg's thoughtful expression, because during the time he was teaching Reg, he had carefully observed Reg. It's just that Reg himself is not aware of it. Here's the underworld. The evil thought wave quickly reorganized, and then shot a Qigong wave over, and at the same time changed the space, using the dimensional black hole. That is, you can create space out of thin air to teleport and transfer the energy bullets sent by yourself or your opponent anywhere, absorb the air bullets fired by the opponent and release them by changing the position, and you can also use your fists and kicks to launch and control the direction of the attack. Seeing this, Reg immediately gathered his chi and slapped his back, bursting the left hand of the evil thought wave, but his regeneration ability was very strong, and it didn't take long for it to all return to its original state. Humph, that's expected. Immediately put away the momentum, Reg no longer planned to play, and it was time to end the fight. Evil Thought's wave ignored him so much, and directly disintegrated and attacked again. Very good, you are very powerful, but I am not as bad as you think, drink. Reg directly gathered his chi, and suddenly a violent storm arose, directly breaking the self-decomposition of the evil thought wave. But this is not like transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but his chi is constantly improving, as always. Reg, who was already at one stage of the high evil thought wave, suddenly increased his momentum, surpassing the 3 stages of the evil thought wave at once, and he was still improving. The entire dungeon was shaken by Reg's momentum. 20 times the of the king of the realm. Suddenly, a huge amount of red chi erupted from Reg's body, which was 20 times that of the Realm King Fist. This is equivalent to the power of Super Saiyan 3 to use 20 times the Realm King Fist, and no one else can do it except Reg. Even Sun Wukong, who has always been proud of the Realm King Fist, can't do it before Super Saiyan Blue, and use 20 times the Realm King Fist in the Super Saiyan state. It is estimated that less than 10 times is the limit, and I didn't see the original book to deal with the Demon Bu, and the Monkey King Super Saiyan 3 never used it. Super Saiyan 3 is already loaded, and with the Realm King Fist, he can't bear it, but Reg is different. In the words of Dragon Ball, Reg has long been trained to be a durable body, and this load is not a problem at all. Getting back to the point, after Reg successfully used the 20 times Realm King Fist at the peak of Super Saiyan 2, he immediately gave evil thoughts a beating to him. On the planet of the Great Realm. King of the Northern Realm, isn't this your self-created Realm King Fist? The King of the Western Realm recognized what Reg's Red Gang Chi was. This was the move of the King of the Northern Realm, the Realm King Fist. The King of the Northern Realm was also stunned, but when he heard this, he immediately came back to his senses. Haha, that's natural, I helped him a lot. The King of the Northern Realm didn't care what the other kings thought, he was already muttering in his heart. Reg is really fooling around, he actually exerted the Realm King Fist 20 times. Oh my god! When he thought that he had created the Realm King Fist, he didn't expect that the Realm King Fist would be able to play to this point, 20 times. On the underworld's side, after Reg beat the evil thought wave, he immediately threw him off the ground, and then floated in midair. It's time to end it. ZZ. A stream of 7-colored energy was condensed in the palm of Reg's hand, and then it was thrown into the sky, and in an instant, 7 stars suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then formed the appearance of a 7-star array, with Reg as the center. It emits 7 colors of light: gold, red, blue, purple, silver, green, and black. Illuminating this area, it was extremely sacred, and everyone watching the battle was stunned. What kind of trick is this, Reg? So strange, since I see a little greasy. And at this time, Reg was also wheezing heavily. This move was a new move that he had made by gathering all kinds of shockwaves for so long, and he was only terrifying. He didn't know how terrifying it was, but there was one thing, that is, it required a huge amount of energy, and it might take almost all of his energy to use it once. So Reg has never used it all this time, and the Super Saiyan 4 he just said is this trick. You must know that after Super Saiyan 3, the Super Saiyan God is the breath control of God, and Super Saiyan 4 is energy. It would be much better if it was played with Super Saiyan 4, but he didn't want to expose the power of Super Saiyan 4 yet. So as soon as I had an idea, I thought of this World King Fist 20 times plus Super Saiyan 2 Peak to use. Although the power of the Realm King Fist and Super Saiyan 2 Peak is very strong together, it has not yet reached the Super Saiyan 4 power. But it's more than enough to clean up the wave of evil thoughts. As for the evil thought wave, he was also stunned for a moment, and began to retreat, not daring to be on it. He felt that these rays of light were a mortal threat to him. But how could he escape? At this time Reg had already finished. Evil thought wave, go and die. The 7 stars converge. Suddenly, this 7-colored light had already shone down, and its range was within 5,000 meters. All of a sudden, the evil thought wave was wrapped in, and the body disappeared little by little, and the 7-colored energy had the power of purification, just like Gogeta's. Reg didn't need to launch an attack in the center, and the evil thought wave that he saw like this disappeared. Chapter 67. 067. After destroying the evil thought wave, Reg immediately accepted this move, and this move, Super Saiyan instantly withdrew. Evil thought wave, it's really... Before he finished speaking, then Reg fell to the ground. There was no way to use up his spiritual power, and he was too late to eat the spiritual fruit. The moves are powerful, but the conditions required to send them out are also very mean, and the energy is huge, especially the spiritual power. Yes, Reg has fainted, and I have to take him to the king of the realm. Monkey King and Pork Rib Rice appeared here at this time. Pork Ribs nodded and did not refuse. After all, Reg was the hero who saved the underworld. Okay, we'll be right over. The king of the northern realm is here. He has returned here at this time. There is no way. When he heard that Sun Wukong was looking for him, he naturally hurried back here and waited. When the king of the realm saw Reg's injury, he also opened his mouth wide. Reg was not seriously injured, but his mental power and energy were exhausted. That's it, but it's recovering itself, and it won't be long before it's okay. Okay, Monkey King, you guys go for the pork rib rice. Reg will let him be here with me. It will take him a long time to wake up. It's inconvenient for the king of the northern realm to explain, so he can only say simply, after all, whether it is Sun Wukong or pork ribs, they are martial idiots. For culture, it may really be inferior to first-grade elementary school students. Of course, pork rib rice may not be accurate, but Sun Wukong is absolutely well known. Okay, let's go. The pork ribs rice is very straightforward. After all, there are still a lot of post-processing needs to be done by them. All right, Lord of the Realm, Reg will trouble you. Sun Wukong pondered for a while and agreed, and the two of them left the World King together. After the two of them left, the king of the northern realm became depressed. Leg, you are really awesome. Forget the king of the realm fist, I didn't expect that there would be such a trick as the gathering of 7 stars. Day after day, Reg still hadn't recovered half of his mental strength, so he was still in a coma. However, by the time Reg had recovered half of his mental strength and woke up, half a year had already passed. Oops, Reg, you're finally awake. The king of the Northern Realm smiled, but it didn't take long for him to grimace. Because Reg is eating quickly, this speed is simply the same as that of Sun Wukong. Hey, why are you scions like this? The king of the Northern Realm was extremely speechless, because there were plates all around here, and Reg hadn't eaten for half a year. If he hadn't had divine power, he would have been busy there. At this time, Reg hiccuped. After eating for so long, he was finally full, and he was in a coma for half a year and didn't eat. If it weren't for the fact that he could absorb foreign energy to maintain the vitality of his body, he would have starved to death long ago. Although the stronger his cultivation is, the more the life dimension has improved a lot, but after all, it is a mortal level, and if he is immortal, he needs to eat. I'm sorry, King of the North. It's okay, you've solved a big problem for us. That evil thought wave is really terrifying. The king of the Northern Realm shuddered when he thought about it now. But you are also very powerful. Especially your last blow, the power is terrifying, but you should use it less in the future, it will consume you a lot. Reg nodded slightly. Even if the king of the Northern Realm didn't say it, he would. After all, this time he was scared for a while. If it's in front of the enemy, then you'll burp afterwards. After such a toss, Reg gave up the idea of going to the 11th universe, and he needed to rest for a while. Regulate the chi in his body, because for the first time in the Super Saiyan state, he used the 20 times Realm King Fist, and he had to guard against the uncontrollable chi in his body. In the original work, Sun Wukong was negligent and used the Super Blue and World King Fist to cause the chi to be uncontrollable, which is no different from being sick for a period of time. Some time has passed, and somewhere in the universe, there is a spaceship flying here. My lord, what is our goal? A man dressed in blue, with pale skin, ears like elves, 2 small horns on his forehead, and a large M letter on his forehead. The other, like a hedgehog, has earthy yellow skin and is particularly short. Go, find the energy you need to resurrect Majin Buu. That's right, they're the Dark Mage Babadai and the Demon Lord Dapra. Son of the Dark Magister Bibidai, he claims to be the greatest Magister. Although he is weak, he is proficient in many strange magics such as control, strengthening, and sealing, so he is also a difficult opponent to deal with. Dapra was originally the king of the demon world, but was later controlled by Babadai and became his subordinate. Dapra is a powerful man who uses different spells, and his trick is to turn his opponent to stone with saliva. After Majin Buu is resurrected, he clashes with Dapra, and Buu turns Terra into a cookie and eats it. Later, when he came to the underworld, the Yama King sent him to heaven because hell was the same as the demon world where he lived before. They haven't appeared on Earth yet, but when Majin Buu was around, it was the 2 of them who opened it. In order to resurrect Majin Buu, Dapra came to Earth with Babadai to collect the energy that could resurrect Majin Buu. But resurrecting Majin Buu requires a lot of energy, so we still have to target energy. Babadai was worried. There was no way, the energy needed to resurrect the demon Buu was too much, and he was not sure if he could collect it. Chapter 68 068 Dapra, let's go, let's move on to the next planet. Babadai has collected a lot during this time, but it is still not enough for the 1% of the power that Majin Buu needs. He, Babadai, is the son of Bibidai, the dark magician who created Majin Buu. Many years ago, Majin Buu made the Realm King gods uneasy and almost exterminated the Realm King gods. Later, because of a mistake, the demon Buu absorbed the king god of the great realm and became a rational fat Buu, and then the fat Buu was sealed by Bibidai. Many years later, Babadai came to Earth and reawakened Buu, a demon sealed in an egg. He can control people with evil thoughts, and in order to obtain enough energy, he can break the seal of Majin Buu. Trying to use the power of Majin Buu to achieve his ambition and unify the universe under his hands. At most, the king god of the realm is a level of complete Chiru, and naturally he will not be the opponent of Majin Buu, so he has been killed and devoured by Majin Buu. To get back to business, they haven't arrived on Earth yet, and they're still a few years away. But the years passed quickly, and they finally found such a place on Earth. However, this time Reg is not involved, and he is now helping his two women in the Saiyan Star to increase their strength. At the same time, in another place, a bunch of servant gods also came to the earth, one tall and one short. He has a short punk head, purple skin, and Hadara earrings in his ears, and is dressed in the uniform of the king of the realm, and is of short stature. He has white hair and red skin, and he is also dressed in the clothes of a servant of the king of the realm. They are the Eastern King God Xian and the Realm King God Servant Jebet. The Realm King God Xian is one of the 5 Realm King Gods, the highest ranking god in the 7th universe, and the only Realm King God to survive the Battle of Buu 5,000 years ago. Originally, the 7th universe had a number of Realm King Gods standing side by side, and there were 5 Realm King Gods in the Great, South, West, North, and East. And when experiencing the Buu tribulation, the 4 Realm King Gods of the Great, South, West, and North were all killed, and the surviving Eastern Realm King God had actually become the only Realm King God in the 7th universe. The King of the world, God, has found out that the Saiyans are on Earth, and it just so happens that Babadai and they also went there. Jebet had a serious face, he was respectful of etiquette. Well, to destroy Majin Buu and prevent them from resurrecting Majin Buu, the only way to do this is with the power of the Saiyans. Xian muttered to himself, and then Mi's eyes looked at the North Milky Way. At the end of his eyes is the earth, this is the strength of their Realm King God, he can pay attention to any part of the universe in an instant, this is the ability and power that the Realm King does not have. Jebet, let's go to Earth, the Super Saiyan who defeated Frisia is also there, let's go and see if they have that ability. Yes, Lord God of the Realm. So everything is the same as in the original book, except that Sun Wukong is not dead, except that everything else is the same before Reg appears, and it is unchanged from the original book. The King of the World God couldn't stop Vegeta from fighting with Sun Wukong, and they all reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2, especially Sun Wukong also went to Super Saiyan 3. It's just that he didn't do it, and the others didn't know about it. Vegeta insisted on fighting the Monkey King, but this time he didn't choose to accept Babadai's control. But even so, their decisive battle was enough for Babadai to absorb energy and resurrect the Demon Buu. Vegeta, I still have something to do this time, so. Sun Wukong immediately burst into anger when he said it, and lightning surrounded his body, I decided to use all my strength. Super Saiyan 2 Peak. Vegeta also smiled, and also transformed into the peak of Super Saiyan 2, and his momentum was as powerful as that of Monkey King. Kakarot, that's for the best. Seeing that Vegeta also arrived in Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku was just stunned and recovered. Vegeta's ability is not bad, and it is normal to be able to keep up with him on the road to the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Ha! The decisive battle between the two Super Saiyan 2 began, a shocking battle with tens of billions of combat power. On the side of Babadai's spaceship, it stopped underground, and saw through the big screen how terrifying the energy erupted by Sun Wukong and Vegeta was, and he didn't need to send someone to absorb it. He can channel these energies directly through his spaceship abilities. Ha ha ha, great, I didn't expect their Super Saiyan energy to be so terrifying, ha ha ha, the energy needed to resurrect the Demon Buu doesn't need to worry about it. Babadai was excited to see the scene in front of her, and then glanced at one of the eggs behind her. This egg is pale red all over its body, and there is a trace of blood vessels, which is the egg that sealed the Demon Buu. Lord Babadai, it won't be a problem to resurrect the Demon Buu in this way. Dapra also spoke, his expression was very weird, and he looked very disdainful of how powerful Majin Buu was. That's what he thought in his heart, otherwise how could he have clashed with Majin Buu in the original book, and then died at the hands of Majin Buu. Babadai is very clear about Dapra's thoughts, but he needs Dapra now, so he just turns a blind eye and just counts. Chapter 69 069. No, they can't fight like this. Babadai is already recklessly absorbing energy, and when the time comes. Since Son Gohan broke through Super Saiyan 2 much later than Son Goku and Vegeta, he had already fallen down after being absorbed with energy. Even if there was a Jebit to recover for him, he couldn't continue to fight, so he didn't appear here. In this way, the King of the Realm did not dare to enter Babadai's spaceship to prevent the resurrection of the Demon Buu. What should I do? Jebit is the same, he really pretended to be in place before. Now, the only way is to stop them from continuing to fight. Piccolo proposed, but this made the King of the Realm embarrassed. Everyone knows how to stop them? Who has that power? Son Gohan can't do it, Son Mushin can't do it, and Trunks can't do it. He is the King God and Jebit. The King Gods of their realm are not as powerful as the Monkey King and Vegeta of Super Saiyan 2. But who of us has the power to stop them? It was very difficult for the Realm King God Xin to say this. There was no way, as the Realm King God, he also had to be faced. But at this time, it's useless to have a face, strength is the most. Piccolo gritted his teeth when he heard this, and suddenly contacted the god of the earth, that is, Dandy. I forgot to mention that after the evil thought wave, Sun Wukong went to the new Namek star and brought back a person to serve as the god of the earth, that is, Dandy, the same as in the original book. Dandy, can you find the Saiyan star? Dandy, who was in the heavenly god temple, suddenly sensed it, and then shook his head with a bitter face. No, my ability is limited and I can't find it. On the ground, Piccolo was stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't find the star of Sion. Seeing Piccolo's expression, the King of the Realm God Xin and Jebit glanced at each other, and then Xin asked, "What's going on?" "There's only one person who can stop them now." Piccolo let out a drop of sweat when he heard this. "Who?" asked the Realm King God Xin suspiciously. "Isn't there just a few Scions? Is there anything else he doesn't know?" This is also natural, whether the King God of the other realm has always paid attention to this side, and has been tracking the whereabouts of the Demon Buu, so he naturally does not know the existence of Reg. What's more, when he came to Earth, the Monkey King and Vegeta he came into contact with were both strong people. How could he say that Reg wanted to try his latest strength? No one paid attention to the meaning of their Realm King God at all, otherwise Sun Wukong and Vegeta would not have fought now, regardless of the dissuasion of the King God of other realms. Reg. The Realm King God Xin and Jebit suddenly looked confused, and then looked at each other and said in unison, "Reg, who is he? He's also a Scion, and only he has the possibility, but now he can't be found." Piccolo. "Reg, he lives in the Star of Sion?" asked the King of the Realm, Ashen. "Yes." "Then that's easy, leave it to me." Asin said that he immediately concentrated his mind, and in an instant his perception spread around, searching for the Star of Sion. This is the ability of his Realm King God. As I said before, the Realm King God can search for planets at will, and arrive at once in an instant, and teleportation can find people. It also arrives in an instant. But you have to catch the breath of people, and the same is true for the King God of the realm. You have to catch the breath of the planet, so that you can also reach it in an instant. As soon as Piccolo heard it, he raised his head when he heard the King of the Realm say that he had found it, and then blinked, and he appeared in a strange place, so his eyes widened like a brass bell, looking around. The first thought that came to mind was, teleportation. Wait, this breath. 18's breath. Enrigue's. Is this the Star of Sion? Yes, this should be the Sion star, replied Jebit, who was also sweating profusely. even because he felt Reg's anger. Why is his chi so terrifying? Xin stammered, and in his comparison, it seems that Reg's current chi can already compete with the demon Bu more than 5,000 years ago. That's right, that's Reg. I didn't expect his chi to become much stronger than a few years ago, and he deserves to be the strongest Saiyan. Piccolo is also determined to be Reg's breath. On the other side, when Reg was training 18 and Super Raccoon, he suddenly felt the arrival of these chi. Reg, how do you have the Piccolo and their breath here, and who are the other two? If other people, especially the Realm King God, hear it, they will suddenly be depressed. It stands to reason that the 18th is just an artificial person in power. But what about Reg giving special training to number 18 here, and he suddenly has the power of the Dragon Ball Super Time in the original book, and the less than 10 billion combat power of the King God and others in the natural world is naturally not enough to see. Even Super Raccoon has reached Super Saiyan 3, but Super Saiyan 3 has a lot of load, and Super Fox doesn't use it, just trying to find a way to fuse Super Saiyan 3 into Super Saiyan 2. Just like Vegeta in the original book, when Dragon Ball Super was in the original book, he couldn't reach Super Saiyan 3, but his Super Saiyan 2 strength surpassed Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 and went straight to Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 70. 070. It's just that it's hard to do at this level, but Reg isn't against Super trying it. The King of the Realm God is coming, the God with the highest priesthood in the universe, the King of the Realm God. Reg said as if he were saying something unimportant. Originally, Dragon Ball is all about strength, just by virtue of the King God of the Realm, which is useless, it is simply the existence of a supporting role. The Realm King Gods, also known as the Creation Gods, are the gods in Dragon Ball, and they reside in the realm of the Realm King's God realm, with the same status as the Destruction Gods. The status is second only to the Whole King, and only the King God of their realm can reach the palace of the Whole King in an instant. And although the God of Destruction is powerful, he can't do this, even the angels are the same, so the God of Destruction can only rely on the angels to fly at high speed to the palace of the king. Of course, in the same universe, the God of Destruction and the God of the King of the Realm are a combination of existences, and together they maintain the balance between the destruction and creation of the universe. Once one of them dies, the other will also die, so there is a rule of the gods, that is, it is not allowed to destroy the gods and kill any of the gods of the universe for no reason. The King of the World God assists in creation, not so much to create a new planet, but to provide an opportunity for the creation of a planet. It is also possible to divide a planet into several planets to increase the number of planets. Although life is sometimes created for new planets or transferred from other planets, the basic job is to wait and see how the planet is in condition. Because there are too many planets, the 4 realm kings will also help them. If the balance of the world is disrupted, they will also intervene, usually only as a reference for new life forms, without directly intervening. If the planet increases too much, there will be unnecessary trouble, and at this time, another powerful god, the God of Destruction, will take destruction in order to maintain the balance between the universes. Of course, the God of Destruction did not act on the orders of the King God of the Realm, but relied on his own judgment. However, the character is more impetuous, and even important planets are sometimes destroyed. Getting back to the point, Reg didn't talk nonsense, and directly teleported in front of Piccolo and saw a few of them. Sure enough, the King of the World is here, so is it said that the Demon Bu has been resurrected, or is the decisive battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta begun? Piccolo, how did you get here? How many of them are? Asked Reg, pretending to be confused, although he was not afraid of anything, but he didn't want to make so much trouble out of nothing. He didn't want to make trouble, but trouble came. Bold human, pay attention to your tone, this is the highest god in the universe, Lord God of the Realm. Before Piccolo could speak, Jabbit said with a swaggering face. Piccolo knew what had happened when he heard Jabbit's words, and they all knew Reg's temper very well, that is, you respect me, and I respect you. If you put up a fight against me, then the consequences will be very serious. Vegeta, Frieza, and Chiruko are all lessons from the past. Realm King God, I don't know if you have any advice for coming. Reg's tone was yin and yang, which made the Realm King God Xian's eyelids jump violently, and he didn't know how to answer Reach's words. He didn't know how to answer, but Jebbet answered for him. Hugh is presumptuous, human, you. Before he could finish speaking, Jebbet was suddenly flashed in front of him by Reg, grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up, and used energy to seal all his strength, so that he could not use any ability. You garbage is still beeping and beeping here. I hate people like you the most. Do you think you are very powerful? Jebbet was so frightened that he looked at Reg with a confused face, and at the same time he also knew that he was in trouble, but he couldn't speak when he was choked by the neck. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. And he, Jebbet, is a god, so he can do this and not die because he can't breathe. Seeing this, the Realm King God Xian couldn't hold it anymore in an instant, and immediately begged, Mr. Leg, don't be like him. There was no way, he didn't dare to put up a fight at this time, but it was too late to stop it, and Jebbet had already spoken. Reg, the earth is in trouble right now, we need to. Piccolo also spoke, but before he could finish speaking, Reg threw away Jebbet and interrupted Piccolo's words. The earth is yours, if he is in trouble, you should save it, not me, don't forget, the Saiyan star is my planet. Hearing that Reg didn't want to care, a few of them were in a hurry at this moment. If he didn't make a move, then the demon Bu would be resurrected, and it would be particularly troublesome. Mr. Reg, even if you don't do it for Earth, you have to do it for yourself. Oh, for myself, what do you say? It's not a secret, this time the opponent is the ancient demon, the demon Bu. If he is resurrected, then the entire universe will. There is some truth to that. Reg cooperated with him to give himself a step down. After all, how could he not care about the matter of Majin Bu? Okay, well. Before Reg could finish speaking, he felt a very powerful chi appear on the earth, and this chi had at least tens of billions of combat power. It's not good, this breath, is it? The king god of the realm, Xian, also felt it, and immediately returned to the earth without saying a word. Lashri, Raccoon, don't go out here, I'll go to earth. Chapter 71 071. On this side of the earth, sure enough, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are still fighting, and they are seriously injured by each other. And here, when the Realm King God Xian arrived here, he already felt that it was too late, and the demon Bu had been resurrected. Let's run away, Majin Bu is resurrected, and we will never be able to defeat Majin Bu. The king of the realm god Xian looked terrified, and it seemed that he was frightened by the demon Bu. Suddenly, at this time, Reg appeared behind the realm king Shen Xian and slapped him on the head. Don't be so unproductive, you ran away before you started, are you just like that? No, that's because you don't know the horror of Majin Bu. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to defeat Majin Bu. There is no one in this world who can beat Majin Bu at all. This sentence Xian shouted out. As for Jebbet, he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Ha 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 ha, that's right, run away. Dapper said with a smile on his face, even Babadai. Then let you see, how powerful Majin Bu is. What Reg said suddenly disappeared here, and suddenly appeared behind Dapper and the others. Oh no! Stop him! Before Babadai could act, he was blasted out by Reg with a true psychic blow. As his saliva approached, Reg had already torn apart the Majin Bu's egg with a knife in one hand, and then flashed back to the realm king god Ashen. Is this empty? Xian looked at the Majin Bu's egg in disbelief, but it was actually empty. No, look at the sky. Reg spoke suddenly, and the others looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the realm king god Xian was startled, and saw a pale pink oppressive dark cloud in the sky hovering in the air, slowly condensing into a human form. Then I only heard a pop, and in an instant a pink ball stretched out, and then fell to the ground with a silly smile, looking around. This is Majin Buu, who has pink skin all over his body. His upper body is half naked, his lower body is wearing pants and black and brown shoes, he wears wrist guards on his left and right hands, his big palms are thick, and his whole body is very flexible and powerful. The length of the body parts can be retracted, the arms of the limbs of the hands and feet, and the tentacles on the top of the head can be extended or shortened indefinitely, and can perform attack actions such as binding, impacting, and destroying, and the combat moves are very diverse, changing the length of the whole body. And the length will vary with strength, and the stronger the combat strength, the longer the tentacles. When attacking from a distance, use long and short limb parts to cause all kinds of damage, constantly extend the arms and arms to attack, stretch and tightly wrap around the enemy's body and throw out, use the long arm to whip the enemy, wrap the opponent's whole body, or throw the enemy wildly, and let them hang. The entire body can be transformed into various twisted and strange shapes to attack enemies. Of course, his emotions are very unstable, like they are about to explode at any moment. In addition, when extremely angry, the eyes will turn blood red, and the small holes on the body will spray water vapor, and the direct spray of hot air can dissipate the power of its own chi, and the sound effect is similar to the sound of boiling water. When the gas bursts, a powerful airflow is generated around the body, and a large amount of wind is caused by the strong gas. With the power of shouting and roaring alone, it can cause great destruction and strong commotion, causing supernatural disasters to cause super huge vibrations between heaven and earth, and produce thunder and lightning, shaking the earth. Majin Buu has super vitality and can never eat or drink, while the original form Buu has infinite vitality and physical energy, no need to sleep, and never get sick. In the same way, he reliably eats to greatly increase his strength, and uses the absorption of strong people to strengthen his strength, without the need for cultivation training, and so on. Not only that, but it can also survive without anaerobic stress and fly indefinitely, without fear of any vacuum pressure. The body can be long or short, and it can be stretched freely, with super stretching toughness. It is not easy to be injured when falling from a height, and even if the pants are torn and injured, it can automatically eliminate the dirt on the body and the ability to adjust. Reg carefully looked at the demon Buu who appeared at this time, that is, Fat Buu. I don't know how much of his power is in the original book, but now the strongest is about 50 billion. It's far from the evil thought wave a few years ago, but the strange ability of the demon Buu is unguardable. Lord Babadai, is he the Majin Buu? Dapper was also stunned. No matter how he saw it, it was different from what he had expected in his head. Isn't it supposed to be grand? It's not grand enough at all. Babadai has never seen Majin Buu either, so he shook his head, and he was also confused. I'm not sure, after all, I haven't seen Majin Buu either, and the only one who has seen Majin Buu here is probably only him, the king of the world. That's right, he's Majin Buu. At this time, the face of the realm king god Xian was solemn, and cold sweat unconsciously oozed from his cheeks, and his legs were weak with fright. His horrible face, it should be right. Babadai also said. Even Dapra said, is it really that Majin Buu guy? At this time, Majin Buu swayed from side to side, and then walked around, and Reg did not intend to interfere with this Majin Buu. It's not this Majin Buu who is really powerful, but the Majin Buu who devoured the Son Gohan in a mysterious state, Gohan Buu. Chapter 72 072 Gohan Buu is the power that Majin Buu gained after devouring Gotenks and Piccolo. Before Goku, who wanted to merge with Gohan forever, Bike Buu suddenly absorbed Son Gohan. His combat power has been exaggeratedly improved, and he has the skills of Gotenks, the brain of Piccolo, and the strength of Gohan, and the strongest state of Majin Buu, and he is powerful in line with the name of the strongest Mako. At that time, The only one who could defeat him was Veget, the strongest warrior formed by the combination of Monkey King and Vegeta. Gohan Bu is the strongest form in the real Majin Bu, but now I'm afraid that Majin Bu has no chance and is not possible to reach it. Majin Bu, surrender obediently. Reg hasn't finished speaking, since Majin Bu has run away. This embarrassed Reg, but it was relieved to think about it. The current Majin Bu is in the form of the queen who absorbed the king god of the southern realm and the king god of the great realm, and his clothes and body shape show the characteristics of the king god of the great realm. At this time, he was naive, with limited knowledge and cognitive ability, greedy for food and play, without the judgment and tendency of good and evil, and fought and destroyed with a simple fun-taking mentality. In the original book, it was because of the encounter with Satan that he began to change his ways, and he expelled Skinny Bu from his body and was absorbed by the other party in turn. Hey, Majin Bu, wait for me. Before Babadai could finish speaking, he was picked up by Reg. Where are you going? Babadai, Majin Bu has nothing to do with you, go die. Rumble. That's how Babadai hangs, and Dapper is killed by Reg before he can react. Don't forget that Reg has been in Super Saiyan 2 condition from beginning to end. For Majin Bu's escape, Reg is also a laissez-faire, he has his own plans. Killing Frieza, his plan was to test the occult arts, and when the android Shayla was killed, he obtained the gene of Shiru and the android 18 Lashri. Now when Majin Bu is in time, Reg naturally has a plan, but it is not done now, and it has only just begun. Hey, let's run. The king of the realm, Xin, didn't say a word and immediately slipped away, and he didn't care so much. Reg shook his head when he saw this, and left here in a flash, leaving only 2 corpses lying here, even if Babadai and Dapper were too. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had a very earth-shattering fight, but at this moment, Sun Wukong noticed that the demon Bu was angry and immediately separated from Vegeta. Damn, Vegeta was covered in injuries and rushed over with a desperate explosion, but Sun Wukong stopped him by saying something. Wait, Vegeta, do you feel it? This breath is huge. Powerful. When Vegeta heard this, he also sensed it, and sure enough, a very powerful chi appeared not far away. This chi is very strong, it seems that the demon Bu has come out. Sun Wukong said with his fists clenched, and there was a line of blood on both sides of his lips. It seems that they are really fighting this battle. He, ha 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 ha. Vegeta suddenly burst out laughing, causing Sun Wukong to be depressed and puzzled. What is Vegeta laughing at? What are you laughing at? Hearing Sun Wukong's question, Vegeta stopped laughing and showed a hint of coldness. Majin Bu. Speaking of this, Vegeta immediately became serious. And looked at Sun Wukong with a fist. Listen to me, Kakarot, the strength of the two of us is much stronger than before. It is precisely because of this that I want to fight you, defeat you, and fight Reg again. I want to prove that I am the strongest Saiyan. But, Sun Wukong wanted to say something, Vegeta directly denied his words. It's nothing, Kakarot, if it was in the past, we might still think of the Realm King God as such a great person, but now do you think he is powerful? This, to be honest, since I met the Realm King God, I didn't feel how powerful the Realm King God was at all, except that I couldn't feel his anger. Yes, in the face of our current strength, the Realm King God is simply vulnerable, and in my opinion, the Realm King God is very surprised by our strength. Vegeta paused, so even though the demon Bu is terrifying in the eyes of the Realm King God, it is not like that in front of us at all. No, Vegeta, I think you've noticed, it's not that simple. Sun Wukong shook his head and directly denied Vegeta's words. In fact, Vegeta already knew, but he was sharing the victory or defeat with Sun Wukong at a critical moment, and he didn't want to give up halfway, so he just said so much. You don't give my mother-in-law and mother-in-law, if you don't fight me because of this, I won't agree. Vegeta roared directly, and Super Saiyan 2's arrogance exploded in one go. The final flash Vegeta directly hit his trick, and Sun Wukong saw that he also used his trick, Turtle Sect Kikong Wave. Bang! There were flying sand and rocks around, wolf smoke was everywhere, and there were ruins, only to see the two of them erupting in the pit, with Kikong waves. No one fell into the wind, and no one was defeated by anyone. Vegeta. The reason why Majin Buu was able to resurrect and appear was caused by us, so. I don't care, our victory or defeat is the most important, the rest is none of my business. Ah. Chapter 73. 073. Vegeta. Chirp. These two power fluctuations spread out directly, lifting the ground layer after layer. Vegeta, you have to think about how Reg would clean you up if he knew that you were so desperate for your family and everything. There is no way, Sun Wukong can only take out the last killer feature. Vegeta is most afraid of Riga. Many times in the past Vegeta disagrees with things. He used Reg to speak, Vegeta didn't say a word, just nodded directly. Shut up, don't scare me with him, he's not on Earth at this time. Vegeta didn't finish speaking, a man appeared above them, interrupting Vegeta's rest of the conversation. Oh, Vegeta, my good brother, I'm not here on Earth, so where am I? Riga. Vegeta and Sun Wukong called in unison, neither expecting that Reg would appear at this time. Enough is enough, you two. Reg said that he rushed straight down, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and struck between the two of them with one blow, separating them. Rumble. Majin Buu has already absorbed your energy and resurrected, this consequence is enough. Majin Buu is very difficult to deal with, you two are so stupid, provide energy for nothing to resurrect Majin Buu. The person who is least qualified to say this is not Monkey King or Vegeta, but Reg himself. If he didn't pretend to be indifferent and didn't stay in the Saiyan Star without appearing, there was no way that Babadai would have had a chance to absorb their energy. Reg also deliberately released the water, just to absorb the energy of the two of them to resurrect the Majin Buu in the original book. Fortunately, no one knows the truth, otherwise it would be embarrassing, but now this forced pretending is quite in place. Because Sun Wukong and Vegeta both had blank, embarrassed, and speechless expressions at this time. Vegeta took a breath and quit Super Saiyan 2, as did Son Goku. Let's go clean up the Majin Buu. Vegeta proposed, but Reg immediately denied, it's useless, even if Sun Wukong uses all your strength, you can't beat him, come with me. Chirp. What Reg said flew away directly. Sun Wukong was startled when he heard this, and immediately followed, and he deliberately ran away quickly. Hey, Kakarot, what did Reg mean by that sentence just now? You stop me. Sure enough, Vegeta heard that Reg's words were wrong, so she chased after him angrily. Because they said that they would fight with all their strength, who knows who would have thought that Sun Wukong would not have it, and once Vegeta used all his strength, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Super Saiyan 2 is twice as big as Super Saiyan 1, and Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times as big as Super Saiyan 2, which is not a half-star difference. Now their Super Saiyan 2 is at its peak, with a combat power of close to about 200, while the Monkey King Super Saiyan 3 has almost 100 billion or more combat power. This gap is very big. If Sun Wukong used Super Saiyan 3 to fight at the beginning, Vegeta would have already received a lunchbox. On the other side, after Son Gohan had just recovered, the Realm King God Xin arrived here and brought Son Gohan to the realm of the Realm King God. Their goal is the Realm King Divine Sword, and in the Realm King God Xin's method, I am afraid that only the Realm King Divine Sword can defeat the Demon Buu. The Realm King Divine Sword was left by the ancient Realm King God a long time ago. And it is said to have very powerful power. As for whether it can kill the Demon Buu, this is completely unthinkable, it is impossible. Don't talk about them. After Vegeta and Sun Wukong brought by Reg arrived at the Temple of the Heavenly Gods, he asked them to find fairy beans to eat and recover. Reg planned to have them practice the Metamorphosian's esoteric fusion technique, which was to become one by two people dancing a strange symmetrical dance, and then two people stretched out their hands and put one finger on each finger. In the original book, Vegeta once said that she would not be able to dance this kind of funny dance, and hated it. Originally, Veget, who was fused through Potara's earrings, fought with Majin Buu, but Veget was too fun-loving, so he planned to give this Gogeta a try. Besides, these Potara earrings are the secret treasures treasured by the gods of the king of the world in the past dynasties, which can be used to combine into a very powerful warrior, and are also a symbol of the god of the king of the world, and can be used to use the ring of time after wearing. And its function is to merge, much more powerful than fusion, and simple to use, is the strongest way to fit. The person after the merger has the characteristics of the original two moves, and the fit has no effect on the height difference between the two sides. Once the earrings are put on, they cannot be separated again, of course, only for the Realm King God, and the time for not the Realm King God is only 1 hour. If you put the earrings on different ears on both sides, they will automatically come closer to each other and complete the fit. As for the cancellation, Namek Star Divine Dragon can dissolve this combination. To get back to the point, after the two of them recovered, Reg directly used the secret technique to transfer the merge technique of the Metamo people into their minds. Give me practice based on this, and then try to fuse, maybe you can get more power, don't ask why, you have to beat Majin Buu, this is the only way. Chapter 74 074. But sure enough, Vegeta, the first to become famous, came out, but this was Reg's ambition, and he couldn't help but agree. What, Vegeta, do you have an opinion? Vegeta looked at Reg coldly, and immediately gave Vegeta a cold feeling. No, no. I don't care, in that case, let's get to practice. In this way, under the pressure of Reg, Vegeta's reluctantly and unpracticed with Sun Wukong. Even if his posture is ugly, he has to practice, and the Z soldiers want to laugh here but don't dare to laugh, even the Piccolo is jumping, and immediately turned away from looking. Damn, it's a dead man now, there's no way, it's dead, what if it's done? Vegeta thought about it, and just ignored them, and his mind was withdrawn. He was so safe that he saw Reg Super Saiyan 1 blow up their Super Saiyan 2's power, and it was easy. That's why I didn't dare to confront Reach, otherwise I might be beaten again. You must know that he is the one who has been beaten by Reg the most, which makes him almost change to a phobia of beating. Fit. After Sun Wukong and Vegeta finished the gesture, their hands were together, Vegeta fisted, and Sun Wukong stretched out his fingers. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a fat and short Gogeta appeared. Is it done? Piccolo and the others were taken aback, but when they saw Gogeta's appearance, why did they always feel that something was wrong? General, I'm coming. Ouch! Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped by Reg and knocked to the ground. You're going to be big. Reg said to throw it out, and Beckham tossed it aside like a balloon. When you merge, your hands and feet, as well as your chi and gestures, should be consistent. See what you look like now. If you fail to merge, continue after 30 minutes. Damn, you dare to beat me, see how I clean you up. Baikong jumped up and ran directly to attack Reg, but it was too funny for him. Running as slow as a turtle, he stopped to catch his breath after not running twice, just like in the original book. A day later, Son Goku and Vegeta have been practicing and have not done a second fusion. There is no way to lose the dead if you fail, and at this time, Bulma, Kiki, Sun Wushan and Trunks came to the Temple of Heaven. Not only them, but also Turtle Immortals, Leaping, Dumplings and others also came. As for why they came, they only had to ask. After all, they didn't always pay attention to the following things here. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, when Sun Wukong saw that the Turtle Immortal was about to walk away, Reg slapped him over. Don't be lazy, go on. Oh. In the end, Sun Wukong was still hindered by Reg's obscenity. Oh no, it was the momentum that chose to continue without distraction. Gaku. Vegeta. Dad. The four of them said in unison. It was Kiki, Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Trunks. Sun Wukong is okay, he has always been innocent, he naturally doesn't care about these gestures, but Vegeta cares, if it weren't for Reg being here. He's been waving his hand for a long time. But even so, he blushed and was shy, closed his eyes, and simply didn't look at them. Wukong, what are you doing here? Kiki said. Bulma also walked over. Vegeta, Gaku, what are you doing? It's fusion, it's not dancing. Sun Wukong heard that Bulma had misunderstood, and immediately spoke. It's fine that he didn't open his mouth, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Vegeta scolded him angrily, shut up. Oh, fusion. The two little imps felt very funny, and their eyes lit up. Why are you here? Reg walked out, he was sitting above the temple, and they naturally didn't notice Reg. Well, big brother, you're there too. Seeing that it was Reg, Bulma immediately greeted him, and then looked at Trunks. Trunks, I haven't come to see your uncle yet. Oh, uncle. Trunks ran over, and almost called out the word dad when he saw Reg, but when he looked closely, it was very similar, but there was a big difference. Hello uncle. This man is a lot like Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wukong also spoke directly. Trunks, it's been 7 years, you've grown up well. Reg still played the role of an uncle, taking a closer look at Trunks and Sun Wukong. These two little guys are the easiest to transform into Super Saiyans in Dragon Ball, but they are also the weakest Saiyans, although they are very talented. But the heart that becomes stronger is as thin as a layer of paper, and no matter how good the talent is, it is useless and wasteful. He. Trunks laughed, not knowing what to say. Very good, Trunks, with your father's blood, you are more talented than him, come on, don't waste your talent, and the same goes for Sun Wukong. Reg encouraged him, knowing that it was the same as saying nothing, but he still said that he would choose one. After all, Sun Wukong and Trunks' talents are really good, and if they can cultivate seriously, their achievements can definitely surpass their father's. It's just a pity that they are destined to not have that perseverance, and Reg doesn't have time to help them, nor does he have that kung fu. He also had things to do, not to mention that in his plan, these half-breed Saiyans didn't have much effect at all. This is why Reg didn't even help Son Gohan, except Vegeta and Son Goku. Chapter 75. 075. Alright, let's take a break. Reg shifted his gaze to Vegeta and the Monkey King. Sure enough, when he heard the break, Vegeta immediately hid to the side, and for him, it was a shame for him. No one is okay, but there are many people watching it just now, and as far as he is a face-loving and self-respecting person, it is a particularly huge pair. By the way, Reg Demon Bu him. Wait, what's going on with Majin Buu's chi? Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, he felt that from the nether, a huge chi appeared, and it could be felt here. Vegeta also stood up in shock, this. Angry. The others did the same, but they were helpless and had no choice but to turn their eyes to Reg. Reg, please clean up Majin Buu as soon as possible, otherwise it will go on like this, Dandy pleaded. As the god of the earth, he was obliged to consider the safety of the earth. Reg was also silent at this time. The current Majin Buu's chi was only devouring and improving, and the evil Bu in Majin Buu's body had not yet come out. As for forcing him into the anger of Majin Buu and letting him expel himself, Reg wouldn't do that. What's more, it's not time yet. When the time comes, without him, the demon Bu himself can do it. Don't worry, I still need to go to the matter of Majin Buu. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, you go and deal with Majin Buu. Reg directly let go of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to deal with. He knew that these two people had itchy hands for a long time, but it was just because of themselves, so neither of them showed it. No, Reg just let go, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had a tacit understanding, and they flew down quickly in unison. Kakarot, Majin Buu is mine. No, Vegeta, whoever of us is faster first. They all flew away, and they could still hear their last argument, and there was no one left. Reg shook his head and looked at Trunks and Sun Wushan. You two, come, learn the art of fusion. Yes. The two imps were very obedient, they just thought it was funny, so they agreed, and Kiki and Bulma opened their mouths to say something, but for some reason, they stopped and swallowed the words that came to their mouths. The king of the realm of the gods. At this time, Sun Gohan had already woken up here, because the realm king god Axin and Jebet had brought him here. Although the realm king god Axin did not discover Sun Gohan's potential as early as in the original book, he still found it now, and at the last moment, took him away. What is this place? After Sun Gohan woke up and looked around, his first reaction was this: after all, it doesn't look like a martial arts club here. Gohan, you're awake. The king of the realm, Sin, suddenly appeared behind Sun Gohan and spoke, and Jabet was also there. Hey! Sun Gohan was startled, and immediately stood up and turned around. Who are you? Sun Gohan immediately looked at them vigilantly, but he still remembered Jebet, that is, he let himself use his strongest strength, and then he was controlled by something and couldn't move, and the two weirdos took the opportunity to come up and absorb all his energy, and then he fell. I don't remember. Gohan-sama, don't be nervous, I really had to do it last time. The realm king god Axin immediately explained to Sun Gohan, while Jebet was quiet on the side. After being taught a lesson by Reg, he no longer dared to put up a fight with the Saiyans, who were powerful and terrifying, especially the Super Saiyans. And Saiyans don't care if he's a god or a man, they care about the power of things, but he doesn't have the power that shakes everything. So at this time, he was very sensible and kept his mouth shut and did not speak, lest he not know how to die. On Earth's side, Vegeta has already surpassed Sun Wukong first, found Majin Buu and started a war with him. And Sun Wukong looked depressed. Although Vegeta used some tricks to cause him to be a step slower, all in all, now Sun Wukong is standing not far away to watch the decisive battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu, and he has nothing to do. There's something wrong with the Majin's anger, let's hope Vegeta wins. Sun Wukong frowned, but he couldn't keep the agreement. On this side, Vegeta directly broke out Super Saiyan 2 and attacked it with all his might. Majin Buu, take it, rumble. Majin Buu was punched by him and flew out like a balloon and crashed into the wilderness, away from the city, and Vegeta chased after him. Because before their arrival, Majin Buu had been destroying the city. Now without Babadai's control, Majin Buu is not as terrifying as in the original book. But the scope of destruction is still very wide, and of course there will be no Satan to challenge Majin Buu or anything like that at this time. After all, he didn't have the false glory of the artificial shrew at that time, he just wanted to go here, and no one spread it to him, and no one would know about his death. After Vegeta chased after him, he only saw Majin Buu coming out of the ruins very cutely, strolling and staggering, like naughty. Majin Buu spoke, he was still Fat Buu, and he didn't have that evil tone and momentum. But the evil is also in his body, trying to separate from him. After all, the evil is the real him Demon Buu.